poor son's been putting up with me all day long. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the table, the proverbial table, the round table. Hope you're all having an absolutely gorgeous day. We got Mexico and Quinn Krishna in there, and somebody else is in there too. Hello to this somebody else. Sorry we're a bit late. We were chatting. I only got here at exactly the time to go in, and we were having a few moments of pleasantries between us. And without further ado, we've got an amazing discussion topic. I think we always have amazing discussion topics, to me. Maybe I'm biased. But the difference between the psychic and spiritual development, the psychic talents or abilities, the spiritual gifts, ESP, which is basically the extrasensory scope of these abilities. And very often the gifts do fall into the ESP range. So yeah, I think it's going to be a fascinating discussion where we're going to be looking at the various different powers, the Kundalini, the arousal, the effects of these powers. I did a wonderful talk on Kundalini arousal symptoms, which is well worth checking out for those of you that haven't checked that out yet. And there's a number of times where I've sort of touching onto the powers, but I think we're going to have a wonderful opportunity here to really go into it because we've got time. That's one thing we've got on the round table is time. Without further ado, I'd like to start introducing the crew. And from the top down, I will go across. We've got Kalal, Dr. K from Kiana Codes. He's a wonderful decoder and an inspired gentleman, obviously. He was trained in the church to begin with, which is quite a good base. He's a occult therapeutics student and practitioner and versed in various traditions. Obviously, numbers are his forte, all different kinds of numbers, various different numerological scales that he uses. And he decodes all sorts of interesting day-to-day events, our TV, our media, as well as doing his wonderful grimoires. Those of you that haven't had grimoires by Dr. K, his channel's in my recommended channels list. We're still waiting for him to do his own show. He's going to be cranking out some shows at some point, so keep your eyes on the space. Hello, Moon Feather Dear. God bless you. Peace and blessings to you too. Lovely to see you here. And there's myself, Bush Whisperer. I'm a shaman. That's my thing. Got a bit of round the block training from various different traditions. Then we've got Indy Sage, a shadow worker. He's working with people's shadow to help bring them into alignment with those parts of themselves that they hide from themselves, that are sometimes difficult to face, all to do with the transformation. So we can call him the transformation captain, because that's essentially what working with the shadow is all about. He's a wonderful gentle soul that's been through a lot in life. He's got a lot of life's experience to share with us, and a fascinating character. I only recently realized that he was actually trained as an anthropologist to begin with. Didn't know that, but it was fairly obvious listening to him talk. So I'm going to give each one of them a chance to introduce themselves after I've run through the group quickly, because I've got a feeling there's going to be more people coming. We've then got Quinty, who's a wonderful philosopher in his own right. He's also coming from a Chemian, a land of Chem tradition with the Christian mysticism, which is essentially a Christian form of Kabbalah, but he also trains and studies other forms of occult therapeutics and philosophy, from the ancient Greek traditions to the Kabbalah. He's a wonderfully open and intuitive gentleman as well. So we're going to have a wonderful discussion. Yeah, I'd love to give you each a chance to introduce yourself. Dr. K, if you could, and you guys could run around the circle. I'm going to go and turn that thing on to silent so long.
Well, thank you for that wonderful intro, Franklin. Thank you so much for this space that you provide, that you have cultivated for all of us to come and share and express and build and destroy on occasion. My name is Kilel Huff. I teach Konami codes. I am a spiritual consultant, a numerologist. I am 1/3 of the Ronin experience, along with Mystic Ronin and Moon Feather. You can catch us on Wednesdays on Moon Feather Rising, Fridays on the Ronin experience. I will have something coming very shortly. I'm playing around with the name at the moment, but Mystery Arcade. You can look for that coming very soon. I am honored to be here. It is a wonderful topic. I am happy to be with my brothers. I hope some more and some possibly some sisters will join us here. But I love, peace, and power to everybody in the chat and everyone watching.
Love, peace, and power to you, my friend. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And thank you, Franklin, for the introduction earlier. Yes, I am the transformer of the team, or the transmuter, some might say. And I've done some great things for my personal path of self-mastery with shadow work, with Jungian shadow work after going through my undergrad in behavioral sciences. And yes, I do study some rogue anthropology. I'm interested in evolutionary anthropology, and doing a project and trying to write a couple books on the aquatic ape hypothesis. So that's the whole thing in itself. But I'm so excited to talk about today extrasensory perception, telepathy, spiritual gifts and development, and psychics, and distinguishing those various things. It's going to be a great show, and I'm really looking forward to it. This is such a fascinating topic, and I personally can testify that I do have some extrasensory perception. I do have what's called the knowing. There's a different name for it. I have to look up, but having the knowing, I have intuitive understanding. When I meet people, I feel like I know them. When people lie, I can tell. When there's information that's not accurate or is fraudulent, I can see right through it. So that's just some of my skills that I bring to the team, and it helps me be able to weed through a lot of the misinformation and disinformation out there, find some of the real pearls of wisdom and truth that need to be brought to the table. So thank you, guys. Looking forward to the show.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, you're up.
Hello, I'm Quinty. I'm just here to observe and listen. I think I'll be in and out because my teacher just started a class, so I might have to go, but I'll be back. But I'm excited for the topic today. Love you guys.
Love you, brother.
Wow, what a wonderful feeling there is in the air. It's definitely a powerful time. I'm sitting with the mirror at the moment. How's my audio, by the way? Is it clear? Is it loud enough?
Yeah, you sound great.
Indeed.
Excellent. Lovely. So, the topic today, what a topic. What a topic indeed. It's normally, and welcome to everyone. We've got Petra, we've got Mexico, we've got Headless Giant. Lovely. Welcome to all of you. We've got Mexico with, let me scroll up and see who else have we got. We've got Quinn Krishna, and we've got Moonfeather in the house. Oh, we've got a few more people. Welcome to all the rest of you that haven't said hello in the chat. Do feel comfortable to say hello in the chat. This is a non-judgmental space, and we love your feedback. We love your ideas. We love you expressing yourselves, asking your questions. There's no question that's stupid. There's no question that's below anybody. I am the kind of person that asks the most basic questions. So if you want to compete with me to ask what seems like the most silliest questions, I'm the one you're going to be competing with. So yeah, welcome to all of you. The ESP, I'm going to put it under a broad blanket term, ESP, extrasensory perception. Now, I've often spoken before about my perceived understanding of the difference between the etheric planes and the astral planes and how they are somehow different. And I like to consider this reality as a feedback. There is a feedback loop of reality where we are receiving a download and uploading. And we are receiving a download that comes from the causal body, where we receive the causal download of reality. And then we have to upload the form of the energy. So we download the energy and we upload the form. Download the energy, upload the form. And in the process of downloading the energy gets convoluted through the toric field into the form, becomes an active movement of energy moving through form, which is why we get this apparent movement in reality. So we've got the etheric plane, which is the structure of form, and we've got the astral plane, which is the structure of energy. I consider the astral plane to be the spiritual plane, or the emergence of the spiritual plane. I consider the etheric plane to be the convergence of the mental plane. And what I mean by that is the spiritual plane is where the energy, the emotion comes from. So we consider emotion to be the source of love, emotion to be what connects us to each other. Emotion is a very abstract part of ourselves, where what we think and what we conceive of in terms of mental structures within our thoughts. And when I say the thought plane, I'm speaking specifically about the plane of thought forms. Let's be specific about the etheric plane, because there is the first sphere of Hermes, which is not the etheric plane. That is the apex of the causal field, if we want to consider it in such terms. But these things are repeated below the veils, and there are 3 veils separating the 3 aspects, which separate the 3 aspects twice, producing 9 points of convergence. And those 9 points of convergence are 2 points being reused. And the 2 points being reused are what we consider the 2 veils beyond the psychic and the spiritual, which bring us to the number of 7, why we have 7 chakras. I hope that's making sense. So thinking of it in terms of the etheric plane, I think of it in terms of the psychic plane, the etheric plane. And when I speak of the spiritual plane, I'm speaking about the astral plane. And the reason I consider the astral plane to be spiritual, because it's a pure energetic state. And so it's not structured by form. It is transcendent of form, which means it is the movement of the quantum entangling principle and process of spirit that permeates all things. This is done through the astral permeation. Though the structuring of this permeable energy is what we consider the mental thought forms and the mental etheric plane that gives form to the substance, so that the substance can be bound through form, which is this generation fundamental principle, which is essentially the astral energetic substance moving through the forms of the mental substance in order to give it the appearance of motion and life. And so, yeah, that might sound a little convoluted, but if you consider it a little bit deeply, it might make sense to you that the astral plane is the plane of abstraction, and emotions are as abstract as we can get. And what we think we know in terms of the ideas of words and thoughts are the structures that structure this emotional energy in order to give it the conception of thought. And when we speak of conception of thought, we are meaning conception of thought forms as independent from the permeating thought, which is the completion of the first principle, the total unity of all being, which is essentially one big thought, the mind of God, if you will. So, yeah, I think of the psychic abilities as being the manipulation of these sephirot, right? When we speak in terms of the Kabbalah. And the sephirot are the containers which are highly structured and can be manipulated. The emotions are a little bit more tricky. To manipulate your emotions are a bit tricky. Well, what you do on the mental psychic plane will carry through to affect the astral plane too. We have a beautiful little diagram here, what looks like the convergence between the cube and the Merkaba. Yes. The 7 spheres, 7 principles of Hermes. And there we can see the beautiful Star of David taking form in the feminine form. And so we've got these essential, this is the Ruach. The Ruach is the body of interaction. And so when we speak of the Ruach, I like to consider the Ruach as being the etheric manifestation. And so we're talking about Yetzirah from the Kabbalistic tree as being the psychic plane, the plane of emanations. And then we got the Bria being the emotional plane of the Kabbalistic. And these do relate to 2 aspects of the shamanic as well. Wow, 2 hawks. That's quite powerful. That's quite powerful. Welcome. Take a little trip with me. Hope you're lovely. Hope you're all smiling and shining. So yeah, the psychic abilities is something that people are often fascinated by. And I'd like us to get into the differences between the psychic and the spiritual abilities. They might seem similar at face value, but there's quite a fundamental difference between the psychic and the spiritual abilities. For the psychic abilities are totally under the domain of our minds. So we can totally manipulate those and control those all. And through the psychic abilities, we can entrain our astral bodies through our psychic abilities. The etheric can entrain the astral. And when we are practicing occult practices, much of the astral entrainment is done through the etheric. Though there is what can be considered from shamanic trance, which is something different. The shamanic trance is not so much about manipulating psychic aspects of ourselves in order to gain control. This is about evoking what is a deep spiritual presence to work through us. Now we're getting closer into the spiritual domains. So I think of evocation as being the presence of the spiritual pressure within us, releasing information that can produce changes within our consciousness and our world around us. And invocation is the changes that we choose consciously to create through the psychic plane influences. And obviously the Sidhi are something we're going to be looking at too. Obviously the Sidhi are fundamental, and the Kundalini, how the Kundalini affects these principles through the chakras. And yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. I'd love to give you guys an opportunity to start knocking the ball around. Anybody ready to start? Jump on in. If any of you have got a bullet in the gun, let me know. Put it into the chamber.
Yeah, I'd like to say something to get us started here. I work actually myself as a controlled remote viewer, and a lot of people are familiar with remote viewing, which is a form of extrasensory perception in which one is able to transcend time and space with their mind. But it's not the conscious mind, it's the subconscious mind that goes to a different time and place. And in controlled remote viewing, why it's controlled is that we record all of the details of the experience and note down certain aspects that we're trying to perceive through time and space. A lot of times this is to find a lost person or a murder weapon or something of the sort, often working for law enforcement or intelligence agencies. I work with Lynn Cassidy, who, if any of you are familiar with Men Who Stare at Goats, that story was based off of the work that Lynn Cassidy did in the 60s. I work with him and Lori Williams in intuitivespecialist.com to develop my controlled remote viewing skills. And certain individuals will have special powers at certain things like colors or make and model of a vehicle or locations on a map. Other individuals would be able to do other specific things. And then since we keep details of our experiences, then people will request individuals that are specialized in a certain aspect to find something oftentimes. And so it's interesting. What we do is we teach our body, our hand, a gestural language that through which it can communicate the information that it has retrieved. Below the liminal is a subliminal experience. And so when our hand uses that language that we train it, often like when you train yourself to use a pendulum, you tell your body what certain things mean. Then you can interpret that scribble that you make after the experience and come up with a picture of what you're looking at. And so it's an incredible experience. And if anybody gets a chance, it's fun. You can go to intuitivespecialist.com and try it out for yourself. Give it a chance. And it's free. It's free there's like sample trial periods where you can give it a shot and see if you like it. And it's a lot of fun. So I just wanted to mention that. That's just one aspect of extrasensory perception, and it's being used by the government. And it started with Ingo Swann, and it was passed down through Russell Targ and Lynn Cassidy. Ingo Swann was thought to have, actually was found to have discovered the rings of Jupiter through remote viewing. He was able to travel to Jupiter in his mind and see the rings before telescopes were even able to perceive of it. And so scientists after that built telescopes to be able to verify his remote viewing. And so it was established that we can see through time and space with our mind and see things across the cosmos even. So it's incredible the power we have to be able to do that, and anyone can do it. Actually, I think it might be Russell Targ, who worked with the CIA, that mentioned that his best pupil was somebody that said she had no psychic abilities. And so people who think they do have psychic abilities, when they get into this, oftentimes their ego will kind of limit them. They're going to think that they're going to do better, and they're not going to be willing to learn the particular methods that they're supposed to use, and kind of go rogue. So those folks don't usually make it in controlled remote viewing. People that are more humble will actually go further oftentimes. Now, once you break through, your belief system might be shattered, because you've just realized that you can travel through time and space. And so the first time you do it, you're in a kind of shock and awe state, but that can affect your paradigm. When your mind realizes that it doesn't line up with your core beliefs, oftentimes those powers will be diminished to protect you from dissonance. And so it can take some time after the beginner's luck experience that you have in the beginning to be able to reel back and then bring those powers back to the forefront, be able to use them at command. So that's kind of just a little picture as to how we can access information from the subliminal with the subconscious mind, being able to communicate to us with a language that we train it. And in that way, it's considered a form of martial arts of the body. So that's kind of an interesting interplay of the body and mind with remote viewing. Not to digress, though. I'm interested to hear more about the Siddhis, the Kundalini, and I also wanted to mention the Egyptian mention of the soul and spirit, the spirit being the Ka, which survives the body after death, and the soul being the Ba, which is often portrayed as a bird with a human head, which can survive the body after death, but requires nourishment in the form of food often, which we see in the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs. Many of the gifts of nourishment are given so that the Ba can survive through the death of the body and return and travel to the stars and survive the voyage.
That's very interesting what you bring up about the Ba and the Ka.
Mm.
And it's quite, I think it's quite fundamental, because in Taoists, and by the way, do let me know if my voice is soft or if it's buzzing or if it's at all a problem, because I keep moving my mic. Call it paranoia, if you will. I've had bad experiences with these darn pieces of technology. I've never liked technology. It's a new thing having to use it. Don't like singing into mics. I don't like having these things around, but what it is what it is. But the Ba and the Ka, from a Taoist perspective, you've got the Qi. And I see the Qi as being the Ka. It's what we call the most directly accessible aspect of the life force. Think of the life force as being polarized. And now we're getting back to my ideas of the etheric and the astral. So the Ka is imprinting, like it's our imprint. The Ba is imprinting upon us, because the Ba is the emotional substance. So the Ba is more related to the heart, more related to the subtle feelings, more related to, as you say, less material than the Ka. The Ka falls away first as we leave this world. And so we think of the firmament, and I think of the firmament as being that which separates the Ka and the Ba, in the same way that the firmament is that which separates the etheric from the astral. So I see the Ka as being the etheric manifestation, and the Ba as being the astral manifestation once again. And in the Taoist system, they speak about the Qi and the Shen. And the Shen is the high spirit of the heart, and the Qi is the low spirit of the cauldron. So, and when I say high and low, I don't mean like more spiritual or less, or I just mean more dense and less dense, closer to matter. So the Ka is smaller than the Ba. The Ba is bigger than the Ka, because the Ka fits inside the Ba in the same way that the physical body fits inside the Ka. So it's like Russian dolls that are inverted. And So it's fascinating to consider the car and the bar in this way. There has been quite a lot of teachings on the car and the bar that are available, which is worth probably looking into. Now, when we consider the car, we're talking about those wild talents, those psychic talents, as I see it. When we speak about the bar, we're speaking about the spiritual gifts. And let me draw my distinction in the way that I understand the difference between spiritual gifts and psychic talents or powers. A spiritual gift is, for example, something that comes from faith. I'll give you an example. I walked through a buffalo stampede once, and I survived. That's a ride, eh? That's a hold on tight ride. But I didn't survive because of using any psychic ability. I just aligned myself with the spirit, and I stepped into a place of faith beyond the fear of death. And I allowed what is a miracle to happen without me having to coordinate anything. And somehow managed to go through that buffalo stampede unscathed. And it's a bit of a freak of nature, right? To walk through a buffalo stampede. If you've ever seen one, you wouldn't you wouldn't think it's possible. I didn't necessarily assume that I would survive, but moving through the moving through the spiritual domains in such a way has obviously brought out these abilities and brought them into fruition to some degree with the training. So spiritual gifts happen to us. They happen to us, and we don't have to be the orchestrator, because it's a pure state of evocation. It's the guides working through us, as opposed to us doing an occult practice. For example, I could have attempted to form a psychic shield around myself and create an emanative circle with my psychic focus to repel the thoughts of the animals enough to force them to make a line so that they wouldn't hurt me. That would have been one way of handling the situation, using the etheric powers. Though in that moment, I was like, if you've ever seen a buffalo stampede coming at you, it's mind-blowing. It's like nothing you've ever imagined. You can't see the buffaloes because it's just dust coming at you, and it's loud. It's the loudest thing you've ever heard, and the whole ground feels like there's an earthquake happening. It's getting closer, and there's this wall of buffaloes, and you can see behind the cloud of dust in the distance, the buffaloes are coming and coming and coming, and you realize it's just one endless stream of buffaloes. And as it comes, the whole world rumbles and rumbles louder, and your heart starts to beat really fast. So in that situation, I had very little time, because you'd be shocked at how fast this buffalo can run. Bloody hell. You'd be shocked, because they're not like buffalo that are tame buffalo. They are like built like horses. They stampede. They run through like long distances. And so I didn't have time to try and figure out a psychic idea. So I just put my faith in the spirit and said, you want me dead? Let me die. You want me alive? Keep me alive. I'm going to align myself with this principle, and I'm going to sit with this, and I'm going to be acceptance of fate. And in that presence, I felt the guides coming close to me, and they did what they did. So this is like when the spiritual powers are starting to move through us, in my perspective. Because obviously there's times when there's been different, times when it's been clearly psychic abilities, and times when it's been clearly spiritual. And spiritual abilities seem to trump psychic abilities. I've had someone try to attack me with psychic abilities before, try to evade into my mind, try to pierce into my consciousness. And when they've done that, I have aligned myself with that astral high spiritual frequency, and things happen by themselves. And you are sort of like observing something happening rather than... I think that's the difference between the astral and the etheric, between the bar and the car. We are sort of the subject to the bar, but the car is, sorry, the bar is the subject to us. We are object to the bar. And the car is sort of an objective thing that we can manipulate. So we can manipulate our car, and our bar can manipulate us. And if our bar manipulates us, it is using our car on our behalf. I hope that makes sense. In the way that a poltergeist will operate through your bar to control your car. And you will see, wow, look at these things levitating in the room around me. Well, guess what that levitation is? That's your telekinetic abilities being used by that astral entity that is hijacking your bar in order to manipulate your car to make this happen. But it is happening through the spiritual plane as opposed to a psychic emanation purely. So that's why I draw the distinctions between the spiritual and the psychic, as being that the spiritual is encompassing the psychic and the psychic lives within the spiritual. And so if the spiritual acts, the psychic acts. And if the psychic acts in contrary to the spirit, it's acting on its surroundings. So it is encompassed by its spirit, by the emotional substance which is surrounding all thought. So thoughts seem to be our active emanation from our consciousness field that can change and shape things around us. Though it is our emotions that give the strength and power to those thoughts to move and produce shifts in consciousness. And it is emotions that are the real source of all the energy that power the thoughts. Something to consider for a moment. Thoughts are powered by emotions. And the structure of thoughts produce the movement through the emotional field. So thoughts are like almost inanimate, powered by an inanimate emotion that then produces a reaction through the emotional field by the thought, which is why when the emotional impulse moves what seems to be a thought through the consciousness field, which then creates a reverberation, producing an emotional current that becomes the power for the next thought. And so they rotate through us. They rotate through us. They rotate through us. Yang yin, yang yin, yang yin. And the chi is powered by the shen. And the chi is what gives rise to the physicality of the world around us. And the shen is obviously what is the emotional content that is defining or informing the chi. And the chi then becomes the defining factors for the informational field of physicality. So that's sort of a way that I like to understand the difference between the spiritual. And now when we're looking at this principle of remote viewing, it's become crazed, and it's been written about and discussed since, the Swan gentleman and the other guys that were part of the goats experiment, as well as it was done before them, I think, as well by others. But those were the guys who really put it on the map. They were like the guys who did the real research. And but before then, it was known. It's always been known. We speak about scrying, and scrying is essentially remote viewing. And a lot of writers have tried to say that scrying is different to remote viewing. No, scrying is remote viewing. Remote viewing didn't just first start happening in the last 100 years. It's been around for thousands of years. Only it was never called remote viewing before. It was always called scrying. And so when it comes to scrying, what was usually used to help empower scrying was mirrors. Quartz is a mirror, something that can reflect light, because the reflection of the light stimulates the pineal gland. This is really important. And the pineal gland is the Pingala extension, which activates the etheric field and energizes the etheric field. And so we're able to scry physicality. Now, you get remote viewing of the physical through the etheric field, and you get remote viewing of the spiritual through the astral field. And they're different in the way that the etheric field is the shape and structure of all the physicality that's projecting inwards towards physicality. So everything that is physical has a counterpart on the etheric. And the etheric, below the firmament, is a construct based on the abstraction of the astral. So the principles of the etheric are bound in the astral, as pure principles of motion and energy. So they don't have form. So when we're dealing with the etheric, we're dealing with structures. When we're dealing with the astral, we're dealing with energy. So we're talking about color, right? So when you're looking at color, auras, you're looking at the astral because it's abstract. Colors aren't form, and they're just different frequencies of vibration which have emotional context. Red has an emotional context other than the emotional context of yellow or green or purple or whatever. Other than that, there's no form related to these colors. But on the etheric plane, these resonant tones become geometric structures. And we think of the sacred geometric reflections of these colors. And now we're looking at the etheric structures when we're looking at the sacred geometry, because the sound wave below the firmament has got shape. And the shape of the sound wave is what gives the forms that bind the energy of the astral. I don't want to go on for too long. Dr. K, you haven't had a chance to throw some stuff at the table yet, and I'd love to step back for a moment.
Well, thank you for that, Franklin. You have all said a great amount. I got to go back to what Indy said as just a precautionary tale. That movie is incredible, by the way, The Men Who Stare at Goats, and the book that it's based off of. When you're going to want to get these ideas of, Jesus and the devil and these kingdoms, I don't necessarily want to say you want to get them out of your head, but you're not going to see any of that. When you die, you might see some of that, because the mind is so powerful. You're going to create your reality in the same way that you do here, and you're going to do it instantaneously. And this is why some of these practices are so important. Astral travel is something that we all do at some point in life, typically when we're earlier in life. But that's going to be dependent upon trauma. I love using the example of the X-Men. If you look at, what was this? X-Men The Last Stand, I think it was the third movie, when they show you how Jean Grey, the Phoenix, was recruited. They show you Professor Xavier and Magneto going to her house, right? There's rumbling in the neighborhood. People are levitating, cars are levitating, houses are shaking, people are scared. Her own parents are scared. Magneto is excited, right? He wants to let the Phoenix go free, as she is supposed to be, right? We're talking about spirit here. The physical manifestation of that is a dragon, right? It is scary to some. It's very, very cool to others. We live in duality, but the spirit is what it is. Magneto is purple and red. He represents the whole of the electromagnetic frequency, right? Of course, he wants her to be free. Professor Xavier wants to control her. He wants to temper her. He wants to lock her down and make her safe, right? Now, who's right and who's wrong? There is no right or wrong, but people are going to choose to see it how they choose to see it. So we all talk to spirit. Your spirit is the one thing that never shuts up. The question is it whispering, is it screaming, or is it being monotone? How obedient are you being to spirit? Do you know how to understand it? How tempered is your own mind? How far have you been raised? Right? Our parents, if we have them, tend to bring us but so far. It's very rare that we are mothered and fathered by the same physical parents as we are our spiritual parents, right? It typically is, they tend to be different people or different templates. But we have to come to a point, for example, with astral travel, it's very, it can be very addictive based on your control levels, because you can do a lot of stuff in the astral, right? You can essentially do whatever you want. And we all kind of get lost in that for a bit of time, because once you learn to follow your mind as opposed to telling it what to do, you become the ultimate observer, right? So remote viewing can become a much easier experience. again, back to what Indy said, because if we are bringing certain things along with us, think about Luke Skywalker going into the cave to be tested. He didn't have to take his weapon, but he took it with it. And because he took it, he had to fight his deepest fear, as opposed to perhaps have a cup of tea with it. Right? Like it's about your perspective. There's nothing outside of your own mind. So when I think about my own experiences, I've always been psychic. And that scared me more than anything when I actually realized that, because I can go back to my childhood and see certain things like, oh, I already knew this. And you can see how there's no knowledge should not bring us greater ego, even though it does when we channel the information through the head. When you channel it through the heart, it just makes sense and you know what is and what is not. Right, as opposed to this idea of something or having to defend this or that. There is no defense. If you can argue something one way or another, then they're both right. Like and alike is the same thing. This is the same is true with spirit versus psychic development. Psychic development is something you do. You choose to put yourself through this rigor of exercise, of experience, of learning your true self in the best way that you possibly can. And nobody can really tell you how to do it. You can tell you what worked for them and you can give you their methods, but it is only once you go inside yourself that everything else makes sense. You can, but there's something I want to share before I shut up. Some of us know about the idea of shared dreams, right? If you want to know whether you're doing something right or where you are you having shared dreams? Are you having shared experiences and synchronicities? Because that's a level that I never ever thought I would get to. And getting to that level, being able to see things from a universal perspective through other people who confirm things before you even speak your mind, that's a level of confirmation I wish for everybody to get to.
That's amazing. I just watched an interesting movie. I think I might have mentioned it in a podcast before called, I believe it's Sarah in the Dream Book. I think that's what it's called. But it's about some individuals that go and meet in their dream and they do magic in the dream, cast a spell, and they're trying to manifest their dreams into reality. But it comes with a catch. So I don't want to give it away for people who want to see the film. But it's an interesting look at how that could play out. I personally have not been able to have shared dreams that I know of, but I do look forward to that in the future. And I know that people have different experiences with this, but the use of marijuana can affect memory and can make it hard to remember dreams. We all have them, and they say we have up to 6 dreams a night in the REM stage, in deep sleep. But they also say that when you go to sleep and you're intoxicated on alcohol or marijuana, for example, that it can be harder to reach the REM stage. So that may even inhibit the dreams. I'm not sure. But I know that when I took some time away from cannabis, that I was able to remember all my dreams every morning, and I kept a very distinct dream journal. So it's always interesting to look at and try to interpret these dreams. But if you can work with somebody else and share that dream with them, it can be even that much more powerful. So that's really exciting, and I love to hear about that. I wanted to mention one thing. You mentioned the heart, and when we move into the heart space with our consciousness, there's over 40,000 neurites there that act with the nervous system, and it's like our second brain there, which is said by like Montauk Chia and other holistic medicines will agree that it is another brain. And so when we move to that place in our consciousness, it's as if we transcended the filters and we start to commune with the higher consciousness. Even though it's actually lower, it's actually more centralized. And so I feel like the heart space has really been obfuscated. I think there's a real big push for ascension away from the heart space. and people have not really talked enough about grounding. And if you talk about ascension simultaneously and grounding, the heart space is the center for that expansion. And there's really not too much thought on this, but the heart space could be considered higher consciousness, and it might be reinterpreted as more of a centralized or deeper consciousness, where we can go into and transcend the limitations of the mind and be able to access things beyond time and space in like a spiritual vision or out of body experience. Opening the heart space can make that more easily facilitated. But said that Caucasians have more of a difficult time typically at being able to move consciousness into the heart space, even times when they think they have it there. It shows that the energy is still in the mind oftentimes. And so for some reason, in the westernized world, which Caucasians have pushed on the globe, if you see it as such, we have a lot of analysis of things. We have a lot of naming of things and dissecting of things, whereas there's not as much involvement in being one with things, engaging in things as they are. When we take something and we kill it and we cut it open to see what's inside, it does give us some information about the parts. And I think that's kind of where our consciousness is kind of stuck right now in our current day and age, is in materialism. And especially in medicine, they talk about the parts can be replaced. And when everything is in place, then the whole can work as a machine. But Western medicine is kind of an attack on Eastern medicine, where we're cutting ourselves open and putting in other parts. It's very unnatural. And so that whole process of understanding what things are can be seen from a completely different perspective when we look at things away from materialism and see the metaphysical aspects of the things that are being observed. And so I know that we can experience past lives. We can actually experience each other's minds in a deep meditation state. That kind of stuff is really powerful. And I had experience one time with a girl that was from Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic, and she was able to help me. I had a back spasm, and she was able to help us switch our minds, or our spirits somehow. And so I had her thoughts and feelings in my mind. And then we switched back. And at that point, when we switched back, she had healed my malady that I had. I had a back spasm. It was very painful. And so it got away. It had resided for a long time, and it was very difficult for me. And doing that experience was able to help me overcome whatever that was. And it was just an incredible experience. But I feel like people of the Caribbean and third world countries and tribal societies have a different and deeper understanding of what we can do with the subconscious mind, and be able to transport our minds into different places and transfix them and transmute them. And so there's so much power to be able to understand those things. And if we can see beyond the material and understand the union of the material and the metaphysical, I feel like that's where the real magic happens.
That's really interesting and beautiful, especially connection you had with this woman. That's very much changing the spiritual alignments. I think reversing the polarities between two people is very powerful. It's like a man and a woman do that when they make love. They repolarize in such a manner. I want to address one of the things that was mentioned about cannabis, which I think is really worth looking at here. Now, I've had a long relationship with cannabis, but I don't smoke all the time. I'm not smoking now, but when I smoke, I smoke. I don't like to hold back. So when you smoke the way I smoke, you can't smoke the whole time because you get like lung cancer. Yeah, it's just not feasible. So I smoke for a period, and then I don't smoke, and then I don't smoke for most of the time, and I maintain the membrane layers. I feel the membranes on my body, and I don't want to overload it. But I noticed this many years ago, and I investigated this. And in the Shiv Puranas, it speaks about cannabis extensively. There's extensive recipes for how to use cannabis to achieve photographic memory, to unlock the psychic spiritual talents within one's psyche, to raise one's kundalini, basically memory improvement, to get perfect memory, you know, to which is a very interesting concept, because it seems like it takes our memory. And I've often heard people saying that cannabis takes your dreams away. But I don't know whether I agree with that completely as it is. I think it seems to take the dreams away. Because what I've noticed is with or without cannabis. So if you're not smoking cannabis, if you're meditating a lot, you don't dream much. Why is that? Because you're dreaming while you're awake. So if you've dreamt while you're awake, and you've dreamt all the dreams you need to dream while you're awake, then what is left for you to dream while you're sleeping? So this is a notion which is quite covered in the Vedic cosmologies and sciences as well, that when a yogi becomes highly advanced, they no longer dream, because they have no need for dream. What is a dream? Well, a dream is an open-ended subconscious thought process that hasn't been completed. And so the completion of this cycle of thought happens while we're asleep. And so if there's loose ends that need to be tied, as the metaphor goes, those loose ends from your day will be tied while you're asleep. And the tying of those loose ends will be what we're experiencing as dreams, the facilitation of this information. And obviously, we're not in our bodies while this is happening. That's the other part of the story. So we are outside of our body, between the astral and the etheric planes, and those loose ends are being tied, producing mental and emotional responses that are being recreated around us in our sphere through the astral emanations. And it takes the form of reality of a sort. And this has to be sent through the brain, and the thalamus has to recode all this information before it can get to the cerebral cortex. And so it writes the language. So let's say you're speaking in German, but this is an English-speaking audience. Before you express these thoughts, you have to think the German thoughts and turn them into English before you can say them. And so that process of the language of the astral on the edge of the firmament being translated into the language of this physical reality is why we have the structured space that we require in the dream time, which is interesting. But I would say that cannabis causes you to daydream, causes your brain to be dreaming while you're awake. So do you get paranoid in your sleep? No, because you've done all your paranoia while you're awake. Do you have these wild, fanciful ideas and weird, crazy thoughts while you're asleep? No, because you're actually doing them while you're awake. You've exhausted the capacity or requirement or need to dream because of the cannabis, so that when you go to sleep, you actually sleep deeply. So there you can say that cannabis is actually really good for you, because this is something that people don't recognize and realize, that dreaming is detrimental. It does indeed shorten our lives. I'd like you to consider that for a moment. Anything that removes prana from the body shortens or lengthens the life. You ask yourself that question. And so the more you dream, the less prana you're able to uptake, because our bodies absorb and assimilate prana while they're asleep. But if we're dreaming, the amount of prana that we're assimilating is far less. And if we're dreaming a lot, as you know, you'll wake up feeling tired, like you haven't slept. If you're waking up feeling tired, that means that you depleted some of your prana. You should have woken up with your bank of prana fully charged up, full charge of prana, full energy, no tiredness. If you're waking up after dreaming and you're tired, it's because you've lost prana. The loss of prana means the systems are going to degrade faster, which means you're going to age faster. And the aging faster means you're going to shorten your life. I mean, it's mathematics, isn't it? So dreaming, in effect, you can consider as shortening the lifespan. And it's something that we don't really often consider. I think this is why the yogis practice these austerities in order to do these kriyas. And the kriyas wash from the consciousness the requirement to dream while you're asleep, because you can either dream when you're asleep, or you can consciously sit down and consciously dream while you're awake. And close all the dream circles, gather all the information that needs processing before you go to sleep, so that when you go to sleep, it's more efficient. Now, I personally, most of my life, I've only required 6 hours of sleep or less, but 6 hours has always been for me like ample sleep. And I think it's because I used to spend a lot of time, most of my life, meditating, and a lot of meditation. When you're going into deep states of meditation, your consciousness starts to dream, and it becomes a little bit of annoying because it's cramping your meditation style. I didn't come here to sit and dream. I'm supposed to be so you then have to, okay, well, this dream's happening, let it happen. And so you consciously dream while you're awake, and the dream facilitates and then it gets to the point where the dream's done. And so if you meditate a lot, you literally have finished most of your dreaming for the day. But when you go to sleep, you won't need to dream. Not that you won't experience information running through your consciousness, but it won't be in the structure of a dream. It will be almost like you've got answer messages. You wake up and there's a series of answer messages that want to be answered by your consciousness, that they've decided we're not dealing with that. We're sleeping now. We don't need to deal with that. And you'll wake up and all your answer messages will go one by one by one by one by one by one, but you'll still be totally charged up without having to sleep 8 or 9 hours. If you're sleeping 8 or 9 hours, it might be because you're dreaming a lot and you need those extra hours to charge up your prana. I'd love to welcome Petra. We've got Petra joining us. What a pleasure. Petra is I call her the birth bringer, if you don't mind me calling you that. She works with baby bringing adventures, helping mummies and facilitating the support that mummies need and babies need coming into this world. And she's also the wife of the third eye edifice of Georges. And she's a mum and a student. So she's a very busy lady, having kids, studying, and having your vocation is 3 things. It's a lot on your plate. Welcome to Petra. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. God bless you. And I'd love for you to introduce yourself.
Welcome, Pet.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. It's so wonderful to see you all. Thank you for being so welcoming, always, Franklin, and for such lovely introductions and always such kind words. It really does speak so fondly to my heart. And I am just so grateful to be here with you all. Indy, you have shared so many incredible things so far. Oh my goodness. I pulled that website up already. I am definitely looking into it. This is going to be a next step for me, because this is something that, I mean, spiritually, I've been pretty awake, compared to most other people in my life, throughout my life. And I've had my own experiences with spirituality and my spiritual body, of course. But yeah, it's recently definitely been hyped up, because I am really finally stepping into my role, and really not living for anybody else but myself, and the highest good of all, and not taking into consideration other people's expectations. So once I dropped all of the bullshit, really, all of my intuition and these innate gifts that we all do we all are very capable of really are starting to shine through. So I'm very excited to look into that website, and thank you so much for sharing. Kilel, brother, it's so wonderful to sit with you in this space always. Thank you so much for being here and sharing as well. Quinty, I always love spending time with you. Thanks for being here. But for me, I've had an extensive, as far as I can remember, I've had extensive deja vu experiences with deja vu. And so what Indy started out with was that clairsentience, right? That knowing. And that has always been a part of my life, always. And I didn't know what it was. And I had absolutely nobody to nurture that or explain it to me or validate it for me. So a lot of my childhood, I went on thinking that I was cuckoo for coconuts, right? Or whatever they say. And I experienced these silently to myself for much of my life. Then my sexual abuse, my physical abuse started at the age of 6, and that lasted until I was just about to turn 13. And so what I've accepted about that is that, first of all, understanding the soul contract and that my soul has agreed to these terms for whatever reason. And I know that there is a higher purpose for this. But in my healing journey, I have found that the most magical people are often the ones that go experience this. And it is a means to keep our magic under lock and key. It is a way to keep the trauma in the bloodline and to keep the magic out, to hold us back from really ascending. And so in understanding and accepting that, I have also gained an exceptional increase in my spiritual awareness and my abilities. And I've just throughout my life known things were going to happen before they happened. Or I've said things as I saw it in my mind's eye, and then either later that day or however long after it has come to pass. And by really in experiencing these things in silence, I stopped talking about them for a long time. And so the practice, right? Because at first I would say these things as they came to me, right? Just naturally. And people started to kind of not appreciate that. And so I stopped saying it. And it came to be where things would happen. I'd go, oh man, I knew that was going to happen. But you kind of lose the ability to really that connection if you don't nurture it. So so I have been doing that, and that is something that feels really good to share with you all. But they were talking about shared dreams before, which is really interesting. And so one of the things that I don't even know how the conversation came up, but my husband and I, it came to be that during our childhoods, we each had recurring dreams, and it wasn't the exact same, but we had dreams that were very uneasy feeling, and they both revolved around cats and needing to escape these cats. And the theme was the same. The characters were all the same, and it was incredible. I've never had that experience with anybody before, so that was really interesting to discover that my husband and I had that connection through our childhood. And another thing that I have been experiencing more recently is, well, most of the time, I guess I'll start. These things come to me through the subconscious mind, right? So usually I will experience them in that state between asleep and awake, where I am like I'm setting the intention to get the lesson and to receive the messages, and so I bring that into my sleep with me. And I've certainly had um, through these times visions of past lives, visions of hanging, and more recently of being at the stake. So there's definitely recurring themes that keep coming up in my past life visions. But I think that there was a really great point made before about kind of like the lack of engagement. I think it was Indy that was talking about it, like the lack of engagement in spirituality and in the connection to spirit that we see throughout Western society. And I think a lot of that comes back to spiritual practice in our society has become a trend, and it's more about what people see and not what we feel and not what we connect with. And it's just not real. So it's all about image, outer image, how we're perceived by others. It is certainly quite the ego trip for many people, which is fine. But if you're not into that, like I think that the dangerous part of that is that there are people out there that are not looking for that don't align with that and are looking for truth. And so we find ourselves kind of being duped sometimes. There's like, where do you turn when so many people are looking to kind of just put themselves on display? And really that's the message is the image. So I think that there's like this kind of perpetual push of inauthenticity in Western culture that stems from ego and not true connection to spirit. And then we were talking about Western medicine, like, oh man, if you could see my eyes roll in the back of my head when you brought that up, Indy. Don't get me started, man. Oh, on the Western medicine. It is an attack on everybody. It's an attack on everybody, except, of course, the powers that should not be. And so, yeah, that's another way to keep us under this lock and key. Keep us medicated, keep us unhealthy, keep us, tired and stressed. And yeah, it's all for a reason. It's all very much intentional. And like everything else, it comes down to choice. Either you are going to participate in that or you're not. And what else were we talking about? Oh, the cannabis was really interesting. And I think, yes, I have noticed daydreaming with cannabis. Absolutely. And that, so much of that made so much sense to me, Franklin, what you were saying before. What I've noticed, not that it's recreational or anything like that, but as far as substances in general, when I am low on magnesium, I have an incredibly difficult time really fully sleeping and reaching REM. And once I balance my minerals and my electrolytes, once I'm balanced physically, I much more easily am capable of achieving that. And I've always had lucid dreams. I've always been very connected in the dream world. And so recently I stopped having dreams, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is not normal for me at all. It's like a very, for me to not have some kind of dream is very strange. So I was not dreaming, and I was sleeping. I was getting a very deep sleep. So that was the other thing. But then I realized that I was going to bed with my jewelry on. And what I was wearing was very grounding stones, garnet and howlite, and all of these very grounding stones. And the moment I realized that, and I took them off before bed, I immediately started dreaming again. So just a heads up, be mindful what you go to sleep. You should be as naked as the day you entered this world to re-enter the dream world.
Yeah, and you can use like some amethyst or like celestine or celestite to open up portals for more dreaming and stuff too, if you use different stones, I think.
Yeah, totally. So there are definitely things that can help, but if you're not using like something that is going to benefit you, if you're using very grounding things, you're gonna stay here.
Yeah,
That's an interesting point, what you say about the nutrition. I think it's really important. People often forget, like, the food they eat is really key. One's nutrition is fundamental. For me, what I find, if I want to dream, the problem that I find is dreaming can get addictive, especially the lucid dreaming, is wake up early and go back to sleep. And then you're just going to dream. So if you wake up and sleep another 20 minutes, that power naps, wake up and do power naps, then it's interesting because you can slip out of dreams and go back into a dream again, the same dream. And you can like, okay, going into this dream now. And you can almost get to cue your dreams in a sense. But I think it's like what helps for the dreaming process is something to be waking you up when you're asleep, if that makes sense. So maybe those stones that you were wearing was preventing you from waking yourself up when you're asleep, because you have to be sort of a little bit awake in order to dream, if that makes sense. Enough of your energy has got to come into your body for the brain to be active enough that there's something happening in the brain. It's not totally rest, needs to be some activity. And that's probably the healthiest way to dream, because then obviously then you're dreaming, you're getting your full quota of sleep, and you get to dream. Though there's something to be said about practicing lucid dreaming while you're awake. That's like quite an interesting practice to do. Obviously it takes a bit of discipline, and but it will happen automatically if you push yourself beyond your conscious threshold of meditation. But you got to find your threshold, and you need to go beyond it and push yourself beyond your threshold of meditation, so that you force yourself to meditate more than what you actually can. And you literally tire your mind out so much with such intense meditation that you automatically enter into a dream. And it becomes annoying because it sort of slows down your meditation. But it's an interesting way of engaging with the dream world while you're awake consciously. And that's beginning the process of dream yoga, essentially. Indy's got something here.
These are some crystals that you can use to facilitate deeper dreams. Just some of the ones that will be, instead of grounding, they'll be like ascending and stuff. So one of the ones I use is amethyst. That's one of the most popularly well-known used ones. I have some Brazilian amethyst that's really dark purple, and so it helps me launch into the dream world profoundly. But they mention a lot of different things here. Tiger Eye is one that I didn't expect to be on the list, and there's some black tourmaline, which I would think would be very grounding, but that's on the list as well. So maybe take note and just consider these. Keep by your side.
This is so cool. Thank you for pulling this up. This is really cool, and I mean, no surprise, I have pretty much all of these. But yeah, I agree about the tiger's eye. That really does surprise me. And that wasn't my personal experience with the tiger's eye or the howlite, which is also. So there are definitely a few on here that I wouldn't have expected. So I think that also there is a personalization. There is a crystal prescription for each of us that aligns with our unique bodies. And so I think that above all, to use what works for you, because we are all unique, beautiful, divine beings of light, and we're all different.
I think
Most
the
definitely.
tourmaline is used to negate the negative dream aspects. When someone's having nightmares and they're having dreams that are beyond control, because the word tour means to cast a spell. To tour. As jy mens wil tour. If you want to tour someone, you're going to cast a spell against them. And to make the spell malign, right? So the tourmaline, it cancels out the spells. So if you've got negative entities that are affecting your dreams in some way, preventing you from remembering your dreams, then the tourmaline will help to negate that, and you'll go. So I think you're totally right, Petra, that some people might not be dreaming for different reasons, and those might be the prescriptions that they require for their particular issues.
It's funny, the use of prescription, the word prescription was something I never thought I would ever use again, but this is kind of makes me feel a little better about using some kind of medical lingo that I've tried to extinguish from my life. Yeah, if you could have heard my audible when you said that about these other stones, yes, definitely you are money on. And I'm sorry, Keelel, I think that you were going to say something, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's just fine. I was just going to add, people want to get into the experience of energy exchange and frequency. So you want to go out and you want to experiment when it comes to stones. You want to see what speaks to you and what resonates. I'm a Sagittarius Capricorn cusp. So tourmaline is exceedingly grounding for me, but that actually helps me dream more. So I don't wear it, you know what I mean, when I go to sleep. Every crystal has a particular purpose, but this is also where alchemy comes in. So as much as I would recommend people play with their birthstones, I would recommend you play with the opposite. Play with what would be at the vernal equinoxes, right? Or the both equinox. Play with what you would use for a particular attribute, and remember that energy has to respond. So if we think about the idea of going to the astral, which is essentially a cloud, right? This realm of Akasha, this giant memory bank. Think of your pillow in that way. This is just a cheat code that I use. Is your pillow alive, right? Maybe your pillow would like its own crystal, right? I know someone who actually stitches crystals into their pillows and into their bedwear. Why not charge it up? It's just about how you choose to empower and how you choose to look at it.
Yes, Brother Kalal, that's a very interesting point. I like sleeping with crystals. Some people don't find crystals. Some people shouldn't sleep with crystals, and some people should. It's funny how that is. I think it's a testament to how different we all are. How different I'll give you an example. I know a guy in Fishhook down the road from me, and he was actually the estate agent from the last house that I was in like 6 years ago. And he had been diagnosed, told he had 6 months to live. And it was a very sad moment. And I was like, dude, like, what are you going to do? Go and spend time with your family and live at large. So he did. And he spent time with his family and he lived at large. And he had been told he was going to die. This is hilarious, by the way, because he had too much iron in his body. And they showed him the printouts of how much iron his body was supposed to have. And they said, you are suffering severe iron poisoning. You're basically going to die from iron OD. And he didn't feel that ill. He felt okay, you know. And anyway, he carried on and he carried on. And about 9 months later, after living at large, he was like, well, I'm not dying. I may as well go back to work. So he came back to work. And he was fine. And I remember the two of us having a chuckle about a year later at how ridiculous these people in the medical profession were, telling him he was going to die. Because it just turned out that his body has much more iron in it than other bodies, and that his body has learned to cope with more iron in the body. And that's his good health. And he was marveling at how good he felt. And he went for a blood test, and they told him, like, no, you're still like way over the iron level. You should be dead. You shouldn't be walking around. But he felt like he was on top of the world. And, you know, I think this is one of those things, like we're not all the same. Our bodies are not the same. We don't all require the same diet. We don't all require the same prescriptions in life. Emotionally, we can't all cope with the same stresses. Some people can cope with certain food types. Some people can eat dairy and they're fine. Other people eat dairy and it really causes problems. Some people eat nuts. I love nuts. I can eat all nuts. Other people eat nuts. It'll kill them, you know? I think there's something to be said about understanding how our bodies are unique instruments of evolution.
Absolutely. There is no person. That's another thing about just one of the many things about Western medicine, right? There is no personalization. It is all blanketed. It is very robotic. It's all computers. If this, then that, right? That kind of coding, the computeristic kind of coding, right? The 1 and the 2 and all of that. If this, then that. If your blood pressure is X over X, then we do this. There is no like, okay, well, is this your normal? Is this, how has your blood pressure been throughout your life? What time of day was it? What have you eaten recently? There's like, you know, it's all jump to conclusion and all blanket statements. You know, and again, there is a very, very important reason for that. Not a good one, but there is an important reason for that. Somebody said, I think in the chat also, on the topic of getting into the dream world, herbs and incense, going back to the importance of the olfactory system and that sense of smell. Definitely, I agree with that as well. I think that that's a great way to induce any kind of trance state, but also get into that dream state, get into the dream world as well.
There's an interesting point. So with that regard, what I suggest, well, storax, black storax, particularly interesting when it comes to that. It tends to induce dreaming. I find when I use a lot of black storax, it's hard work for me not to dream. I choose not to dream when I'm sleeping. I'll rather dream when I'm awake. I'd actually dedicate awake time to dreaming rather than because I don't like wasting more than 6 hours asleep. Often I'll only sleep for 4 hours. Last night I slept for less than 3 hours. And I didn't have a nap today. I didn't have any power naps. So, you know, that's sometimes how it is. I had a client last night that was late. And after that, I realized, oh my gosh, I hadn't done my shopping. Dang. I need the goods for the food. I should have done shopping yesterday. So I had to go and check all the different shops and when I could get delivery slots. And I ended up finding a delivery slot for Sunday, which is hilarious. So tomorrow I've got a delivery coming between 7 and 9 a.m. in the morning for all my food shopping, which is cool. Yay! But so I had these things to do after my session with my client, which I booked, which was a late session because my client was on the other side of the world where it's like different time of day. And then, of course, my boy wakes me up at 5. Or this morning, I think he woke me up at about 5:15, 5:10. So I had a bit, about 2:15, 2:20, 2:25, to something like that. And when I go to sleep, no matter what time I go to sleep, I put my head on the pillow, and when my head touches the pillow, that's when I'm sleeping. Doesn't normally take me more than a minute to go to sleep. So I'm quite lucky in that much. I can really customize my sleep. But for me, I find that the black storax can overstimulate, make me want to dream more, which means that I'm not doing enough. Okay, so here's a really interesting point, and I'd like us to get into deja vu after this, but there's a little spiritual practice, which is probably one of the most fundamental spiritual practices that there is. It's called the daily review. It is done in Vedic schools. I was first taught that when I was young, when I was a child. And so it's a tradition taught by the Western mystery schools. The ones that I'd been guided by were basically using these traditional techniques. George Jeff of the Self-Remembrance School of Thought had a lot to say about this practice, as do the Masons, as do the Golden Dawn, and all the other organizations, the White Eagle Lodge and the Aquarian Foundation, and the Theosophists and the Anthroposophists, and all of them. They all basically practice this exercise, as well as the Gurujis in India will teach you the same exercise. So it's universal, interestingly enough. And what it is you, at the end of your day, don't do it when you're lying down. Sit up before you go to sleep. And the best thing to do, my experience for utilizing this exercise, is have a place that you sit. So when you wake up, right, sit on one point next to your bed, preferably not on your bed. So that's your place where you start your day, and you sit in that point for 30 seconds or a minute, whatever, before you start doing anything, whatever that is. Then at the end of the day, you come sit back on the same point. And what you do is you sit on that point and you go backwards in your memory, traveling backwards. This is the key. Through each memory backwards until you get back to the point in the beginning of the day that you were sitting on that same point that you were sitting at when you woke up. And you run through the entire day. And when you first start doing it, it takes like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. When you get better at it, it takes like half an hour. And you get good at it, it becomes a real bloody chore. You got to sit there for an hour because you remember so much. But what that does do is it sort of unwinds and rewinds your spiral. Anyway, I can explain it. And it balances the dream balances so that you won't overdream or underdream. If you need to dream, you will dream. But you'll only dream if you need to dream what you need to dream. So you won't be lost in endless nights of dreams. If you're suffering from nightmares or suffering from this or that ever, and for nightmares or any of that, frankincense is obviously the key. Myrrh is also very powerful. Stimulating dreams, black storax, even white storax to a certain degree, because it lubricates the mental body. There's an interesting point with this Gopal. I've been using the Mayan Gopal, and it seems to be stimulating my memory. So Mayan Gopal, something to be thought about, memory stimulant. Obviously, that's going to stimulate the ability to recognize the dream energy frequencies of consciousness. We've got to understand that the dream is not experienced in the brain. It is experienced outside of the body in an extra dimensional field. And then this has got to be taken through the brain and brought to the cerebral cortex to be processed after being coded or re-informed by change of language formatting in the through the actions of the pineal and the thalamus, which is what we call the REM gates, the REM sleep gates. So this practice will basically streamline all of those processes in your brain so that you're able to, when you dream, remember the dream, which is quite interesting. Because what you notice is that if you wake up in the morning, these dreams slip away pretty damn fast. you gotta hold on tight because they're like literally like little fishes swimming away from you. You gotta grab the tail and hold it. You gotta hold on tight to keep that little fish from swimming away. And so using frankincense, using gopal, using black storax, using these resins will obviously help considerably. And there's another point that I think to be brought into here. The dreams are extra dimensionally experienced. So what is deja vu, right? And this is something which I've also, like, it's been a big part of my life. And sometimes, like Petra was saying, you can have the deja vu beforehand, which is interesting when you are waiting for the deja vu to happen. And sometimes my ex-wife would look at me and say, what's going on? I'm saying, no, I'm waiting. Like, something's going to happen now. That person's going to say something. It's going to happen. And sometimes you're disappointed because it hasn't happened. And then it happens. So I think that this extra dimensional reality is something to be considered. Why deja vu exists is because we're not living here. This physical reality isn't here. It doesn't exist at all. We're existing somewhere else. And our brain is recognizing the experience that we're having somewhere else and putting it into a language form of the matrix so that we are experiencing it here between 2 and 4 seconds delay. So we're actually living somewhere else 2 to 4 seconds ahead of what we're living here. It's something to digest, but it gives you an insight into why deja vu is so common. Because when we're in the extra dimensional state, time is not so linear. And we're also 2 to 4 seconds delay. So when we're having that delay is when we're starting to recognize on some energetic level that we're not actually here, that we're not actually in this Maya, that this Maya is an illusion, it is a fantasy, that this is dream time from a shamanic perspective, and that the dream time is actually us existing somewhere else. And I use the word somewhere else loosely, just somewhere else than what this seems to be solid structures, because all of these solid structures are our mind's interpretations of the astral moving through the etheric. But actually, we are moving through these two patterns. It's the way the Ida and Pingala is running through the spinal systems of our energy bodies is really where we are existing through those nodes in space-time. But we find that experience of all of these nodes seems to be functioning here, which it isn't actually. And I'd love to put that across to all of you. It brings us back to a discussion from the Matrix we had a long time ago, but I think it's really important for us to jump on the deja vu thing. And I'd love to hear what you have to say about it. Dr. K, you were going to say something about deja vu, and I think you forgot, or am I wrong?
I feel like deja vu is the remembrance of a premonition. What do you guys think about that?
Well, deja vu is proof positive that one, like Franklin just said, you're not here, you are not local, but more importantly, that you've done this before, right? So I tend to look at it kind of like an actor on cue, like you're on your mark, okay, now go, right? Because this is obviously going to be kind of important going forward, or it's a possible cycle being repeated, but there's a level of importance. You know, everything in your consciousness points you to this moment. It's up to you to determine the hows and the whys, but we can look at it in whatever way. How do you make it serve you best?
Can I jump in? Let me mute this for a second. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So there's a lot of interesting things being said, honestly, especially about dreams. I consider myself like a dream master doctor person because when I was like 2, like I was a regular kid, but after I had my car accident and almost died, lost a lot of blood and whatnot, I started to see stuff that wasn't regular, and I thought I was just crazy. because I thought, as a kid, I had this insight that, maybe I had a concussion or something, like a residue for years. But it wasn't that. It wasn't anything physical. I always asked the doctors, like, is it okay if I see ghosts? And they'd be like, they just look at me and then look at my mom, and she'd go, he has dreams that come true all the time. And then the doctor's like, what did you dream about today? And I would tell him, like, well, I dreamed that you were going to say that I'm going to have to keep my bandage on for another year, maybe. And he's like, that's exactly what I was going to say, and he'd be like, what the heck, what is this kid? But at a while, from 6 and up, I used to always see something over my skin, like I guess you could call it your etheric body, but I would call it the ka, or the chi, as you guys would put it, or the I would call it the psyche in Greek. But it's just like I could see people's auras or whatever since I was 6, and I'd always seen it, but I never knew what it was. I always thought I was just, losing my mind, because I do wear glasses. And I would always ask people about it, and they'd be like, it's called infraction. It means that you're seeing some kind of a light refraction off of a background in a person's silhouette, right? But it's not that, because I would see it move when the person would not be like moving. Like it would go places and do stuff, and then they would get up and do the same thing I saw it do. And I was like, bruh, I'm seeing people's like after images or deja vu thing, and after a while, I got really good at it, and I could tell what people were going to do because of this. Like my mother, I could tell when she was going to come in and be upset at something that, about work or something like that, and then what she was going to do afterwards. And I could see that silhouette thing, that invisible ghost thingy-majigger, do everything that she was going to do. And I would always position myself accordingly, so I could maybe clean up whatever she knocked over, or open the door when she was going to get home before she, drove in the driveway, things like that. Like I could see stuff, and I always wondered what that was. And so one of my friends was like, hey, it's deja vu. And then when I got older, I actually saw The Matrix, and they talked about deja vu, and the cat walking past the thing, and then they said deja vu means what they say deja vu meant in Matrix, like it means that there's a glitch in the reality, in the system, or something like that. And for me, I always believed that was true until I got into mushrooms and just practicing meditating or whatnot. And you could see that a deja vu is what you think it is. It's not really a deja vu for you. It's actually a dream that you had that you've forgotten. And then you see it again. And you're like, oh, I remember that from somewhere, but I don't know where. And so you experience it again, and you think like, oh, deja vu. Or you feel that familiar experience that you've done it already. It's almost like when you wake up in the morning and you don't know where you are, but you know where you are because you've done it already many times. You're like, oh, where am I on the side of the bed this time? And it's like, okay, I'm on this side. I'm just gonna trust and put my legs over, to the right or the left, whatever. And you're always in the right spot, and you feel like it connected to that moment, and it becomes mundane, it becomes normal because it's every day, like the sun rising and setting. But I think that deja vu comes from the other side. Like, for example, in Matrix, they call the dude Morpheus. And a lot of people think Morpheus is a god of dreams. He kind of is, but kind of not. What Morpheus really represents is a hand going into the unknown and bringing back something for you to look at and ponder. It's like it's like your own hand going into beyond what you can perceive, taking something and putting it here. But the real God of dreams, or the real entities of dreams, is called Onri or Onryon, and they're connected to the Sanskrit word for eye, which is netra, or is it Nayan, Natra, something like that. I don't remember, but I know onriology is this science, the study of dreams. So this entity of dreams is something that you can read in the Iliad, I think, and Zeus sends it from Nyx, the god of night, or whatever, the god of darkness, to, I think it's Agamemnon, so that he can have a prophecy about his son or something like this. And when you understand the word of Onryon or Onri, Onrai, and Netra, and like Onrai and I, is connected to your psychic abilities, or the way we used to talk a long time ago before we started meeting different people who wanted to write stuff down, keep things in history. We all used to have this psychic connection. That's why when you can, that's why mothers have an easy time with children, especially when they're around them all the time, like babies. When the baby cries, they'll know exactly what it wants. But when a dad comes around, they're like, what do I do? Does it need a diaper change, or does it need food? What do I need to do to it? But the mother's like, you need to burp it. That's what it needs. And you're like, how'd you know that? And she's like, I just knew, And there's it's a psychic connection. We all have psychic power, psychic ability. Some people have such a high psychic ability that they're connected to what you would call a familiar spirit, or a genie, or what would you call it, a leprechaun? What else would you call it? A siren, a fairy, And these entities, they actually mimic your own voice, and they can make you believe that it's you doing the psychic stuff, but it's really not. And they hijack your, what we would call your ba, or your soul, and they would sit on your soul and have you convinced to do certain things that you think are your psychic ability, when it's really not. Like, for example, when you're angry at somebody, you can think about them, and your anger can be depleted by thinking about whatever you want to think about with them. You can think about throwing them in a ditch or something. I don't know, kicking them off a mountain or whatever. But then your anger will subside. But sometimes when you're really angry, it doesn't subside, and it lasts forever. It becomes a grudge, and a grudge is actually a manifestation of this genie, fairy, whatever, this psychic energy mass that you created from that negative energy. And it can actually go off and touch them and affect them. Like, you can hurt somebody with your thoughts. It's funny, but they would call it, cursing or black magic. So for dreams, what I noticed is, when I used to practice astral projection, I used to teach people, I was always upset with myself because I couldn't get folks to do it easily. And I always wondered why. Why can't they do it easy like me? What's stopping them? And I realized it's fear. A lot of people, when they really get into dreams, crazy stuff happens, and they don't like the sense of no control. Because in real life, you have a lot more control than you do in the dream world. Just being honest, there's so much stuff that can connect to you in the psychic realm of existence, where your Ankh is. Where you have to, the Ankh is separate from the Ka and the Ba, but it's connected to your psychic ability, but not really. It's more like your spirit. And a lot of people don't have a spirit that's alive. It's kind of dead in a lot of folks. You have to make it come alive. And a lot of times it's impossible for some people to make it come alive because they're too scared to risk. You have to take big risk, because it's something that you don't know you want, because you don't have it yet. And you don't know you need it because you don't have it yet. But when you see someone who has it, you know they have it. It's like what do you call it? Like you can feel it. It's like the connection that a mother has with her baby. She knows what it needs. And when you feel someone who's got spirit that's really alive, you can feel it and you want it too. And you're like, hey, how do you get that? What do you got? Can I have some of that? And Buddha would call it the slipstream entry. And it's a process that he explains how to get your spirit to awaken by a lot of thinking processes and whatnot. Also physical processes, not just all thinking. It's not all like meditating and philosophizing. It's just you have to do stuff. Like for example, I used to suck at lucid dreaming, but then I started doing parkour. Okay, and because I used to suck at lucid dreaming, I didn't understand why. But when I started doing parkour and doing crazy stuff like climbing buildings and standing on the edge of stuff like a crazy person, doing backflips off high stuff, I started to understand why I couldn't lucid dream as great as I could, or why I couldn't astral project as far as I could. It was because of fear. I had a fear of death. I had a fear that I could die. And once I kept combating that fear with parkour and hurting myself and healing and hurting myself and healing and hurting myself and healing and facing my fears and repeating that over and over again and running from cops or whatever, like it builds some kind of a resistance in you for the fear. And then you can go into your dream and actually die and go places you'd never imagined, like because you're not scared no more. Like you can sit there and get that hypnagogic state where you're half awake, half asleep, and your body's paralyzed. You can't move nothing. And you're like, oh, snap. And you can be scared and paralyze yourself from crossing over. Or you can face your fear and be like, all right, I'm ready. Let's do it. And then you can experience all the crazy stuff that happens and actually get sucked out of your body. And when you have that sense of adventure and risk, your ability to astral project, to do any kind of psychic stuff will heighten. But psychic things and spiritual things are totally different. For example, I didn't know there's a difference until recently when I got into Christianity or whatever. And I started to learn about the Fuma, which is the, the soul in Greek, and the psyche, which is the, psyche is the soul in Greek, and Fuma is the spirit in Greek. And when you get into the spirit of things, that is when you actually understand that you can't do anything. You can't do anything great on your own. That's like the key is spirit, to opening your spirit, to be humble in a way where you want something. You want something to like help you grow in a way that you didn't know you could. It takes like faith or whatever, hope, faith, whatever those words are. But psychic abilities are something you develop on your own. So going back to my car accident, the near-death experience didn't give me a spirit. It didn't give me more spirit, which I would think it would. Like a lot of people think that, but it really gives you more psychic ability, because the reality that you've experienced so long and felt, confident in, that is, a certain way, will be totally destroyed. Like Shaman Franklin he's died too. And so he can attest to the fact that his psychic ability like skyrocketed after he came back from being dead, because it's something about knowing that this world is not it. A lot of people don't know that. They can never know it. No matter how much they read, no matter how much they meditate with a guru, no matter how much they eat healthy and exercise, they will never experience it unless something terrible happens to them. And Petri, I don't know how you say her name. It's spelled funny, like Prtri, but I would say Petri. She's explained something about her archetype of being the the damaged youth, or someone who's been abused young. So her psychic ability should be up there, because she's experienced some kind of oppression, or some kind of a negative domineering presence in her life. So it would shake her out of being normal, perceiving the world like a normal person. So her psychic ability should be way up there. But this psychic ability that isn't the same thing as spirit. Spirit is like, it's totally different. It's something that you have to get from giving up your psychic ability. You have to be like, hey, I don't care about my psychic ability. I give it up. I don't have much faith in it anymore. I surrender it to something higher. And then your spirit will start growing, because whatever you want to call it, source, the all father, whatever, whatever you want to call it, the universe, will start to grow your spirit by attacking you in a weird way. And it seems like, what would you say, like Morpheus was doing to Neo, is what the universe would do to you if you give up your ability, your own ego. Just surrender it. You'll start growing your spirit, and your spirit is so much stronger than your psychic ability. It's way stronger. Like, for example, we call it the Holy Spirit in Christianity. So when I meet people, especially outside, like not on the internet, but when I'm out and I like walk past folks, they look at me, they turn around and look at me and say, "Do I know you?" I'm like, "No." What can I do for you? Is usually what I say. And they say, "I feel like I know you from somewhere." I'm like, "I'm sure you don't know me. I don't go out. I stay home all the time." And they'll be insistent that they know me. And I'm like, well, we can share numbers or whatever and get to know each other more. And they're like, "No, it's all right." And then they leave. And then I meet them again, the same, like in the same 30 minutes, checking out or just looking at something in the store. And they'll come up to me and say, "Do you know so-and-so?" And I'll say, "No, but I know of a so-and-so." And then we'll explain our so-and-sos, and they'll be the same person almost. Like they'll be exactly the same name, same hobby, same eye color, hair color, interests, whatever, but they won't be the same person. And I realized that's because the spirit has brought them to me, because the spirit wants them to, break out of their, their perception of who they know or what they believe. Because once they get shaken up a little bit, they can, start to question their reality. They can start to ask themselves those existential questions about, why do I remember these people who I don't know? Why do I feel this way about this person? Why do I experience this? Or why did this event happen to me? And then they can go back home and, grow their spirit. They can ask the thing, the presence in them that knows all, instead of relying on their own, psychic ego stuff. And they can actually grow their spirit, and their spirit will just know stuff without knowing it. I don't know how to explain it to you, really. It's just something you have to practice or just give up yourself for. But going back to dreams and memory, dreams and memory are very much connected because it's psychic stuff. When you practice memory exercises, like Shaman was explaining, when you go back in your day, it really does build your memory, but it also builds your imagination. And the more you build your imagination, the easier your dreams will come to you, and the more sense they'll start to make. Because when your memory sucks, your dreams suck. No offense. It just, you can't, it didn't make sense. You'll see a lot of random banana stuff because your memory is messed up. You'll start seeing different dreams in your memory of your dreams that aren't connected at all. And you'll be like, I had a dream that I went down a rabbit hole and I saw a giant talking rabbit. I'm quoting the Alice in Wonderland. And then I saw some cards that were talking to me and blah, blah. They could be all different dreams. But because your memory is terrible, you think it's all one dream. And that's what's cool about practicing memory practices. And you can read about it in the Bhagavad Gita also, about how to solidify your memory. But I practiced the Loki method, the method of Loki, which is called the memory palace in many psychology schools. And what the memory palace is you take a memory and you put it in a room, in a house. And the more you visit that room in that house, the more the memory will start to envelop and create life in that room. Or you can take a piece of information and put it in that room. Like, for example, I would take spelling tests, or spelling tests in school, and I would put a word in a room, and I would put like something connected to the word on the wall, or I put like a teddy bear connected to the word on the bed in the room, or a living room, whatever. And the more I did it, the easier my spelling tests were, because I just could close my eyes, go through my house. And you always have to make a house that you grew up in. That's why a lot of wealthy people have great memory, because they travel a lot and they go into new houses all the time. The more you travel and go into a new life situation, the better your memory becomes, because your brain starts to equate survival with your surroundings. So you start to remember, oh, I had this house with 5 rooms when I was 5 years old to 10. And when I moved, I had this house with only 4 rooms and 2 bathrooms when I was 10 to 12. And then we moved again, and I had this only a 2-bedroom, one bathroom house from 16 to 18. And then you start to have more houses for your memory palaces, and you can start putting a lot of different things in it, and you can grow like a photographic memory, sort of, because you're getting so good at it. And then your dreams can be so much easier to access. Like, you can lucid dream so easily. And a lot of people use lucid dreaming as a catalyst to astral project. And some people think they astral projected when they lucid dream the whole time. And it takes what you call someone said it in here already, shared dreams. It takes that to show you if you've done it or not. If you astral projected, and it means you had a shared dream. If you just had lucid dreamed and you thought someone was there and yada yada, and they weren't really there in their mind or whatever, it was just your own lucid fantasy, your imagination. But I think, going back to deja vu, I have a feeling that dreams come from the better you can dream is a product of your memory, and your memory is a product of being torn out of this reality by traumatic experiences or existential questions that you got answered from an unknown source, like a genie, familiar spirit, whatever, the All-Father, Jesus Christ, whatever it is you want to call it, guardian angels, spirit guides, whatever. And you have to really take their understanding with a grain of salt, because some spirits just want to hijack you for real, and they'll pretend like they're all great and they want the best for you, but they really don't. They just want to experience, dominion over this reality through your own soul, through your your ba. And that's why I guess they've made it a human head with a bird body. But I think that deja vu is a product of this, and you just have to practice it more and more. Meditate, not meditate aimlessly like sunyata, which Buddha teaches, the meditation of emptiness. You should actually meditate on your memories, bring them out, dissect them, get into them deeply, and understand that, hey, your memories can be altered by things you watch on TV, things people say to you, new experiences that mimic those memories. So you can't trust your memory 100%, because if you do, you get into a sort of stagnant state. You have to let your memories be kind of fluid, and let them grow and become refined plants. You can't let the weeds of your own misconceptions actually ruin your memories. But I think that's it. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to hop off in a minute. I've got to get going. So I just wanted to share a few thoughts real quick. First, I'll start with, my name is Petra. It is spelled with an I as in I. So if you want to pronounce it Petra, you would not be incorrect. But that's how I pronounce my name. And I know it's confusing, so absolutely no worries ever. I think imagination is really important. Super important, because imagination is your psyche. It is your thoughts. It is your mental body, which, as we kind of were discussing before, your thoughts charged with your emotional frequency is what you project, is the reality that you call in. And so I think that it's really important to understand that your imagination has the potential to create pretty much any kind of scenario. And there was the point made of that, it's not all about meditation. Definitely, I feel that mindful awareness is of most importance when talking about all of these things. It's not just staying in a meditative state. There is absolutely a degree of mindful awareness that needs to be brought into all of these things, and bringing this into our realities. For as far as deja vu, most of the time for me, it has been a reliving of something, whether I have dreamt it before or whether I have experienced it in another lifetime or whatever the case may be. But it is a knowing that I have been here, that I have seen this, that I have been a part of this conversation, whatever the situation is, it is part of my knowing. And I apologize, I misspoke before. I used the term clairsentience, Indy, and that is so wrong. We were talking about claircognizance, right? The knowing, claircognizance. Clairsentience is the feeling.
Feeling, yeah.
Is the feeling. Which I think they all are very closely tied together, but we were specifically talking about the knowing, which is claircognizance. And of course, the clairvoyance, Quinty, like you were explaining, the shadow beings, I think that's super resonant for me. Particularly, I've definitely experienced that. And it feels like witnessing not a different realm necessarily, just a different time. So seeing things as they will come to pass. So I definitely heard that part of what you were saying. And what we were talking about before about the waiting, that I thought that was really interesting. I think Franklin was talking about being in that state of deja vu and just waiting for it to happen, knowing, being in that state of knowing and waiting. And yeah, definitely. I will just like kind of stop in my tracks at points and be like, hold on a second. I've been here. I know what's happening here. And sometimes it feels like as soon as I stop thinking about it, that thing comes to pass. So it has become a part, as I said, of my knowing, but it also has aided my intuition, and at times been something of a guide for me to understand present moments and to navigate them. So I just wanted to end on that. And thank you so much again for having me. I'm looking forward to coming back for another show very soon. Sending everybody so much love. Thank you to everybody in the chat for always being so active and wonderful. Sending you all so much love. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Petra, for joining us and bringing your beautiful energy, your heart, your wisdom, your understanding. And enjoy the day and the weekend with the fam. It's that
Thank you,
time of
Petra.
year when
Thank you, Petra. I always loved what you bring to the table, Petra. She's great. I love what Quinty was saying about the idea of Morpheus and the onaries. Oh, it looks like we have Mystic Ronin with us here now. So maybe we should take a break and give my brother an introduction. I can get back to the onaries in a minute.
welcome to the Ronin. And a Ronin, as you all know, if you don't know, you have the samurai. They follow the code. A Ronin is a samurai that doesn't have a master. He's decided not to follow the code of being with a master, to follow his own impetus, his own heart. Means he's wild. He's a free radical. He's a decoder. He's a crypto dude as well. He knows a little bit about money, which is a little bit like weird. Like, almost seeming like on the one hand, focusing on the decoding the physical to understand the spiritual. On the other hand, like crypto. They are connected though. There's a code in the crypto that's the same code that's hidden in the rest of the world. But Ronin is a beautiful brother, shamanically inspired, and now you can see that he's an amazing artist. Wow, that artist taking form. Welcome, brother. Thank you for joining us with your beautiful energy. And take a moment to introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, memories make me feel fine. I don't know if that's the words, but that's what I hear. Yeah, and as far as, by the way, gratitude, peace, and harmony, it is incredible honor to be here. Yeah, shout out to Mexico. Yeah, I mean, Indy's got his shirt on. I'm wearing. It's a little chilly out. We're not topless today. But anyways, when it comes to decoding, and especially things like financial, oh well, Magic with Quad wants me to stop, and us heathens, you tell us to stop something, that's just gonna make us do it even more. But yeah, anytime, especially with any financial stuff and numbers, it's actually quite easy. It's a video game, so when it comes to that regard, why not use this gnosis and decoding for practical uses? But anyway, beautiful conversation, and I don't want to digress. And I know Indy was going somewhere, so love this conversation. And yeah, and by the way, that was not an angel magic. That was me. I know it sounded like an angel in perfect pitch, but that was me. But anyway, let's continue. I don't want to get in the way, man. Massive love. Thank you. And shout out to Mormon Rishi. You are unconditionally loved, my friend. Spirit loves you. You are powerful. Okay. And if you're having a down time, we all have those times. And just know that, when you boil it down, so much gratitude, and we appreciate you, Mormon Rishi. So we're sending you such high vibes and good vibes, and it's all one. We're not alone. So yeah.
Send you love to Norman Rishi.
Yeah, sending love to you.
All loving him and woman.
I want to say something about this, if I might, just for a moment. What is depression? I think it's an important thing to consider. People think of depression as being a bad thing. I think of God, and I'm using that word very, very, very loosely. I'm thinking of the capital G, which is the symbol for the spiral of life, the golden phi ratio, as that spiral of G, which connects things to other things through the mathematics of Ma'at, the Ma'at that covers the firmament with her body. That is the structure that holds the place so that Atlas can hold the world. And so I think of the structure of this G reflecting odd. And odd is a word for odic force. So when we speak of odic force, it's old occult misnomer, no, not the right word. Old occult term for odic force is the force that we emanate from our being, which can produce changes and results in reality. So that name of that ability to, think Star Wars and think the Force. That's odd. And when you scratch your head and say, that's odd, it's because something unusual is happening. Reality is like wonking out. So the ability to wonk reality is odd. And that G, which is the spiral of life, is God. So when I say God, that's what my brain is interpreting as the word God, in case someone thinks I'm talking about some book. But so God is pressure, and the astral form is putting pressure of energy into the etheric, and the etheric is putting pressure into the physical. And the physical is like this, all the pressure of the etheric form with all that energy pushed into the etheric form in order to give us the structure. And then the brain goes, hold on, let's create a duplicate. And it creates a duplicate, and that's this world we're living in, this matrix, the duplicate created by the mind. That's the thalamus having fun. So when I'm thinking of pressure is the consciousness, which is the consciousness field condensing into form and materialization. So what is depression? When we become very stuck in the forms, which are the physical manifestations of events, which is, it's inevitable. You eat, you get stuck in the forms of what you've just eaten. This is how the life is. You've got to eat the food. The food's got to be compressed in your stomach, and the compression has got to take things apart, and each little thing's got to be compressed to the point that it breaks into lots of separate little pieces, which are then compressed back together again to form new pieces, and those compressed pieces are moved around to different parts of the body to be compressed back into place to keep the tissue alive. So we've got this continuous cycle of this compression that is allowing for us. So this depression, what we call depression, is when we are releasing that structure that keeps us bound in the physical. So depression's a good thing. Sending this out there to you. I think depression is a sign that you're actually breaking through. And we tend to say, oh, depression's bad. No, depression means like you're depressurizing, which means you're becoming more etheric and astral conscious. It means you're becoming more aware of the energy field of the consciousness spectrum that's becoming reality. And I want to invite Surya Nadia. Surya Nadia is a wonderful artist. She's also very sensitive. She's a mummy. She's also a devoted wife. She's a very inspired and inspiring human being. She's probably going to have a lot to say about this depression thing in a really wonderful way. Her words, we all know her words from her beautiful poetic pages where she's continually writing her poetry and sharing it with the world. Welcome, Nadia. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. And do flick a few words our way if you have a moment. God bless you, and thank you, and welcome.
Thank you. I do have a moment. I step in to a discussion where depression is involved, and I've been a witness of being raised by someone who had a depression. So I know firsthand how it is.
Well, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. And so, yeah, that depression, when we're experiencing depression, we think it's a bad thing, but I think it's the cure. It's when the healing is happening, we get depressed. When the healing isn't happening, we think we're okay. When we think we're okay, we're not okay. It's when we think we're not okay that we're okay. And this is funny little metaphor in life. Everything's turned upside down. When you think you really know what's going on, you don't. The moment you're questioning what you think you know.
Depression is when it comes out, when everything that's bothering you comes out. That's a depression. If you're used to running away from your feelings, from your emotions, you'll find yourself a moment where you get depressed. And if you cannot cope with it in the right way, then you stay depressed. It's only when you start looking at yourself when you can heal.
Exactly, when we deny depression. Sorry, yeah?
Franklin, I love how you were talking about, you touched on just now, there's almost like these parallel kind of there's this 3D matrix kind of firmware, which would cause us to be depressed. And it's a side by side with our spiritual firmware, right? So I love the song Dreams Stacked on Top of Dreams, Stacked on Top of Dreams, Stacked on Top of Dreams. Things being stacked on top of each other, I think, and could really cause that press, as I think you were alluding to with that depress. Feeling pressed, man. Feeling pressed. All these, you know, and that's where we get into detaching from a lot of the material world. I like the material stuff, but I'm not attached to it, right? I like comfortable things, but also, you know, I have gratitude for every little thing that I have, right? So when we, one, identifying why are you depressed, chances are because things are not happening the way you want them to happen, or things are not as you wish them to be in your the way, your point of view. So that could cause one to have depression. When in the same moment, you know, I'm here in the United States. The electricity stays on pretty much most of the time. So I have all these like basics. I got a roof. So I have gratitude for all these basics things that I have. Embracing a mentality of gratitude greatly helps with any depression thing. Looking in the mirror, a practice that I always talk about and do myself. And it's also not as simple as, it's easy but difficult. But in the morning, looking at yourself in the mirror, in your own eyeballs, and saying, I love you. That act sounds simple, but I'm telling you, and make sure that mirror is real clean too. Like, don't have, you know, that you got to get that mirror real clean. You got to look at it and you go, I love you. That act will have you. Now, can you even look yourself in the eyes? Think about that. Like literally do what I'm saying. Like, try this tomorrow morning, and then see if that changes your perspective, and then your actions follow. Free your mind, and the rest will follow. I'm in a singing mood. I'm not going to sing anymore. I don't want to hurt the speakers, but depression, I mean, I think we've all been there. I've definitely been depressed. I've been so depressed because I was not connected with spirit, that I was on a conscious self-destructive path. Like I told myself I'm trying to destroy myself. There was a time, right? That was a dark place. And I'm sure we've all been in dark places. Luckily, I survived that and came out and go, and love myself. Really, it's really about love. And do I love myself? No one else can. You ever seen someone depressed and you're trying to talk, like the things that I'm saying right now to a really depressed person is probably it's just, you can't lift that depression off of someone. You know what I'm saying? You can help them, but they have to want to start lifting. You have to spot them, you know, like in the gym, you might be able to spot somebody, but they got to do that. So I totally resonate, or I have compassion for depression. I mean, ask me tomorrow, I might be depressed. Like right now I'm good, but 5 minutes from now I might be depressed, you know, but it's it's a journey, you know. It's easy for me to sit here and tell you how to be happy or whatever, when I still struggle with these things myself. It's easy. Franklin can give me the best wisdom, right? But it won't make a difference unless I internalize these things, right? We're all smart. I think everyone here is like really smart. So you would like overstand things, as they say, but then eventually that has to sink into understanding, and this information that we have has to become a part of us, and then really activate and really get connected. And some of these little practices that I mentioned just help along the way. You know, it's like fake it till you make it. You know, even like smiling. If you just walk around, when you walk into a room, instead of You know, you walk in and smile, just that act, those muscles will change the vibe and change your vibe. So anyway, I totally get the depression thing, man. And it has to do a lot with spirit.
I love what you're saying, brother, and I'd like to add to that that you're talking about the affirmation. Basically, it's what you're doing. You're affirming something positive. And one thing I'd add to that is the best mirrors are each other. And so to walk up to somebody and tell them I love you, that is like looking yourself in the mirror. And that is probably the only way you can cure or help somebody through a challenging time. And it sounds like that good book, doesn't it? That good book that the Catholics use to like burn people. Sorry if you're Catholic out there, but I'm really not against. I'm against people being burnt and thrown into rivers with rocks tied to themselves because of their ESP or spiritual gifts or psychic abilities. But the idea of giving to another in that way, because then you're giving to yourself, sort of like the best way to cure depression is to not be depressed. That might sound ridiculous.
No. No. Can I come in a little bit? Because I like what you guys are saying, but as someone who went through depression and got out of it, not by myself, I understand that what you're saying may trigger people, honestly, because there's a difference, but also a similarity between oppression and depression. You can be in a situation where people are beating you all day long, and you can say, hey, smile about it, or hey, you're loved, you know, and that won't help you not get hit. You can't stop being abused by seeing it good or whatever. So I don't want to be like fake and say, you know, depression is all healing and whatnot, because it's not always, you know, it's not always that, because sometimes a depression can be a result of oppression. It can be a result of abuse, a result of a lack of power, you know, a lack of assistance in this sort of way. It's not always about your own mind, you know. And I feel like if we see it as something that it's not always up to the other person, you can actually, like Mr. Ronan said, you know, spot them. And I really like that, because it reminds me of Krishna, but and also Jesus or whatever. Like when you see someone down in the dumps, telling them how to get out of the dumps isn't always what they need. You know, sometimes they just need what would you say, like some compassion. And compassion can come in many forms. Like somebody could be offended if you tell them you love them, you know, but instead of saying it, you can show it by asking them how are they doing, and actually listen. You know, some people ask you how you're doing, don't even listen to the reply. You know, and I guess Ronan would understand that, because he lives in the state I live in. People always go, hey, how you doing, and walk by, and you're like about to answer, I'm doing fine. You know, you have to shout it because they already walked past you. But it's just the thing people do. People don't give a damn. No offense. And when you're like depressed, it's really hard to find someone who really gives a crap, because no one does. They think, you know, I got out of my own depression, you can do it too. Or, you know, I got this for myself, you can do it too, you know. And I get it. It's about self-empowerment, but man, sometimes you just have to, sometimes people need like someone to strap their leg to them and do a 3-leg race and help them see that they can do it, you know, by you doing it with them. You know, like a child, you can tell a child any day, you know, hey son, you can chop this log. You can chop this log by yourself. I'll watch. And then the kid's like, okay, show me how to do it. And then you show them how to do it, and you do it. And then you say, okay, now you try. And the kid's like, and then they try and they don't do it. And you're like, keep trying, you know, you can do it. And the kid might get depressed because he can't do it like you. you know? So you have to take his hands in your hand and chop the wood with him, show him how to do it, and then he can get out of his depression. And I feel like that's something no one really said except, you know, Ronan a little bit with the spotting. And I think that's important for people who are depressed or even oppressed, you know, by things they can't control.
Yeah, that's interesting take on depression. There's definitely some validity to the fact that people can be triggered and such. I think that has a lot to do with how depression has been interpreted and pushed on us. I feel like we all know that people that are black sheep tend to be more prone to depression. And I feel like there's a whole thing about what Franklin was saying earlier, where when we think we're happy, we're really not, and we're closed up inside, and we have that inner turmoil, and it's locked in, and we're in full denial of it, and we don't even let ourselves know that we're unhappy. And so it's easier for us in that stage to say, oh, those people are the problem. I hate that when that happens, and just focus on that external locus of control. Also, when we're depressed, it's told to us that we need support from others and we need medicine, things outside of ourselves. I personally have had the experience that after going through my personal journey through spiritual ascension and stuff, I found that my interpretation of depression changed as I was able to remedy it with spiritual tools. When I found an article called The Golden Opportunity by a spiritualist here in Asheville, North Carolina, named Benjamin Bernstein, he wrote this article, and it suggests that when we experience an emotional reaction, whether that's like frustration, sadness, anger, that is an golden opportunity. And if we can see things in this light, we can understand how depression is an amazing opportunity for greater potential and transformation. When we see ourselves in that time when we're having an emotional reaction, we can pause and not emotionally react and start to control our breathing and start to calm ourselves. Then we can understand that that emotional reaction we were about to make was going to be a mistake, and that we were now able to pause and gain our composure and learn that in those situations, we do not have to show that. When it's anger, it's like you're holding the blade and trying to hit someone else, or drinking the poison that you were trying to poison with others. And when we can use that reflection and understand, okay, this is an opportunity for me to transform the ways that I respond to the world around me. And I want to respond in ways that are going to be constructive for one and all. And so oftentimes you will also experience things like in depression, intrusive thoughts. Oh, that one time I did that stupid thing. Why did I do that? Your subconscious mind is allowing you to reinterpret that experience. Oh, I thought that was a bad time. I want to push that away. And the more we resist, the more that it will persist. Now, when we say, oh, I want to understand that must have been a blessing in disguise. What can I have gained from that mistake that I had made? What can I had learned from the experience that it gave me? And what can I do to bring that to the forefront in the future for myself, to be able to learn and use that lesson and then let that go? And when you can let that go and use the lesson, I feel like that's how depression is supposed to work, but it's been hidden from us. And so if we try to reach outside, grappling like, please, somebody give me the love that I need, fill this void inside of me, they can't reach it. But it helps us. It does help us that people do care, because they see us suffering and they want to help us, but we can only really help ourselves. So, but it's really helpful to have an emotional support network and to have those spiritual tools provided to us. So we do need to learn about how to heal ourselves, but once we've been led to the door of self-healing, we can take that into our own hands and start to work with it. But it requires surrender, and it requires transmutation of our inner turmoil into inner peace and love and acceptance.
I see what you're saying, and I completely relate to that. I think that the whole idea of being triggered is our society has sort of steered us away from being triggered because, oh, it's bad. You trigger the people with depression. Actually, what we call triggering is the first stage of healing, right? It's the first stage of healing is that reaction. So if we go through life afraid of triggering other people, we're preventing them from gaining healing. I think we've just got to be true to ourselves. And where the three-legged race sounds lovely, I don't personally prescribe to that, because to me it's like, if you want to learn to do three-legged races, then practice three-legged races. If you want to learn to walk on two legs, then walk on two legs, because it's walking on two legs and walking three-legged race are two different disciplines. And just by learning a three-legged race, it might actually make you walk funny when you walk on two legs. So you really want to walk on two legs. And the best way to teach someone to walk on two legs is to walk on two legs in front of them and let them watch, and not expect them to get it the first time. Not expect them to get it. They don't have to get it the first time or the second time or the third time or the fourth time, and they can get triggered 10, 20, 30 times. Each time they get triggered, they get depressed, which releases something more from the subconscious for them until they transform their experience for themselves. I think it's a very personal thing, the depression. And I think the moment we start blaming our depression on other people, like, oh, you triggered my depression, we're missing the point. And the moment we allow others to blame us for triggering their depression, I would say we are actually a part of the problem, because we should take responsibility for ourselves and allow other people to take responsibility for themselves. And the best way, I think, personally, I mean, my brother suffered with depression as well. I lost my little brother when he was young, when he was turning 18. So it was a bit of a challenge. And my other brother he struggled with that. But what I've noticed is I tried all of these different ways with him and with other people that I've known. I've often had friends that were involved in drugs and stuff. And I've found that when you try too hard to help them, you actually become a part of the problem. And when you step back and just be there and just say, hey, I love you, and just give them good love, and not go into the depression, sort of like, oh, I'm feeling so depressed. Yeah, but did you see the bird on the tree? Look at the bird. Look at that cute little bird. Ah, how beautiful is that little bird? Listen to that bird song. Sometimes what depression people need is to just have their attention taken away from what's depressing them, so that they can look at something fresh and go, actually, you're right. That bird song's really beautiful. And that cloud in the air is actually really pretty. And actually, the world is actually quite beautiful. So why am I feeling depressed? And if they can shift the consciousness to finding any beauty in the world, that beauty will reflect back within themselves. And so the what is being triggered or the depressive stuff will of itself be resolved. I don't think you can resolve anybody else's depression. I think, to me, it seems like wishful thinking, and it seems like almost a God complex of, I'm going to cure your depression. I can't cure anyone's depression. But at the same time, I think that, like, we need to be able to accept, and instead of feeling sorry for people, I think that when you see someone depressed and you feel sorry for them, you are enabling them on the psychic inner planes. Instead of feeling sorry for them, you need to be pragmatic and just see it for what it is, and just go, okay, I accept you. It doesn't matter what you are. You want to be unhappy, you want to be happy, it's all good. You can be what you are. I accept you for what you are, whatever you want to be. And then they'll go like, okay, I'm accepted. And that will give them the space safely to actually look inside themselves and recognize what's the depression. And like, people say, oh yeah, but I had a bad lot in life. Okay, so here's my story. I was I was beaten to the point of intensive care when I was 1 year old. And by the time I was 2, I'd been neglected so badly that someone could have been put in jail because of the malnutrition, how bad it was. And, I ended up jumping out of a window that was very high to find some kind of happiness. So, and then, of course, I drowned. And after I drowned, I wasn't allowed to play with the other children because I was called Devil's Child. And people were scared of me, and they treated me like I was evil and I was possessed by evil spirits. And I was exorcised by lots and lots of different priests. And then I was in an Afrikaans school where I understand what racism is like, right? Because I was English in an Afrikaans school, so I was treated like I was the wrong person, and I was picked on, and I was bullied, both by the teachers and by the students, because I was different. So, I mean, you could say I've got a reason to be depressed, but I'm not. And I was never depressed. Because I understood when I was young that if you are going to be in tune with your feelings, then just be what you were. And I was just always what I was. So if you allow yourself to be depressed, the depression will of its own resolve. What we call the perception of depression, I believe, is actually when we are resisting the depression. When we are trying to resist, like, I don't feel bad. No, that's bad. I don't want to feel bad. If you feel bad, feel bad. Start enjoying the fact that you feel bad, and allow someone else to enjoy what they're experiencing, because they will end up laughing at themselves in their own heads, I believe. And this is what I've noticed through life. Like I was often in a position to help people through bummer trips. And so if anyone was having like a bad trip at a psychedelic festival or whatever, people would send them like a sit next to this guy. And I'd have them laughing. I'm sure Ronan's probably played that role too. Show them a different perspective. Like, look at something else. Like, actually, did you notice that? That's quite funny. Did you notice that? It's quite funny. And in the end, people start laughing and go, "Are you still depressed? Are you still scared?" Like, and they go like, "No." I say, "Well, the only reason you were scared and depressed is because you forgot to laugh. Life is actually
Excuse me,
hilarious."
Shaman, if you don't mind, can I like clarify about the 3-leg race? Because I think you took it the wrong way, honestly. Because, for example, when you have a child, you are running a 3-leg race with your child, because they don't provide the food for themselves. They don't provide money for themselves or house for themselves. You're doing the walking for them. And you're exactly right. Like, they're not doing anything to provide for themselves. So when you are walking with them, you're helping them learn how to walk for themselves when they get to a point where they want to, exert their independence. So it's not like you are, attaching yourself completely to someone and making them, work with you or work beside you the whole time. It's like your assistants. That's what I'm trying to say. For example, like when you have someone you're trying to teach to swim, and they don't believe they can swim, right? They don't want to accept that they can swim. They're like, "I can't do it. It's too hard. It's impossible. I tried once. It didn't work, blah, blah." So there's nothing really you can do for them except get in the water with them and encourage them to try again with you. And when you get them to try it again, you can help them cure their depression. You can help them cure their fear. And it's like you're walking with them for like a short amount of time. But when you let go, like, when you teach a kid how to ride a bike, you hold them for a little bit and then you let go, you push them off, and they don't even know you let go. And they're like, "What do I do now, Dad?" Or, "What do I do now, Mom? Do I, do this and do that?" And you're like, "Hey, you're doing it. I'm way back here." And they're like, "I am doing it." Oh, and then they might fall off, and then they get back up and try it again. But it's a sense of assisting. Like, when you go through the world and no one assists you, you're not going to last long, for real. Like, you can't come from infancy to adulthood with no help. That's like nonsense. All right. Like Tarzan, Tarzan didn't even do it by himself. He had apes help him, right? So if you really look at it that way, you can see how depression works. Like, depression is a sense that you can't do anything. That's what Jesus came to cure. Jesus said, "Hey, just because you sinned and people hate you, get back up, take your bed and walk. Come on, you can do it. Come on. If I'm here talking to you and giving you love, then why do you think you can stay down there and be depressed?" And people would be like, "But my legs don't work. I'm cursed." Jesus like, "Do you believe you can be healed?" They're like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, get up and walk." Like, he didn't even say, "I healed you." He didn't even say, "I'm going to heal your legs." He just asked them if they believe they can be healed. And then they get up and try and do what he said. They try. That's the point. People who are like super depressed and they don't try, they're just going to stay there. That's just how it is. But if they try, then they can elevate themselves. It's like taking a step on a staircase, or it's like a baby learning how to walk. Like babies have to fall, and when it hurts, they still try it another time, but they cry, you know, and they keep trying. But they try it because you encourage them most of the time, you know. Children who aren't encouraged usually don't try very hard, or they stay believing they can't do stuff. So I believe that you mistook my analogy with three-legged race. Three-legged race is like support. It's like assistance or encouragement. And I think we all needed it, and we can't say we didn't. It'd be false. It'd be like I did it myself. I'm a self-made man or something like that, and that's like, nah.
Yeah, if I could chime in on some of this and to touch on a little bit what Franklin mentioned. One is really, truly realizing just how powerful you are. When someone says something to me and it makes me feel some type of way, even if their intentions are to insult me, right? Or they just say something and I feel insulted, or I feel this type of way, I literally look at that as a massive blessing. I think to myself, wow, thank you. And this could be any topics that make me feel uncomfortable. If I feel uncomfortable, I look at that as such an amazing blessing. And I go, why do I? Then I can sit and go, why do these words or this topic make me feel, I feel, you know, why? Right. And then I can really dissect that. And then that thing loses its power over me. And I just become a lot lighter. You know, there were, to use some analogies in real world times, and sports is one, and especially the military is one. How do they make you strong? What's a sports team thing and what's a military thing? What do they do to make you strong? They get in your face. They cuss at you. They tell you you're stupid. They do all this stuff, right? And you kind of get in your feelings for a second, then it gets less and less and less, and you become way more powerful. You might look at those drill sergeants or that coach or whatever as, well, they're such jerks. But what happens at the end? You are more powerful later on. That's one way. That's not the only way, but I'm just using that as an analogy, right? You don't have to go through that. So if someone comes crying to me like, oh my gosh, can you believe what Franklin said to me? Oh my. Instead of me going, oh dear, really? Oh my gosh, I can't believe Franklin would say that to you. Oh my. I would look at them like, what'd he say? Okay, well then deal with it. Are you, when you boil it down on some of this stuff, you kind of gotta start from the foundation. Who are you? You know what I mean? You got, as some people say in the streets, you got bitch in your heart. You know what I mean? Or are you powerful? And that starts with a lot of the physical stuff, right? So a lot of these physical things prior to getting to the spiritual side and the mental side, all these little self-affirmations or eating properly or whatever the case may be, those are, or intermittent fasting, crystals, whatever. That's the physical. So you have to, those are big parts in accompanying the spiritual side, because there's levels, and eventually if you keep going, eventually you'll get to this spiritual stuff, and then this is limitless. These are limitless topics. Then things don't, and you keep going, like maybe years ago, we're talking about psychic and ESP and all that stuff. Years ago, maybe this sounded really weird to some people. You're like, that's sorcery, isn't it, for me, or whatever. That's just silly. And now you come here and you're kind of like, oh, I want to learn more about this. This is a thing. This is another power that we can unlock, And what's funny is to Petrie's thing. Yeah, if someone's stuck in their depression, what's wild again, like I said, you turn your back on them like the prodigal son. That's love. Do you fully understand what love is? Perhaps love is turning your back on someone. You try to help them. Guess what? You turn your back on them. Kalel turns their backs on. We all turn our back on them. They have nowhere else to go to unload their toxic stuff externally. Then they're stuck by themselves. You imagine, I can't imagine being in like a jail cell for a long period of time, right? By yourself. And going in, that's a real harsh way of going in internally and going, how did I end up here? Is it the system's fault? Or is it my fault? I could have navigated better. So when you turn your back on people, it's actually beneficial to them. And that is really tough love, but that is also love. Then when they come back, you're there, you have the open arms, like, yo, I'm back, I'm bruised and battered. And then you go, come on in. Here's your treasure. Here's your crown. You're a prince. You're a princess. You're a queen. You're a goddess. You're a god. It took you a while to realize that. Everyone in here listening to this is a god. You have God DNA. Some of you have gold running through. A lot of us have gold running through our veins, traces of gold, literally, because that's an element that's out there. So when you realize that, some of the putting things in perspective, some of these little things, I didn't get the promotion, or I don't have a good car, or my bills, or whatever. Again, someone Mexico mentioned a long time ago, she saw 2 hawks. I see a hawk and I'm like, yo, this is so majestic. This is beautiful. I'm not thinking about my bills. That's part of, this matrix that wants you to get stuck here and not be able to focus on the spiritual side, So anyway, I just want to get some of that out there. I don't want to keep rambling.
I like what you said about the sports, because it reminded me of positive and negative reinforcement. And I feel like, some people may not be able to receive negative reinforcement, which is like yelling at you, calling you names. But some people can, like I can. I love negative reinforcement. That's how I learn, because I grew up with a narcissist. So I like when someone says, hey, Q, you suck at this. And then to me, I'd be like, yes, thanks. Now I'm going to get great at it,
And real quick, I just want to I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just real fast. Even in things like, I heard this recently, when growing wine, wine is one of those, it has to be in a special region. Wine in some places, one reason it grows really well in Italy and France and Spain is that it's in actually rocky soil. So the plant has to really battle to get itself going. And that makes the best grapes, evidently, and the best wine, as opposed to growing it in some really great, where otherwise other plants would normally grow easily. It doesn't turn out as well. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, that's the diamond in the rough complex, or truth. It takes pressure to make a diamond, right? So like I was saying, or like you were saying, with sports negative reinforcement, I believe that some people, it could really kill their spirit. It can make them depressed. But some people, it makes them motivated. Like me, it motivates. Like I love when someone tells me I'm not good, or I suck at this, or I need to, or I'm just terrible at something, or they hate that I do something. I don't know. It makes me want to do better. It motivates. It sets a fire in my feet. But when I'm praised for things, I don't really. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't like praise. Like I need negative reinforcement. Something that I grew up in, and I enjoy it. But I understand that some people, they can't handle it. Like they need more nurturing side of it. Like they need more positive reinforcement. They need more, you're doing great, or you're doing good at this, or I like the way you've been practicing this and this, and it helps them grow more. It's like some people grow more.
It's the tool at the time, I'm not saying,
Exactly.
Anyone that comes to you, you just start yelling at them.
and you know, like when you said turn your back on people, man, dude, that is exactly what Jesus tries to show, and Buddha, and a lot of, you know, great myths that we can read, and a lot of people don't get it. Like they get offended at like the possibility that love isn't all inclusive in the same way. And it's like, dude, you don't understand love then, because you can't love your mom and your wife the same way. That'd be weird. You know, you can't love your dog and your son the same way. That'd be odd. You know, you can't feed your son on the ground. You know, eat, son. It's time for you to eat, son. You know, let's go for a walk, son. You know, you can't do that. That's weird. So love is just different for different folks. And some people need the turn back thing, like turn your back on them, because they just, man, some people just, they're just hungry for a handout or something. They're just hungry for me. And you have to help them kill that by turning your back and just saying, hey, I can't do nothing with you. You know, I'm sorry. See you later, you know. And then you come back, or they come to you actually, and they're different. And they're like, I appreciate you for showing me that I could do better, you know, in my own self. And then they grow, and it's cool. I like what you expressed.
This is quite an interesting conversation, and even though it seems like it's going off topic, I think it's moving us onto the topic, because I think we can use this paradigm of depression to understand the paradigm of this physical world that traps my mind, and my mind expanding beyond the limits of this physical world. In the same metaphor, in the paradigm of this depression that traps my mind in this dark hole, and my mind expanding beyond the limits of this depressing mental habitual process of thinking that produces negative results emotionally. So in the same way, the psychic development and the spiritual expansion, I think, can be considered in this context. And once again, like, you can't help someone else develop psychically, right? It's something that they're going to do or they're not going to do. And it's got a lot to do with self-honesty and when you're ready. It happens when you're ready. There are training exercises that one can do in order to develop these muscles. But there's like something you were saying earlier, Quinty, about, you know, pushing yourself. As from a shamanic perspective, this is very, very much a part of the shamanic path. There's stuff that I did in my training that I will never do as a father. Never. Because I don't want my little boy to grow up without a dad. But thank God I got to do all the stuff I needed to do before I was a father. I think it's quite, timing is fundamentally important when it comes to these things. You know, normally people start training after their children are a little bit more grown up. And so from a shamanic perspective, it would be doing stuff that basically could get you killed normally. In fact, you'll be moved by your guides to do things that will put your life in danger. Like you were saying, the building jumping and climbing, that's putting your life in danger. Because if you fall wrong, you might never come back. Do a somersault, do it wrong, land on your head, you might never be the same again, you know. So there are realities. You might not survive, you might break your neck, you know. There are these realities of danger that activate and awaken these psychic abilities. But then there's the thing of awakening psychic abilities before their time. What are the drawbacks? What are the issues when we awaken our ESP ahead of time, when we prematurely awaken our psychic abilities? What is the price that we pay? And these exercises, what are the exercises that one can do in order to stimulate? And obviously what we've mentioned is the development of the memory is the key. The imagination. Okay, so the word imagination is used so much. What is imagination? Let's define what imagination is. The ability of the consciousness to form the image. So reality is an image. The ability to imagine reality, the ability to imagine thoughts, anything to be able to build an image in your mind is what we can consider the imagination. Memory is an image. Everything are basically images. Thoughts are images. Words are images. They're just auditory images, if you want to consider it in such a context. So the development of the imagination is obviously the key. And memory works through the imagination because we remember through imagination. Learning activates imagination because we learn through the imagination. Creative, artistic pursuits operate through the imagination because we have to imagine in order to create. Everything that we do operates through the imagination on some level. And I think this is where the discipline comes into play. I think discipline is quite fundamental. It's something that we don't have so much of in this modern day and age. We've sort of lost touch with discipline. I was very disciplined as a child. You mentioned swimming, Quinty. And I learned to swim when my dad picked me up and threw me at the water. That's how I learned to swim. I had an extreme fear of water because I drowned. And the way that my father cured my fear was to just pick me up and throw me at the water. And I learned to swim pretty fast because I didn't have much of a choice. So there is something to be said about being thrown into the deep end, facing one's fears, facing one's challenges. And I think that it's really important that we don't put ourselves into too many safety. We don't put too much safety around ourselves. I'll give you an example. I live in Cape Town. It's not the most dangerous part of South Africa, but like I'm probably the only one who doesn't lock my doors and leaves my windows open. I don't know anybody else in the suburb who lives like this. No one. South Africa, crime is rife. It's not Joburg. Joburg would be a lot worse, but there have been numerous attempts at break-ins around the area, and you know, I have all my ninja weapons stashed around my home. I've got my katana on the mantelpiece. I've got my knopkerrie where I sleep. I can reach down. I've got my knopkerrie. That's a quarterstaff. I've got my ninja blades. I've got all my blades and all my weapons stashed in strategic places, and I'm satisfied with that. So I like to live in a little bit of danger, if that makes sense, because it sort of keeps you awake. And I think that we've learned to put so much safety around ourselves. We live behind our walls, behind our locked gates, behind our locked doors, shielding ourselves, shielding. And all the shields that we put up around ourselves sort of disconnects us from each other. And it puts us in a bubble. And so what we really want to learn to do is to sort of come out of ourselves and not be in that safety bubble. Go into nature, you know. People ask me, when you used to live in the jungles, why did you live barefoot in the jungles? I said, well, the danger kept me real. It kept me safe. People like scratch their heads. The danger kept you safe. I said, yeah. Because if I was wearing shoes, I'd become complacent. And that complacency could cause me to make an error that could cause me to die because I'm in the jungle. There's nobody here to save me. There's no doctor. There's no, you know. What happens if something bad happens? You could die where you are. So, having a little bit of danger that you're continually facing causes that part of you to awaken, which is vigilant. And I think vigilance is something that we've forgotten because of the modcoms and the way that we live in the modern society. Everything's pre-organized for us. You just work, you get your money, there will be food in the shop. You don't have to plan ahead. You don't have to worry. Like, okay, well, what am I going to eat in winter? In the old days, we used to have to, what are we going to eat in winter? How much food have I got in the ground? Am I growing enough food? How's the winter going to be? When it comes to winter, am I going to have to eat less? I have to be hungry. You know, what's going to be necessary for survival? And so survival has become almost excessively easy in this modern day age that we live in. And I think it's taken something away from us. For example, we live in societies where there's no snakes, like the venomous things are gone. There's no wolves anymore in England. All the dangerous things are being slowly rooted up and taken away, so that we can live in this pristine society where there's no danger except the dangers in your face. When you cross the road, you can get hit by a car. So we're living in this extremely safe place where the danger creeps up on us. Why is it that most people that die violently die on the roads? Think about that for a moment. It's the complacency of living in the safety bubble that when you go out in your car in the street, you forget that your life's in danger. And that's why most people have car accidents. They have car accidents within 2 minutes from their front door, because they get complacent. Oh, and I'm almost at home now. I'm going to be home any second. That's when you have your accident. That's when people get hurt very often. So it's interesting to consider this discipline, and the way in which discipline is sort of the functional ability to develop our ESP and our spiritual abilities and our clairvoyancy and all the different voyancies that come with that. And I think that the first step for developing our abilities is to learn to sort of observe ourselves and dismantle ourselves, and to be able to get an idea of what's making us tick. Because like we were talking about depression, there is no one cure for depression. There's no one way. What cures one person will harm another person. What harms one person will cure another person. Everybody's different. There's no way to we have the blueprint for the cure inside yourself. When you have a disease, you have the blueprint for the cure in the disease. If you have something wrong, the right thing is hidden within that wrong thing. The wrong thing is the shadow that is cast over the right thing. And the moment the shadow is removed from the right thing is what's there. So it's an interesting perspective to hold. And I think that when it comes to developing the ESP and the extra-sensory perceptions, which is the psychic talents, it's sort of fundamental for us to remember this, that hard work is the key. People go into marriages expecting marriages to just be like, remember that story? Cinderella, glass shoes, boom, there's a pumpkin, turn the pumpkin into a thing, la 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 la, pumpkin, ball, wee ha, hee ha. That's not real life. In real life, marriage is hard work.
Wait, what was that?
It's a partnership where two people are working together and they have to make it work. It doesn't get handed to you on a silver platter. You got to make sacrifices. You got to be willing to meet someone halfway. You got to be willing to put yourself into a position to collaborate with another human being, and there will be a certain loss of autonomy in a marriage. And people expect to go into a marriage with total autonomy. Well, if two people have total autonomy, you're going to have a problem. There has to be cooperation, and that each person will have autonomy within the sphere of cooperation, but there would have to be compromise from both sides. So we forget all of these things, and we expect life to be handed to us in the way that we want it. And I think that's the first point in the development of the ESP. Sorry, Quinty, you wanted to say something, brother?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you said something about a pumpkin. I missed it because it glitched. Did you?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you say something about a pumpkin?
I was talking about the story of the girl with the slipper, and she lived with this bad, evil aunt, and she wanted to get married, and so the fairy godmother came with a magic wand and turned the pumpkin into a coach, and she went to this wonderful ball, and life was just so wow. So we all expect
Cinderella. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. It glitched out, so I missed it. All I heard was pumpkin. I wanted to hear more because you were dancing. But what you said about being in the wilderness, dude, exactly. Your danger is your safety, right? I relate a lot to that, because it brings me back to the word vipassana, which means seeing things as they really are, or not having your own interpretation of things. And I think that is the way to gain psychic or extra supernatural perception, because we do live in a world, especially in America. When you said that the only way people find danger is when they cross the street, I don't even think people cross the street anymore because we got DoorDash and all that stuff. People just order food and stay home all the time. They got into a habit of it, and I think that it's true. We do live in a super protective bubble in this, especially in the Western world. Like, we got electricity that we don't have to crank anything or pour any water anywhere like they do in China. We have like a toilet that just flushes by itself, where if you go to Thailand, it's not like that at all. It's like you got to dig it out and bury it somewhere. Like, it's different. It's so different here. And we sort of like don't appreciate it in a way. And we like depend on it too much. It's almost like you give up your psychic ability for comfort. And I think that people don't realize that's what they're doing. And then when they hear about miracles or cool things happening to people, they're like, oh, why doesn't it happen to me? And you can tell them, it's because you're comfortable still. You need to get out of your comfort zone and risk, take a risk, try something new, and it's up to them to try it, but you can't make them. And I think it's about sitting with yourself to see things as they really are, because some people, you can tell them that they're spoiled brats, and instead of them actually seeing it, they will resist it and stay in their like delusion or their bubble. Or you could tell someone they're a jerk, they're abrasive jerk, and they won't perceive it. They'll take it as an insult. Like, I can't believe you said that to me, like Mr. Ronan was saying, and they won't introspect at all. I think the world has a lack of introspection. I think that when you do go out in the wild, or if you do change your comfort zone by like, practicing going blind, covering your eyes for like a day or two, or fasting. Fasting is a good example of getting out of your comfort zone. Or let me think. You could wake yourself up in the middle of the night, so you can develop more memory and astral projection abilities with a sleep timer. Or you can. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
Let me just throw this in real quick. I've never done one of those things where you go and just not speak for days on end. I know there's probably some people here that have done that, but oh, really? That's interesting, because those who have had near-death experiences and they come back, many have said how noisy this place is. And I can relate to that. This place is noisy, man. Especially depending on where you are, and getting to that quiet place, I think is very beneficial. Especially if I go hiking or I go to a beach, and it's like it's like so quiet. It's almost, I can feel myself. I don't even know that I'm tense. I won't even realize that I'm tense. I think I'm fine. But then I go and I'm just like, wow, it takes me time to balance that energy, you know what I mean? And being in a quiet scenario. A lot of this depression, any type of, and I'll use the word depression, and I'm not trying to stay on this topic, and it's not necessarily the topic. It's just a feeling of not realizing one's potential and perhaps being discouraged because of that. And this pyramid oppressive power structure has been put in place to to disempower you, to depress you, to put pressure on you. I mean, we live in they put us on a 7-day cycle. They conquered the whole world, all the lunar calendars, and those who have worship the moon and all the serpents of knowledge, the eagles and the sun worshipers conquered them, and now they put this on us. And now we're in a mental box, black cube, almost mental prison, and one that we choose. We're our own. Who are the prison guards? Us. Who are the prisoners? Us. Right? So we're the prisoners and the prison guards. And we've been tricked to
I love that, Ronan. Like, it's funny. Are you Christian or something?
I don't identify as anything but as
Okay.
a light being.
Okay, because it's funny that you're quoting the Bible without even realizing it. Like, for example, self-prisons, that's in Ezekiel. God said that my people are in prisons made of air, and they have the key, which is me, but they don't believe I exist. And then you said about silence and noise. Jesus said that in the parable of the sower and the seeds, he said, hey, my father plants the seed. You know what happens first? And people are like, what? He said, the falls of the air, which are the kingdom of Satan, come and take up those seeds immediately before they get to settle and start to grow. And if you think about birds, you're like, oh, okay, you know, birds are noisy. That's the first thing you hear in the morning, you know? And he was saying the same thing you're saying. So everything you said is exactly the same. And I wanted to put out there before I cease my mic, is that silence is inside. It's not outside. You don't have to go nowhere, but you do need to experience it sometimes, at least every so often. But what I realized when I used to live in Sandersville, I used to live in the country, and we had this waterfall that I used to go to because I saw, I'd always see pictures of like gurus or whatever, like Buddha sitting on their waterfall. So I used to do it. And it was, man, being under a waterfall, you can't even hear your own thoughts, man. And it's hard to sit up straight. It's like the water is beating you down. And so when you get in there, you find like a silence. It's almost like being in the shower, but it's like worse. And it's good for you because in that surrender of not being able to hear anything that you're thinking, not even be able to perceive anything else, you start to find that silence within, that peace within. And I believe that that's what we're missing. Like everybody's missing it. And when you find it, you can find silence even in the noise. Like I can go to a subway station and find silence and peace there, and I can meditate. And a lot of people will say, you know, that's impossible. You know, it's too much noise. You know, or I can go to a gun range and get, you know, peace. Like I get in the zone, like in a meditative state at the gun range. And people are like, how you doing that? There's guns firing off. People got like shotguns and stuff right beside you. I'm like, dude, it's a rhythm to everything. You just got to find it, you know?
Brother Dr. K, are you are here. I can see you. I was wondering what your thoughts are.
There have been some incredible shares. I've been soaked in listening. I love that Quinty is shining a light on so many different aspects, along with Ronan. I want to say, you know, depression is universal in the fact that we all suffer pain. And within that etymology of that word is deep rest, right? It's very easy to get depressed when we are all playing a role. That's what we're doing here. You know, like Franklin said before, you know, we're not here. This place doesn't exist. We're on this incredible movie set, but that doesn't mean that the role doesn't get tiring sometimes. There are no wrong paths to light, you know, and enlightenment. So depression enlightenment, love, all of these things are going to look very different to the individual. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But like I said before, energy has to respond. I never suffered depression outright, truly, until I suffered my health issues with heart failure. And for the first time in my life, whether I was working, whether I was hustling, whether I was bodyguarding, whatever I was doing, I was not able to provide. And that was extremely depressing. And there was nothing anybody could tell me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm too proud to ask. In most instances in my life, right? So I would sit with that. When I began to go to therapy and just converse about that, my world changed, right? My whole perspective shifted. That's going to sound corny to some people, and I could care less. That's going to be triggering to some people, and I could care less. If you're not being triggered, I have to ask the question of whether or not we're alive, right? So, offense also has to be taken. I can't just give it to you. You know what I mean? So these are things to keep in mind, because universal is also a matter of perspective. We have no choice in that matter. We can reach our hand to someone who's hanging from a cliff, but you have to give me your hand. I'm pretty strong, but I can't pull your ass up here all the way. You know what I'm saying? You got to give me a little something. But I got you. I'm not gonna drop you. You know what I'm saying? But people have to. Even that takes a level of emotional maturity, because to take that hand makes that issue that already has you depressed real. Just like saying it makes it real, right? So admitting to a reflection, this is what we're ultimately here for, trying to raise consciousness, trying to raise spirit, trying to raise frequency, trying to raise energy to a certain level. But no man is an island, and we all need a little bit of help now and again.
Khalil, how does one attain a soul? How does one know if they have a soul?
There's some very physical tests that I think are more proof of spirit as opposed to a soul. A soul is the only thing that everyone is trying to get back to. So there's always been this back and forth about whether, certain people have a soul, certain people are born with a soul. I find it very interesting, because you can't have one without the other. And what we think is one is really the other. So I don't honestly see much of a difference. If that was the case, surely we would have destroyed each other a long, long time ago, if there was true separation. One attains a soul by acknowledging it, period, point blank. It is an energy unlike no other. It is the eternal. It looks like a physical sun in this realm. But it is not even that. It is beyond. It may look like Sirius. Beyond that, the sun behind the sun. But we're talking about inner sun, inner spirit. Anyone who wants better, anyone who's not stuck in a paradigm, because you can have a soul and be completely asleep, right? What's going to awaken you? Because see, the path that's been led and written has been written by you, right? You can't have a misstep. You can't have a mistake. You can't not come to that realization. It's not possible. You know, it looks a certain way because we go on the words of others and the opinions of others and our family and this and that. There's no greater opinion. There's no greater love than your own. So I can't tell somebody you have one or you don't have one. I don't think it's possible to not. And if somebody wants to argue that, then you are far too in love with the idea of this place and your role in it.
I would be inclined to agree with that. I think my perspective, and I look at it in terms of, I understand this reality as a quantum experience. And when I speak of reality, I don't mean what we are thinking is reality. I mean true reality, which is then recoded into this reality that we have as a shadow of reality, is a quantum experience of quantum shifting patterns. And so we talk about these, you know, these patterns that reflect themselves getting bigger, getting smaller, fractal patterns. And so I see that from my perspective, there is only one soul and that we share it all. And we share this one soul, but we have a very different perspective and appearance and experience of this soul that we share. And we tend to want to take ownership of the soul. Like, that's my soul, it's your soul. And we all fit into that soul, and the soul fits into us in a different way. And so we become an individual, a divided part of a greater whole. But I question personally whether we're actually separate beings. And it sort of makes me think of Manu, you know, the story of Manu from the Vedic story, or the story of Adam Kadmon from the Western story. In that the oversoul of humanity is a structure of all of us as one structure. In the same way, you can consider a beehive as being one consciousness. An ant hive is one consciousness. When the birds are flying, they're one consciousness. They're not separate. That's how I think of us in terms of the soul. I'd love to put that out there, because now we're going into what telepathy is and why telepathy exists. And I'd love to put that in front of the round table. What do you think of that?
Well, Indy's been quiet. Indy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, this is all amazing. I think there's a lot going on here that we could all bring to the table. Something. So I feel like we all share one soul, and it's not just people. Okay, people think that humans are the only ones with souls and that animals don't have a soul. I can't see that to be a thing. Maybe that's just me, but I feel like all of life, not just on Earth, but through the entire cosmos, shares one soul and mind. And we know this. We can all access that. We've known of people who have been able to access prophecy of things in the future beyond their space and time. We've known people that have been able to see things in their mind, in the cosmos, far, far away, light years away even. And so I feel like if life resides in all living things and has a mind and shares that mind with all of life, I feel like the building block of life that could be that very, very much consciousness itself is bacteria and mitochondria. All life has either bacteria or mitochondria, a prokaryotic form that's either the respirator or the energizer of the cell. And so I feel like if bacteria or prokaryotic life carries the mind of God, then all life can share that mind of God with all of the rest of life and have that compassion. And so when we harm another person or we want to help another person, but it hurts us, we realize that there's really no separation there. But sometimes we fall into that habit of doing those things. We get lost and confused. We forget about the fact that the Creator created us all and was within us all. And so some people call it spirit. When we look at another, we're just looking at another side of spirit. It's another aspect of ourselves. And so if we help that person and provide to them, then we're helping ourselves. And sometimes helping people can be different than what you might think. You might have to challenge people instead of enable them or coddle them. So it's a multifaceted thing. But I feel like what can happen is that when we were talking about depression earlier and other people involved in the situation, there's a difference. There's people that are going to convince somebody to forget about it and avoid it, which can be helpful, but it's going to be hindering in the long term. It can be helpful in the short term. Then there's the people that are going to help them deal with it. We need you to work on this stuff. We're going to help you. I'm your coach. This is what you need to work on. You suck at that. Work on this. And that person is going to help you deal with it. And so there's those two different aspects of when you're working with somebody else that can either make it a three-legged race, or it can make it a point where you have that person that's brought you to the door of self-healing, and they're kind of pushing you there, and you need that push sometimes. So I feel like there's that dichotomy there, but ultimately I feel like there's definitely one soul that we all share, and it's a beautiful thing. It can allow us to have these psychic abilities. There's a higher consciousness within us. The potential is there for us all. And I feel like it's that one soul that we share that guides us up and brings us through into that. Because when you go into higher states of consciousness, it's not really like there's like an enemy or a darkness. It really doesn't really seem to be fear-evoking or dangerous. Because I feel like when you can go into the higher consciousness, you're with the light. That's just been my personal experience.
Indeed, that was amazing. And what I wanted to just say is just, I believe the same thing about we all have souls, animals too, because there's a part in the Bible where Jesus said, people like to skip past it, but Jesus said this when he came back as the ghostly form or whatever. He said, I want you to go out and preach to every creature. And that's something a lot of Christians like bypass. You bring it up and they'll say, hey, he just meant every nation. Like, nah, bro. Teach it to your dogs, teach it to your horses, teach it to your cats, because I mean, a lot of people think animals are dumb. But when I was a child, man, I met this dude who had a wolf dog, and it would talk. It would say please and thank you and all that stuff. And now you can go on YouTube and type in talking dogs, and you can see these huskies talking and everything. And people are like, oh, it's normal now. But when I was a kid, I kept telling people that, and they're like, impossible, And I met this horse. This dude had a horse who would do what he asked it to do. Like, it would say, he would tell this horse to go get him something. He would tell it to go get him things, and it would do it. And it's like, how does a horse know what a spoon is? I thought horses were dumb, And I relate to what you said. I know you're still cooking over there.
Interesting that you point out the dog's talking. My dog talks. He's funny. He's got a bit of a vocabulary running here. And I think that this is a very shamanic thing that we're reaching into now. I just want to check that Polymathing has got what he needs, just in case he does have 3 minutes. Make sure that I didn't forget to. Oh, I can't believe it. I forgot to send him one. Yeah, so basically, I do fully agree that animals have got a very high level of intelligence, and that we have projected onto them that they are inferior to us. And from a shamanic perspective, Animals have got powers as well. And we forget this, like telepathy. A shaman in the wilderness learns the powers from the animals.
Yes.
These psychic powers that we want to develop, they're just innate to animals. Animals innately have this telepathy. Like we're talking about ants, bees, birds, innately. And various other kinds of abilities too, which we would not recognize. The ability for prophecy. This is why certain animals were used for prophecy. They would be killed and their bodies would be opened up in order to read the powers that are potent within that body of that animal in order to get prophecies. This was something that was done. This is why we used to sacrifice animals, right? So the whole idea of sacrifice comes from that idea of hitching a ride on the oversoul that is reflected through the body, and to see what the consciousness of the animal was carrying within its form, and trying to read it using clever tactics and techniques. But so yeah, definitely, I've witnessed things with animals that's mind blowing. And isn't it incredible how animals have got so much clairsentience, right? Like, if you're feeling something, your dog will just come and sit next to you. They won't have to say anything. They'll look at you and they will be on that same wave with you. And there's just always compassion there. Isn't it interesting how compassionate animals can be? And we don't even recognize that they've got these high spiritual gifts that we're trying to develop. Yeah. Which is quite funny. My dog, Ori, he attacks Henry if Henry tries to bite my son or me. And Henry's a little aggressive little bugger. Ori will go wild if he tries to bite one of us. He's like, I won't have violence in this home. Because Henry bites. Look who's here. Okay, very happy to announce we've got Moon Feather in the house. She's come to join us. And God bless Moon Feather. Thank you for joining us. Moon Feather is I call her the psychic card slinger. I think it's like cool, like makes me picture her in cowboy boots with the cards.
Yeah.
Slinging cards. Like a cowboy psychic with cards, then 2-6 cards. I hope you don't mind me with my humor, attempts at humor. But yeah, Moonfeather's a wonderful, wonderful heart bringer. She reads cards. She has psychic attunement. She uses this with tarot, with astrology, with various different cocktail of alchemical tools to help guide people towards finding their path in life. Without further ado, welcome Moonfeather, and do please take the stage, my dear. What an honor to have you here.
Peace and blessings. Do you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Oh, thank you so much for that introduction, Franklin. You're amazing all the time. And listen, I got a pair of cowboy boots I think I had since 2 birthdays ago that I've been waiting to wear. So maybe this summer I'll get to wear Guys, what is going on? Oh my gosh. Franklin, thank you so much for such a wonderful topic today. Oh my gosh, I have been listening in on the side, and everyone has been sharing these amazing, amazing perspectives and knowledge, and it's been hitting home with me, especially things that have been occurring in the past week, the past months, and even the past year. My goodness. Peace and blessings, Kiki. What is going on? My gosh, we've been having an amazing couple of past days, especially on the Ronin experience. Guys, peace and blessings, Roni. What is going on? These are my boys for sure. I love them to death. Soraya, Quincy, always so beautiful to hear your voices here. You guys are amazing. And Indy, you surprise me every time. I swear, you come through with some crazy gnosis that it just, oh my goodness, it's always so beautiful to hear, or for you to share what's in that beautiful mind of yours. I absolutely love it. I
Many
absolutely love it.
thanks. I
Yeah.
just channel a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, oh
Take
my
care.
God. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. It's like every show, you always come out with the gems for sure. Everybody does. Everybody does, right? But listen, the today's topic is so divinely guided, and especially with me, right? So I'm gonna try to like give my thoughts on the topic, on what we're talking about, because it's really a lot. It's really a lot. But you know, in my last Mooniverse, last Wednesday show, right? I shared a song, right, that I came across a few weeks ago, right? It's 80s genre, which I love 80s genre. And it really took me back to my adolescence and, just for the love of music and how meaningful it was. And, and before I played it, I spoke on how men, the divine masculine, they do possess an extraordinary, uh, uh, like capacity to express their like innermost profound feelings of love or loss. And when they express it through art, oh my goodness. And especially like music. Oh wow. Il vise la vie. It aims for life and it touches soul, which is today I woke up um I woke up to the most beautiful song that was from my amazing beautiful entity Franklin. And I was shocked and I was thrown back. I was spiraling. I was spiraling, and it was on a morning where I needed it the most. I don't know what took over me. I didn't want to get out of bed. I was really in a low place. And I had told Kalau in quickly that, this morning. And he was like, he's like trying to cheer me up. He's like, don't worry about it. We'll talk and stuff. And hey, by the way, Franklin made a song for you. And I'm like, what? So, of course, I heard it and I cried like a baby. When I tell you I cried like a baby, something I have not done in a long, long time, especially experiencing the loss of my brother back in 2021. I feel like I still haven't even mourned my brother properly, because my life, honestly, my life sometimes doesn't even allow for it. I'm a single mom and it's always go, go, go. And, which I promised myself in the next year or so, just to give more space to the divine feminine that I am, which I think I have been, and but this song was the medicine that I needed this morning for sure. And I love you, Franklin, and I cannot thank you enough. So yesterday, there's a series of events that's been going on with me, I'm gonna say for the past year, right? And I'm gonna mention it because it leads all into psychic and spiritual development, right? And I could only really speak from experience because I'm not a big reader. I've always admitted that, my what I share and what I go through is pure experience, right? So I just want to quickly mention on the Ronin experience last night was wild. It was wild, right? So what we do is that we have a segment where I read cards for whoever would like a card, or an oracle card, a tarot, whatever, right? That's always been the segment. This time during the show, Spirit says read cards for yourself, right? Because I kind of got everybody, they read their cards and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, and I said it live on show. I said, listen, I'm going to do something because Spirit is saying, hey, read a card for you. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do that. I've never done that. Even on the side, even personally here with just myself, I don't read cards for myself, honestly. And when I went to shuffle the spirit animal cards, I picked that deck. That was the first deck. And as I'm shuffling, I didn't realize that I cut my finger. I'm bleeding on the show. I was like, what is this? And I noticed that maybe after the second, I dealt myself 3 different oracle cards. And I think by the second one or something, I noticed that my thumb is bleeding. So I just think that that's very significant, especially during my reading. I've noticed also in my show last Wednesday, which I had a super special guest, which was Petri Mesa. Shout out to Petri. I say Petri. I know I have to stop it because she said she pronounces it Petra, and I will start doing that. But I have fun saying it my way too. And we were talking about, blood and life force and things like that, especially when it comes to women and their cycles and stuff. And I don't know, I just kind of took that as a sign that some type of leveling up is, I have no idea, right? And then we have here, right? Or at the end of the Ronin experience, I invoked spirit and spoke real powerful words of manifestation, that I did kind of make notes. I said, okay, I want to say this during the show and stuff like that. And it's crazy because then that very same night, because we're talking about dreams, right? We're also talking about dreams. I dreamt of my brother last night after the show, and all of these crazy occurrences happened during the live, right? And then I hear Franklin talking about the ethereal and physical. And in the dream, my brother spoke about that. But he said the material and the spiritual, which is the same thing. Right? So it's just wild, and I know it's him trying to help me to connect dots and stuff, and stuff like that. And I think it's I'm still trying to make the connections because we're talking about dreams and stuff like that, and it's crazy because you guys have been talking about deja vu, which by the way, when I used to smoke cannabis, it allowed me to lucid daydream. I could never really dream. And this is before, I know this is before even coming across other people and sharing their experiences, and especially on today's live on the round table. I would love to smoke cannabis during the day and just crazy lucid dreaming. But you know what? If you were to talk to, I don't even need to smoke cannabis, because if you would have talked to all of my elementary teachers, they would tell you I'm a master daydreamer. I would always be daydreaming in class, right? But then I always, later when I would reflect back in my childhood, I realized that I would daydream so many things and they manifested later on in my life, which was wild, right? So we're talking about deja vu, right? And it's crazy because just last week, I came across some information about the term that's called not only deja vu, but deja rêvé, okay? And also deja vécu. And I was like, what the hell is this? So I looked into it, right? So deja vu is it's instantaneous feeling that 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 you've been through this, but it's fleeting and it leaves. It's quick and then it goes. So like, hey, I've kind of experienced this, right? But then déjà rêvé means that you know that you already dreamt that, and that I've had that experience. I was like, but I would call it déjà vu because I didn't know anything any better, right? So that's when you know you've dreamt it, and it déjà rêvé, it translates into already seen. So that's a more psychic. That's more of a psychic ability, right? It is premonition, like Indy spoke about, right? So it's you're able to predict the future through that dream, which is wild, right? I've had many of those experiences. But the second one, which is déjà vécu, it means that you already lived that experience, which is what Petra was talking about, right? Not only that you know that you had this familiar memory, right? And that you already lived, not that you dreamt it, not that you had kind of like the experience, but you don't know where it's from, all right? But you know that you already lived this moment before. And not only that, but you're also able to predict the next couple of steps of that exact moment in time that you lived, which I've only had those moments very, very little. And it's crazy because I'm able to say, as I'm going through the experience of the deja vu, it's like, okay, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and it happens, and then it's gone, which is so bugged out, But I noticed that as I'm going further into my journey, becoming more enlightened, knowing more of myself, studying a little bit more about the way spirit works with me, these I get more of these experiences, right? And now to get into psychic powers, we're talking about, right, psychic powers and stuff like that. I'm so glad that Kalel brought up the X-Men, because anyone that is into superheroes and their origin stories know that a majority of these superpowers that that were manifested because of some type of excruciating trauma or pain, and this is how it's brought out and altered their DNA, right? Now, and there's many levels of this, many levels of this, especially here in the 3D, right? And we've experienced trauma, and we've alchemized it to level up our psychic abilities, our physical powers, things, and much, much more, right? But let me just share with you how this is manifested and unfolded in my own life, right? So 2 summers ago, I broke my funny bone a week before my birthday. So so that was for 2022, right? And if you've ever broken a bone, please, I hope it's never your funny bone, because I damaged my tendon too. So if you could imagine hitting your funny bone, right? You guys ever got your funny bone hit really, really good? Imagine that pain times 10 and occurring every couple of seconds, right? Because the tendon kept contracting because it got damaged, and it kept contracting, kind of wanting to get back to how it was, or it was just crazy. It was just crazy. When I tell you the pain that I went through is freaking wild. So that happened in June, right? So thank goodness, and that was my right arm, my dominant arm, right? So I had to do everything with my left, which was so freaking awkward, and it was crazy, right? So that's 3 months: June, July, August, September. 3 months, I got full function. I couldn't believe it. The doctors were like, wow, this is amazing. You got full function back, this and that, right? So that was June, July, August, September, okay? September, October, November, December. 3 months later, right? I do a clubhouse with Kiki, right? For his birthday, which I completely forgot about it, but he reminded me, hey, I think you should go listen to the clubhouse that we did for my birthday last year, because and hear your words, because It's about you speaking and wanting to, elevate spiritually and listen and tap more into spirit, da 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 da. Mind you, I was not reading cards at this time at all, at all, at all. I was really not even who I am now, right? So how do these two things correlate? So um I've always heard that if you want to shift and open different parts of your mind and spirituality, is to start using, one thing that you could do is start using your non-dominant hands, right? And so this is crazy because that was the last thing I was thinking about when I was going through this broken elbow episode, right? So I was going through that pain. I speak on the show, on Kiki's show, on how I want to connect more with spirit and stuff like that. Now, a year later to the date, September of 2023, because I had to look back. I had to look back at all of this today to make sure that, I'm not imagining things, right? And I did get confirmation. I started the Mooniverse on September, right? So a year to when I healed from going through that excruciating pain and asking to kind of like level up spiritually later on and stuff like that. And I started doing the tarot readings, which is wild. And I had already started the show with Ronan on the Ronan experience, which I was not reading cards at that time. I came in much later reading cards, right? So how do I tie all of this in? Is just yesterday I had a conversation with Franklin about my wrist, because he knows about my wrist, Kiki knows about my wrist and things like that. And I've had this pain since October of this year. Okay. And Franklin brought up the topic of, hey, it could be that, you need to use your non-dominant hand to start, opening up, different parts of your mind and connecting with spirit and, so forth and so on. I was like, yeah, that's right. And I completely forgot about what happened to me, last summer with the broken elbow. I connected it to this. So I feel that that's a level up of getting into my spirituality, reading the tarot, going, public, breaking through, my own fears and things like that. And it's just wild, and then all of these things that's been happening since yesterday's show, the cutting of my thumb and things like that, and the making the connections. So I'm like, what's going on? Am I getting ready for like another level up or something? Is this the way spirit? And I'm hurting now in my elbow. I'm hurting now with my wrist. Now I have to start using. I've been trying to use my left hand again. Am I going through another cycle? Is spirit pushing me? Hey, you're gonna start leveling up. Get ready. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And it's not only happening to me, because when I shared these things with Kalal this morning, he had a revelation himself about himself, Ronan, and I, and about how we've done the Ronan experience before, and he showed us proof, and it's been mind blowing. It's been mind blowing, and like I said, is spirit preparing us for another level up? Oh, I'm sure. I'm not gonna lie. The unknown is very, very scary, but it's also very motivating, very exciting, and it's beyond exhilarating. So I'm embracing everything that has to do with my psychic abilities, my spirit connection with spirit, with my higher self, with other people, how I've just how we all connect, and how Spirit has brought this beautiful vibe tribe into my circle, and somehow we've all connected, and we've connected before, and it's just wild, and I love it. And I'm riding this wave like a crazy pro surfer, and it's great, and it really is great. I'm enjoying every part of it, guys.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, dear. It's beautiful. And yeah, what you're saying is very much on point. It's one of the main things that hasn't actually been brought up yet. First is getting out of the safety bubble. Second is what you were saying, that what we were basically getting at earlier, I believe it was Indy that was specifically saying to begin with, how we should take those so-called negatives of life and rummage around in them until we see the positives. And you took the positive, like, okay, I was in a lot of pain. Okay, it was sore. Okay, it caused issues, consequences later that you've had to, learn to fix and come to terms with and heal. But it's also opened up a part of your consciousness, which has really given you a whole new insight into reality. So the biggest blessing that happened to you was that accident, which is quite ironic if you think about it. That's what I'm hearing from what you're saying. So you took exactly what Indy was saying and did it. And
Yes.
typical Gemini.
Right? It's amazing. It's amazing. And like I said, I'm extremely thankful to be able to connect all those dots, with you guys in my life, and it's amazing. It's amazing, and I'm here for it for sure.
And that brings us to an interesting point as well. When it comes to the development of these ESPs as well, working with the sublime, and what you were saying about the cannabis causing you to be able to daydream. That's what I found cannabis did for me. That's why I love cannabis. Because when I smoke cannabis, I daydream all day long. I'm daydreaming, man. I'm lucid dreaming while I'm awake.
Yes.
And it's the coolest thing in the world to just be able to go, let's have a little bit of lucid dream quickly. It's a bit addictive. That's why I don't smoke all the time, because otherwise I just want to lucid dream all the time. I'd be like, hey, what about the world? You actually got to go out there and live your life. But there is something to the point of intrigue here, to the practice of lucid dreaming while you're awake. Cannabis seems to be a trigger. I found that for me as well. A lot of people, I think, if you are a dreamer, then it will probably do that for you. I was always a dreamer. Probably some people are born dreamers, and you were always being told in your class, like, stop dreaming, because you're sitting floating out of the window, like off in your mind. But I do think that there's something in that. The idea of practicing awareness. So what we talk about in meditation, what is meditation? Meditation is when you become fully aware and mindful. I think there's been so much said about meditation that it's taken the point out of it. And Quinty said something really interesting earlier. Man, I want to revisit what he was saying. It's got to do with sound, and it started with Ronan. Fascinating. I live by the penguin sanctuary and by the sea. I can never ever call the sea noisy. I can never call the penguins noisy, even when they go like, they're called jackass penguins because they sing what I call the donkey song. And it is the cutest song you've ever heard. Penguins that sound like donkeys. I've had people walking around saying, "We're the donkeys." I'm like, those are the penguins, dude. They sound like donkeys. It's hilarious, but they're so cute. I think that there is something of a what Ronan was talking about with noise, and I've observed this. I don't go into the city. I just don't, unless I have to. I try and avoid it. I don't like engines. I don't like busy roads. I don't like that mechanical grinding of metal. because everything in life is a pitch frequency of acoustic frequency. So like there's acoustic resonant frequencies, which is our DNA. And our DNA resonant frequencies are what maintain the connection between body and spirit so that the consciousness field can extend and we can find the extension of the consciousness field through the body and the flesh. And so we see that the DNA and the RNA are spinning really, really fast. But what we forget to notice is that fast spinning is an oscillation which produces acoustics, because this is physics. So there's these particular pitch acoustic fields, and as you train your ability to concentrate, one will start to hear these acoustic pitches. So when one practices full mindfulness and awareness, the first thing one notices is that within the silence there is sound. And as one goes deeper into that silence, there's more sound. Deeper into that, there's more sound until the sound gets really busy. So there's plenty of noise in the silence to listen to. I use the word noise loosely. Noise isn't the right word. Sound. There's plenty of sound to listen to in the silence because the acoustic field of the resonant vibrational acoustics being given off by the DNA of all living things is something that we can hear, whether we realize it or not. It's what they're speaking about when they speak about the unstruck sound of the Om listening. I'm pretty sure it's the DNA field we're listening to. But regardless of the details of what it is or isn't, it's a sound that's there and we can hear it. It's easiest to hear, though, when we're in nature. Why is that? Because there's more DNA. And we're not separate to the animals. The animals are us. The animals have the same DNA as us, right? What is it that separates a baboon from a human? What is it, like 3 or 4% of the DNA? Am I right? Is it something like that? There's not a very big difference. There's a lot of the same DNA. We've just got some extra layers over the top and some twists of the code. So we're all sort of fundamentally carrying a lot of the same frequencies, all life. And our frequency is just a more busy frequency. It's sort of like a song that's got more instruments playing with bass lines and treble lines and, mid-range lines and different lines of music, all carefully coordinated and different instruments all coming in, creating a symphony. And animals might have less instrument ranges in their symphony, right? They might only have like a bass line and a treble line. They don't have so many different groups of instruments playing such intricate fields of vibrational frequency. So, but essentially it's the same stuff, the same resonant frequencies being played. So we can hear it. And so when we're in nature, we're subjected to first the silence, which is like it's a medical cure as far as I'm concerned for the psyche. Because when we start to listen to it, we start to hear the animals. And when we start to hear the animals, the sounds they're making, there's a reason these animals are making sounds. They're talking. And so we start to become attuned telepathically to the animals in nature. This is very much a part of the shamanic path. Why do shamans go to practice shamanism in the wilderness? Why don't they go and sit on a street corner in a busy road? Because the frequencies that are made by metal grinding against metal is different to the frequency made by animals. The acoustic resonant field is different. The one is conducive towards health and maintaining integrity of the consciousness field entering into the body. The other one is actually destructive towards the health, because the particular key pitch of the sound will produce illness. As you know, people that live next to a busy train squeaking past are less likely to live longer than people that live by the beach, right? Because you're not going to get the same ambiance of subcutaneous relaxation. And so when you're in a place where there's cars driving past, whether you're aware of it or not, it produces tension in the body. Very subtle lines of tension. What we call the subcutaneous tension, which basically if Illinois is here, if Mexico is here, she'd tell us all about it. Ramar can tell us all about it as well, if she wants to join us. But Ramar's had a big week. She's been traveling, flying around the world, and she's still getting back to her time zone properly. But she might mention it in the chat. So this tension is basically producing blockages that stop the nervous system from operating at functional capacity. And so it starts to inhibit the natural processes of the frequency being carried throughout the central nervous system, which is electricity is arcing, right? And depends on the state of mind as to the frequency of the arcing of the consciousness between the synapse, which is a resonant pulse of frequency running through the nervous system. And too much high sparked frequencies will actually wear out the cables and actually cause problems in the dendrites, because too many sparks running through the synapse will cause certain salts to be burnt out faster. Obviously, salts like potassium and all of these are really fundamentally important. Magnesium and various other ones are the key for maintaining this vibrational frequency through the body. So being in a place where there's nature will not hurt you. The sound of water, like I think it was Quinty that was mentioning the waterfall, that's not the same as car engines, because water is diamagnetic. So when you're next to the sea and the sea is like making a noise, that's actually a very peaceful experience. It actually dissolves subcutaneous tension if you really listen to the ocean. And even if the waves are big and it's stormy water, there's something quite lovely about sitting by the sea. And there's a reason why we enjoy it, because our instincts and our consciousness is telling us that this is producing healing, and that the water is actually, it's alive. It's like a carrier wave of life, where the mechanical engines of all the cars coming past the busy highway is a very different experience. So I think that there's something to be said about going into nature to develop ESP. And this is why I believe that it's so important to go into nature, because it puts you back in tune with the natural resonant frequencies of the DNA field of life. And that way you're able to investigate your own resonant frequencies of your DNA field and attune to the Visuddhi chakra. Now, the Visuddhi chakra is where all the psychic powers live, because the Visuddhi is where the Shashumna comes into activity, which is the resolution between the Ida and the Pingala. And the Pingala, obviously the right side of the body, left brain. The Ida, right brain, left side of the body, are operating in such a format. And the Pingala is also resonating from the front of the brain. And the Ida is also resonating from the back of the brain, working with the right, which is why you've got these cycles that energy flows, why the energy flows up over the top of the head and down through your sinuses, through the palate of your mouth, down through your tongue, down the front of your spine, behind your belly button, over your coccyx and up the spine. Why there's this particular flow of consciousness energy, why it's also flowing up the right side of the spine and coming down the left side of the spine, and why that the up and down and the up and down creates a rotational axis around a vortex around the spine, which is the vibratory frequencies of energy moving, and that the blood plasma is carrying this pulse and this resonant frequency of the heart through the blood plasma, which is the heart putting out that electromagnetic pulse. It's a very subtle EMP, but it's a consistent EMP that is actually creating a spark to power the plasma in the blood. The plasma in the blood, the iron and the various minerals are there to carry the frequencies so that the DNA is able to have a broadcasting system. Think of it as the speaker system for the DNA, because the DNA is it's like a radio without speakers. And so all of the other mechanical infrastructure of the body creates the speaker system for the DNA to be able to broadcast a bigger resonant frequency so that it's able to actually put out a pulse, which then becomes observable through our technological equipment as a electromagnetic field around our body. And we can see this, but it's actually sound. To consider it as sound is to put it into perspective, and that the sound then creates images and the colors that are resonating around our bodies. So it's something of a old secret that have been practiced by all of the holy men and holy women from all of the traditions, to go into nature, to go on top of a mountain, to go by the ocean, to go into the forest, to go into the desert, and to listen to the sound, and to listen to nature, to listen to the sound of the wind. The wind also carries some very powerful resonant frequencies. Also, once again, do we consider the wind to be inanimate and dead, or do we consider it to be a living part of nature? Is it a cognizant part of nature that produces particular currents of thought and emotional consciousness that moves through the world? These are shamanic ways of looking at the wind. And this is why if you listen to the wind, it will talk to you. True as.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I agree. Because, wind is connected to spirit in a lot of languages. In Greek, what is it? Puma, wind, or in Sanskrit, prana, breath, wind, or in Hebrew, rosh, breath, spirit. So I agree. It's just one thing I want to touch on, or actually maybe two things, about what you were saying about silence and the body parts, or the brain hemispheres. The Moabites have this science, this what do you call it? Psychic science called Zyquan. And when you look into it, they map the meridians in the body. In this other science off the branch of Zyquan, I forgot what it was called, but they map out all the meridians in the Bible. In the body, in the body, where pressure points are, and they mapped out that you have a brain in your stomach, you've got a brain in your chest, like in your chest throat cavity, which is, people would say it's the heart, but it's like a lot of those different organs together. Then you have a brain in your head, obviously, but it's connected to your ears. Another one is connected to something else they call connected to like the spirit world or whatever. And then you have one on your feet. And they found out that you can touch different meridians or different brains in the body at the same time, and it causes the body to shut down or cause the body to wake up. And I've practiced it a little bit on myself and my siblings. And like I would slap their wrist and kick them in the shin at the same time, and their body would like have a weird reaction where sometimes it would go numb and they couldn't move it for a while, or they would it would jump up, like when the doctor hits that thing in your knee. And I always wondered why that was, and I never really understood why, but I think it's connected to how our spirit and our or how our soul in our body is conjoined. And another point that I wanted to, I guess a question I wanted to bring out is, when I've met folks online, but also in real life, they couldn't do like lucid dreaming, or they couldn't do astral projection, or they couldn't meditate even. And I've noticed that when I meditate, what'd you say? How do you spell that? Modality? No, it was meridian. M-E-R. I don't know how to spell. Sorry, but I'm trying to think about something else. But so I was wondering, how come when I would get into a meditative state, I could put other people there by putting my hand on them, or just making a sound, or just thinking about them, or telling them that they're there, or I don't know what it is. Like, how come I can bring them to a place psychically with me that they didn't think they could get to? And to to expound on that, when you were showing us about your penguins and everything, and you're talking about how you feed the birds and whatnot, I started feeding my birds here, and I showed you the bird seed, remember? And an interest. Oh, she said no, not that. But an interesting thing is that when I started to feed my birds in my area, I didn't just feed them. I started playing the flute to them, and it made them change how they acted. And I thought I was crazy. I was like, I'm just crazy, because the squirrels would try to come up to me, and the cardinal birds would land on areas around me. I'm like, there's no food over here, what do they want? Oh, they do like the flute. I thought they did like the flute, but they don't. It's me they like, because I went out there and didn't play and just sat there and went to sleep, and they'd be around me, and I'm like, and I wake up and they run away, and then I was like, So I started to practice with the peacock in my sister's house. There's a neighborly peacock that walks around and eats whatever, but it doesn't like people. And so I sat on the side of the road and just meditated for a while, and the peacock came over to me and actually stayed there, just stayed around me. And people were like, is that your peacock? Like, I'm like, no. and then they'd say, well, I've never seen it this close to people before. What are you doing? I said, I have no idea. So I was wondering, is that some kind of a psychic field that we're expressing out, and that other people are like being touched by it? Or is it a psychic channeling that is being touched? Because online, I was in this group called Astral Projection, I think, and people would ask me, how do you do it, blah blah, and I'd tell them how to do it, and it wouldn't work. So I would message them and say, okay, what time are you going to go to sleep, so we can connect in that way, and I can take you out of your body myself. And they tell me what time, and I get the timing right. I go into my lucid dreaming astral projection thingamajigger, think about them, think about the location, whatever, and I would take them out of their body, and they come back the next day and say, oh my God, it happened. And I didn't tell them that, that
astral Uber drivers, you called it.
So I wouldn't tell them that I had done it. I would just say, okay, we'll try it. I didn't tell them that I was going to do it, though. It wasn't definitive. But their confirmation would happen, and I was like, okay, it worked. But I didn't tell them that I did anything. I'd just be like, cool, you did it by yourself. I'd kind of lie to get them to be confident in their own ability. And so I wonder, what is happening? Like, is it something that is coming out of you, or is it a resonance that's you're hitting a note in them? What's going on? What do you think?
Have you ever heard of the Hawkins scale before?
No.
It is a scale of some might say spiritual ascension, or the ascension of consciousness. And so people that are high on the Hawkins scale are thought to be able to influence up to millions of people around them, because they're vibrating on a higher level. And so just by them vibrating at that level, they can influence people that are not necessarily in their direct proximity, up to miles away, maybe hundreds of miles away. You can influence people's minds if you vibrate at a higher consciousness. And I read about this a lot. And I did an experiment when I was wrongfully accused, and I got locked in jail for 26 days, thinking that I would be there for a much longer time. I expected to go away for 10 years for something I didn't do. So I had a lot of fury within me. I spent the first 5 days in isolation intentionally so that I could get that fury out of me. And then I taught a lot of people in the jail in my block to do meditation, and to do things of self-mastery, and to do shadow work. And I basically modeled my time there after Timothy Leary, who did a similar thing when he was arrested for giving LSD to his students. He wrote books there. He helped people with psychology there, and he became a good friend with the warden. and he became very helpful for the jail, for the prisoners. And so I tried to do that myself. And while I was there, over the 26 days, there was not a single fight, which was the first time ever that there wasn't a fight every day. And I could understand it because I felt like I was facilitating it. I tried to keep my mind at a higher conscious state than I had ever been, because I was used to having, my regular drug of choice and things like that when I was just free on the streets. And then when I was in jail, I felt like it was a prime opportunity to really go in and use my higher consciousness and go into deeper meditations. I had kind of waited a time to be in sobriety to be able to have this opportunity. And so a lot of people were able to learn from me about shadow work and meditation and teach each other. And it was a really amazing experience for me. I could feel the power of the transformation that was happening within myself, that was also like exuding onto the world around me and helping them transform around as well. So I feel like when we're around animals or other people and we're vibrating at a higher consciousness, that can also elevate their consciousness as well. And so we bring each other up.
That's exactly, I totally get where you're coming from. It's exactly what I was talking about with the acoustic resonant field of DNA. And it's like I can equate it to drums. I've never told people how to play drum, but when people play with me, they always say, "Wow, I've never played drums before." Like I've been able to play with beginners, and they will rock. They will rock with the drums because I'm listening to them, and I'm sort of I can't explain it. And I think when you're sensitive to the DNA fields of the animals, you bring them into your DNA field, if that makes sense, your resonant acoustic field. And it's the same with people, it's the same with everything. I think when you become, your awareness expands into what it's going into, it brings everything into your field. And when things enter into your field, there's if you've got two sounds in a room, let's say you've got A and you've got G, right? The one that's got the most resonance is going to dominate, and the G will end up changing to an A, if that makes sense. The pitch, the sounds, because harmonic resonance will take over, and harmonic resonance will dictate the two things move toward each other. Now we have this mathematical principles and these equations that relate to gravity, right? R equals no, the gravity is equal to the radius with the mass squared. Is that right? Divided by mass squared divided by radius. I think that's how it works. And so basically, or have I got it back to front? Oh, it's getting late. My brain's getting tired. But the basic idea is that the more mass you have, the greater your effects on gravity, and then the distance becomes scalar. And so this psychic mass would be considered as like how resonant is your vibratory field? Is your field got good rhythm? And I think rhythm is why the shaman apply themselves to the principle of rhythm, because when you get good rhythm, you can create standing waves, if that makes sense. And the standing waves of the consciousness field produce very powerful pulse wave frequencies that change all the waves around you. And so you become like a magnet, like a human magnet. And so we speak about personal magnetism. I think personal magnetism has got to do with the frequency of proverbial standing waves being created by the resonant pulse frequencies because of good rhythm. Because of that good rhythm, things fit into each other so well that there's space for extra pulses to be created by the interlocking wave frequencies of the spectrums of sound. I hope that makes sense. But I've noticed this. It's interesting. Sitting in a field with cows, if you meditate, when you come out of your meditation, all the cows will be around you. Like you'll have to like crawl through the cows because they'll want to touch you. They would want to be as close as they can to you. And all animals. I've had it with monkeys. I've had the babies like climbing on my shoulders, birds, it's snakes, you know, all creatures.
Just to, yeah, that's beautiful, man. If you have doves landing on you, that's beautiful. You're doing something right. If you have crows landing on you, I don't know, find your nearest church and go check it out. No, I'm just something I shared in my Telegram the other day was about the word master and mastery in relationship to like history and my story, mystery. So you mentioned mass, and that collects energy, and then you have the store. A store and storage, etc., is where you store goods and energy. So when you have a master, they are the controllers of your energy. So true mastery is to be the controller of your own energy, the mass, the store. So just a little word fun. You guys know how I like to rock, but yeah. Beautiful, Franklin. You just reminded me. That's all. Just wanted to chime in on that.
Mass star.
Star, same thing. I mean, what's a star? At least, what do we think of a star? Is energy, right? Like tremendous amount of energy. Well, you got five, yeah. So I mean, star, store, right? A store energy. Star is energy. And mass. Right. So when it comes to mastery, right? Just something to think about.
It's an interesting connection between the bull and the sun, steer and star. You got steering, and you got a steer.
Yeah. And a wheel. I mean, yeah, we can keep going. That's why I like the word. I'm thinking, so I was thinking mast. So it's funny you mentioned that. You reminded me, Indy, because I continued with this decode the other day to include that a ship, and that steer, that wheel. It's like a wheel, but the mast, right? The mast on mastery. What does that do on a ship? That collects the energy of the wind and propels the ship to move. So that's just another. I made that connection. That's funny. You made that wheel connection and the steering connection. So who's steering? Who's storing? Who's who the energy's being collected? Are you the steerer and the storer in your story? Where's the energy? Who's controlling the history, right? Who's controlling the mystery? These are all energy controllers, right? Are you outsourcing that star and that steer? Or are you that? And this, I think, is all relevant to all this spirit not outsourcing these things. The star within, the star seed within, the light being within, right? The God DNA, activating the God DNA within. A while ago, Franklin, I think you mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned, they say we have only a couple DNA or something, or we have unused DNA, and there's we only use two of it or something like that. So now what's happening now is a lot of that new DNA, and that's where we mentioned way earlier in the show. Someone was saying they weren't feeling well, and I just happened to ask about ascension symptoms. Maybe one might have experienced or is experienced purging, where when you're sick and the terrain is toxic and your lymph nodes get swollen because it's like a traffic jam of toxins, so your body reacts with inflammation, which is a symptom of overtoxicity. That also translates with ascension on the spiritual realm and activating new DNA. you might be experiencing the same kind of detox of the old world, the old energy, the previous age, the age of Pisces, where things were very logical and root, and like you have this and you have that. This is how this works. This is how that works. And now we're going into the age of Aquarius, where it's a new age. And as I was mentioning last night, no more secrets, no more lies. This is the wind, as well as a little water. So add that mist. You know, there's safety in the mist, in the mystery. So what, you know, that I feel that's what's happening now. You know, so shake off the old ways. Don't hold on to the previous age at all. Many will, because they're highly invested in it. Imagine being a pastor. Store again, right? Imagine being a pastor and you're highly invested in the old ways of a dogma and authoritative. You're the shepherd in the flock. You have a flock. Well, now everyone is their own shepherd, and for me, I'm a flock of one, and we're all just a mass of shepherds and our own gurus together. And again, this is many that are invested in the old ways. I think Kalel even mentioned this, touched on this a little bit before, if I'm not mistaken. Leave the old ways behind, flow, remove the anchors, you know. You know, another one I mentioned last night was so powerful, guys. I'm still kind of reeling from it, and it overlaps this show. You know, you could have wings. You can go through a metamorphosis and then have wings and still not know how to use them, or know that they're even there, or know how to fly. So I think now's the time to really fly. An alchemist is going to use that wind and use it to propel their mast. They're the master, back to mastery. You are the master, you know. So of that. So yeah, thank you.
I think that's very interesting because you're addressing the question that was asked by Quinty, and you sort of addressed it in a metaphorical sense of what is integrity. Okay, so now we're getting into the morality of the situation. What is morality? More of the all. When you can embrace more of the all of life, you become moral, right? And what is integrity? When you can cross, T means cross, Tau. So cross all things together. Bring them all together and make a cross within yourself so that all points cross. In other words, it's got to do with the center. So when we're looking at mastery, a mast is a pole. A pole is something around which energy can rotate. So you are either part of the mass and you're being pulled with the mass, or you're a mast. You have integrity. When you have integrity, you don't get pulled. Integrity means you're with a group of people and they want to take ketamine and you go, nah, I'm not taking ketamine because it makes me seem like I'm upside down. I don't want to do that. I'm good. I'll have a smoothie. You know, you're immune to peer pressure. You're immune to being moved in this way or that way just because of expectations or trying to impress people or trying to, whatever the case might be, just immunity to it all, integrity. And it sort of means that you've got a mast in the ground. Now the shamans have the mast. It's you dance around a pole, a totem pole, a maypole. It's all the same thing. It's the pole that represents the pole, the North Pole. And everything is revolving around this energetic point. And everything is circling around this pole. And so it creates polarity, right? And polarity is when you've got potential. Polarity equals potential. So potential pot, when you've got a full pot inch tense, Tense is another word for pressure. So that godly pressure can produce tension. And when you've got a lot of tension in the pot, you've got potential. And the potential in the pot is produced because of the pole. And the pole is creating the potential of energy moving around that pole. And that pole produces a center around which the energy can move. And that center is the point of integrity. So when one finds one's integrity through whatever spiritual practice one is doing, one becomes a pole. One becomes a mast, and that produces mastery. So when the mass is revolving around a single star, we call that a mast. So when you find that star within yourself, which is the center, and you can revolve around that central point, then you're beginning to discover self-mastery. And that means that your mass gets bigger, your potential gets bigger, and the amount of resonant frequencies that you put out becomes stronger. And you're going to affect other people and animals more strongly than you would have. So I think what we're getting at here is integrity. So when it comes to psychic development, integrity is the key. And having a set of moral compasses, whatever that morality is, you see, people think of morality as being holy. Well, Satanists have morality too. They've just got their own version of morality. Who are we to judge, other people's forms of morality? But to have a set of maps with compasses, morality, to embrace more of the all, and to have that integrity of the mast, which is the pole that can carry the energy, the charge, then you become in charge. And when you're in charge, other people will want to follow you, or animals will want to be near you. People will want to be near you. So it's an interesting point that Quinty brought up. And I think the words that you've thrown into this mix have just been the exact answers to the questions, even though they've been very much like a metaphor. Yeah. It's like reading a tarot card. So much love. Thank you for that, brother. Who have we not heard from?
Mystic and Soraya.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you want to know? Ask Spirit anything. Ask Spirit anything. What is everyone search their deepest desire? What is it that you wish to know? And then I will take that and ask Khalil about it. But no, what do you guys honestly? What is think about it, Indy, and I'll get out of your way, brother.
How come people are like Snow White sometimes, and all the animals just come gathering around? What is it in them that attracts those animals, man? Spirit, we want to know.
There's a massive decode on that story as well, and that actually eludes me. That was a good question. I know Khalil could probably remember the decode on that. It gets a little awkward. That particular story gets a little awkward with me when you're talking about all these little dudes following this girl around. That gets wild. But but what attracts animals? One, I mean, smell is very important. If you notice, you could like, why are we repelled from smell and scent, which is what animals sense, scent, all that. You can get, if you're a low vibe, you can give off a bad scent. Even your pheromone. If your toxic comes out, your toxicities come out. That's why you have BO. That's why your armpits smell, because you actually have toxins coming out. And then the bacteria, which some actually consider bacteria to be demons or evil spirits. No. I'm just sharing. I'm just saying that's what some people define that. And so smelling bad versus, I'm just sharing, Indy. That's a school of thought by some. And then so the animals, man, if you have a lot of toxins, a low vibe, they're not going to be wanting to come near you.
Yeah, I feel that.
And I mean, the law of the jungle, let's not pretend the law of the jungle is not exactly all daisies and roses. It's cycles. I mean, a deer, like I mentioned a while ago, is a very spiritual animal. I mean, they're on their toes often. And then you talk about snakes. I mean, who's more grounded than snakes? You know. So yeah, attracting animals. I have a neighborhood hawk that I see now. I've gotten used to this hawk. I know it now. It lives nearby. It lives in my neighborhood. So that hawk is always coming through. I try and read what's that mean? Always take it as a good omen.
Yes.
You know, they see everything. They can see everything. So that's incredible. So I mean, yeah, I mean that's a good question. I mean, if you're scaring animals away, I would try to get back in connection with nature. Dude, the worst thing, guys, I'll go hiking and I'll hear someone carry like a music, they'll be playing music with them out loud. And I'm like, what is going on? And obviously they're going to scare all the vibe away, all the good vibes, all the tree, all the bird, everything, the animals, you know. So that person is repelling the animals quite obviously. So they're not going to attract animals, right, Indy? I mean, they're going to repel them away. Someone like myself, dude, this time last year, I've snuck up on bear cubs. I've snuck up on deer, their dens accidentally. I felt bad because who knows, now they're out running around. But I've accidentally snuck up on these animals and they didn't even see me coming. So, but yeah, that's a good sign, man. Interpreting all of nature, interpreting these things, these animals, the wind. Can you see a storm coming? Can you feel a storm coming? Right? I mean, how many times have we seen in that that tsunami that happened in like Thailand and stuff? The elephants on the beach for the tourists were like trying to run away way before the storm was coming. Horses can detect a storm coming miles away. You know, they're very tapped in. And do we see these signs? Can we read the signs? Can we read the stars?
It's funny you mentioned that tsunami. I was staying in Sri Lanka in the jungles when that tsunami was coming. And I'd been concerned about the tsunami coming for about 6 months in the back of my mind. And one morning I woke up and said, it's coming. And my ex-wife had constantly said, no, it's not going to be a tsunami. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I was just expecting a tsunami. One morning I woke up and said, we've got to get in an airplane. We've got to do it fast. And she realized it was serious. It was like a big deal. So we were like, okay, we managed to get out just before the tsunami hit. So there's definitely this. I find I can smell weather. I smell it. You can smell when weather's going to change.
Well, your hair, Franklin, what about your hair as an antenna for attracting these things as well?
That's why they call them dreaded locks. Because they do attract. Well, what is hair? Think about what hair does. So you've got an electromagnetic field, and the hair produces a static sheath, which is something for the electromagnetic field to bump against, right? And so the bumping against the static sheath produces more percussive tones. And those percussive tones can once again become part of a standing wave, right? Like soldiers marching over a bridge, to produce bigger waves because of the rhythm of the pulses running in together. So there's definitely increases the electromagnetic potential output for sure. I believe it feels like it does. All your body hair, you know, your beard, your all of that stuff has an effect. It's interesting. I had to live with this when I was young. A lot. It was bad. But I remember when I was 15, a good friend of mine, Andrew Clark. I wonder if he's here, if he's watching. If you're here, Andrew, say hello. He pranked his mom's car, something terrible. A friend of mine, Dougie, almost died. But for about 3 weeks prior to this, I would be sitting with my friends and I would suddenly turn white. All the blood would drain from my face. My heart would stop. That was the interesting thing. It's like I could feel my heart stop and my blood drain. And I would be projected out of my body and I would be experiencing the car accident. And it happened again and again. And it happened around my friends. And they'd get like really scared. They'd think like, is he having a heart attack? They'd be freaking out. And for like about 3 or 4 seconds, 5 seconds, I'd be like out of my body doing this. And then I'd come back into my body and they'd be like freaking out. I'd say, no, I'm fine. But I'd started saying like, look, guys, I think I'm going to die in a car accident, like soon. So I refused to go in a car. And I was like, I didn't mind driving a car, but I was 15. We were naughty. I was driving for a long time. No, I was 16 at the time, actually. 16 at the time. Maybe even 16, 17. But you don't get driver's licenses in South Africa till you're 18. So we were cheeky little buggers. Started driving when I was 15. And so I was really scared I wouldn't get into the passenger seat of a car because every time I had that vision, it was the same one. The car's spinning, it's dark, so I knew it was going to happen at night. So I didn't get into a car with anyone at night, not on the passenger seat or early in the morning. And the car's spinning like that, and I'm getting thrown through the window, and I can feel the glass on my head as I'm being thrown out of the window. And so I kept telling people, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And so I was paranoid, and I was telling people, look, it's been nice knowing you, I'm going to die. I'm going to die in a car accident sometime, like, I don't know, next week, the week after, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. Everybody's like, you're freaking out, dude. And then, of course, the night that Andrew pranked his mom's car, I said to him, dude, there's no way I'm getting in that car with you. Because I'm like, I'll cause an accident just being in the car. If I'm in that car, you're gonna crash it. And I said to him, I got a bad feeling about you going. I'm definitely not going with you. I'm not going to go and fetch my mom's car and go on a mission with you. He wanted to go for a drive to some place. And anyway, it happened exactly as it had in my dream. And it wasn't me in the passenger seat, it was Doug. So I had been thinking the whole time it was going to be me, but it turned out to be Doug. And Doug went through the window. So sometimes when you're deja vu, what's the other one? Not deja vu, but the other vu that Moonfeather was mentioning. That's like when you know it's gonna happen.
One of the
vus. Hey?
One of the vus.
The voo.
And so it was like really hectic, you know. I had this probably happen about 5 times, 6 times while I was awake. So yeah, for me, I have these lucid dreams when I'm awake, you know, like, and in the end, it was serious. Doug went through the window.
Premonition. Yeah? That's the word.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was scary because my heart would stop every time.
Oh,
so
I wasn't trying to
interrupt.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just wanting to share that.
When the heart stops, you leave your body. So when you astrally project, your heart stops. That's why you get scared of leaving your body, because your heart has to stop. And I don't think it beats while you're out of the body. I think the body remains in a point of stasis somehow while you're out of the body. And it's just frozen in stasis. But please do continue, brother.
Oh man, I was listening. No, I just wanted to get that word in there that you were thinking of. Sorry, I was listening. But I'm interested in hearing more about that. So I as far as I'm aware, I cannot recall exactly astral projecting myself. I'm sure I have in different states of consciousness. But when your heart stops when you astral project, that's very interesting, and your body's in some sort of stasis. I'd love to hear more about this.
I mentioned it in one of the previous roundtables. I don't want to go into the whole story again.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm sorry.
in detail, but it basically, I did something I shouldn't have done. Well, I shouldn't have done. I've overreached many times in my life. I played with samadhi, which was something that is quite dangerous. Who was it that was asking about this? Who was mentioning this before? Was it Lily? Lily was mentioning it. There's a name for it in the Buddhist tradition. She put it in the group, in the round table, but it's called samadhi yoga in the Vedic schools. And there's certain meditative techniques that one uses to prepare oneself to enter into the Sahasrara chakra. And then you project out through the crown chakra. But that's not specifically, that's like literally removing your consciousness from your body, and you go through each gate. It feels like you go through like a different, it's like an airplane going through like a speed barrier, sound barrier, and it breaks a sound barrier, and then it breaks another sound barrier, and it breaks another sound barrier, and it breaks, and each time it breaks a sound barrier, it's traveling faster than it was before. Sort of feels like. And there's 9 of these barriers. And if you break the last barrier, you don't come back into the body. So I've had that happen when I practiced too hard, because I was sitting on the roof, and I decided that morning that I'm done with this nonsense. I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do this right. I'm going to finish the story right now. I'm going to sit here until I'm enlightened. I'm not moving from this bloody spot. And it's quite a place to get to when you get to that decision, like you're prepared to sit here. And so I went past all the agony, because sitting for many hours is agony. And I ended up going through these points. My focus was intense, and I became one with all thought. I just stayed in that thought frequency with all thought until I broke through each barrier, and I was at the utmost frequency. There was this council, these people above me. They were like talking to me, like telepathically explaining to me that you can't go through here. And I was like, damn, of course I can. You can't stop me. And so I started proving them wrong. Like, you want to stop me? I'll show you how this is done. The all warrior side of me, like, you will not stop me. I'll take you all on, kind of thing. And then I went in to go through the last barrier, and they fetched my mom out of her. She was asleep in her bed. She was in South Africa. I was in India. They literally brought her to me. And they brought my mom there, and I could see her. And she was like scared. And they were like saying to me, like, look at this. Are you ready to leave? She needs you. And so that made me sort of like, oh, okay, so it does matter if I go through this final barrier and I can't come back. And so I went back down, each octave. Ding, 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 ding. And the funny thing, Ronan, when I got back into my body, right, I was surrounded by eagles. They were sitting next to me. Like, all the eagles had landed around me on the roof where I was sitting. This is Rajasthan, Udaipur is full of eagles. And I was surrounded by eagles. And I mean, they were so close to me that if I moved my shoulder, I might bump one.
Wow.
They were like all around me, eagles. And at a later stage, one of them landed on my head.
That's powerful,
Yeah.
dude.
And an eagle landed on my head.
Wow.
Just dived out of the sky and landed on my head and flew off. Didn't hurt me. And obviously all the Indian people were like, oh my gosh, that's like a sign from God. Like, then I'm in the newspapers for this. Like at that town, I was in the newspapers like something happened. Like I was in the news. We had to escape certain parts of Rajasthan. And wherever I went in India, we were always in the newspapers. It was one of those weird things.
It's incredible.
And yeah. So, and like different states, thousands of kilometers away, bang, in the newspapers. Like, what was I doing? I was walking on the street. Now I'm in the newspapers. It was this consistent weird thing that followed us around. But I think it's when you're in your right place that your resonant frequencies are powerful. And so, yeah, I pulled back from that samadhi yoga, and I recognized and realized that I'm not ready for that, because that's like to prepare your consciousness to leave the body for good. Then that was when I was much older. That was in India. When I was much younger, I also got ahead of myself, but something else. And this is like traveling through the astral. And I wanted to travel out through the water element, because the water element's got to do with life and death. And I was like, okay, I need to get a better handle on death, because some part of me is still afraid of death. So I need to still figure that out, like that little bit of that puzzle, so I've got it totally under the belt, so to speak. And so I made myself and this is another way to develop this ESP gift, is using sacred geometry and color to form yantras with the correct colors and the correct patterns. And you don't have to follow somebody else's thing. You can make your own one. You just need to understand the principles, the geometric principles, the math, and the colors. Water element is orange and blue. Figure it out. Find the math and the geometry that works for you, and then draw your own thing and color it appropriately and create what is called a flashing tablet doorway. And then you travel through that doorway. And so I went into a meditation with an open-eyed meditation. And I traveled out through my open eyes, through the doorway. And my body was in Padmasana. And when I traveled out of my body, I noticed my heart stopped beating. Once again, this is the thing about the heart beating. And I traveled into this fluid substance, and it was so much fun. Like you can go wherever. It's like surfing. You're a surfer, right, Ronan? So you know what it's like to be in a tube. Am I right?
I wouldn't call myself a surfer, but I've surfed. That doesn't mean I'm a surfer.
Have you been inside a tube?
Yes.
Then you're a surfer, and you know what I'm talking about. There's
It didn't turn out well, actually. As you know, sometimes I was able to make it out through, but yeah.
When you're inside that tube and you can feel that water all around you, and there's the sound and the suction, it's the most incredible experience. Now, surfing through the astral is like this. It's like you're surfing through this tube. It's like this fluid substance all around you. And you can go like anywhere you want. But there's no structure. There's no form. It's just pure energy. And you're like surfing through spiral of this pure energy. And because it's not the etheric, it's the astral, which is different to the etheric. And then you start noticing that whatever you project onto this fluid substance, it becomes that in a very abstract form.
That's awesome.
And so whatever you bring in your consciousness, this thing around you will start to adapt to your thoughts and your feelings, and start to form, according to your emotional states, a reality around you. But the reality isn't form, it's of energy. And so you don't see the forms as you would see them on the etheric. You see the energy. It's a very abstract concept. It's a very emotional place to be. And I surfed and surfed and surfed and surfed, and I surfed out there, and I went like further and deeper until I was like, okay, are there any maps anywhere? Of course, there's no maps. You don't know where you are. There's no maps, so you get lost. Well, I got lost. And I was like, well, there's no bloody cord. Where's that cord they all told me about? There's no bloody cord. There's no ripcord. There's nothing. It's like,
That
okay, I'm
silver
here.
cord. Yeah, where's that silver cord?
And so I looked for my body until I decided my body was dead. Because I realized that when I left my body, my heart stopped. And I must have searched for my body for weeks, what felt like weeks. And then it got to the point where I acknowledged, okay, well, you know what? It's been like so many weeks by now, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is. My body must be dead. So I was like, okay, so I'm dead. This isn't so bad. And then I while I was there, I was experimenting around. I was checking, okay, so there's these different layers of this place. There's like a place where you can go where there's like lots of density and you can sort of go soak into the density, but then you're stuck. The same kind of stuckness you have if you're getting electrical shock. If you've ever been getting shocked, like this, your brain can't think. You can't do anything. It's stuck. It's like in density of the electricity becomes the density of energy that fills your body, that there's no space for thoughts. Think of it like that. And there's this density, this void, that what people call the void isn't empty, it's full. That's how I experienced it. It's fullness. It's total fullness of everything. It's solid. And you enter into this solid thing and there's just nothing. You can't think, you can't do anything. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And some part of me started getting bored. Like, so what now? This isn't the way I remembered it when I was little. In fact, this place is very different. Where the hell am I? And I started losing control of what I was creating. And I was like, oh, damn. And I heard them hear me. And they were coming. And I was like, okay. Couldn't see them, but I knew they were out there. I could hear them coming. I could hear them thinking towards me. And I was like, these are the archons. I just knew. Like, okay. I knew what I was dealing with. And I was like, right, okay, well, I'm pretty fast. I can slide through this stuff pretty fast. So I was like outrunning them. But they were like onto me. I was like, okay, so I can't outrun them. And I tried for a long time trying to figure this out. Then I went to hide in the void. And I'd go into the void and I'd wait infinite period of time, seemingly, without any motion of thought, because you can't think, you can't do anything. Until I'd come out and they're still here. These buggers, they're still here. And I tried to outrun them for what must have been like, I don't know, weeks. Then I was like, okay, let's do this. It's like, I'll take you all on. So I was like ready for them. And when I've decided to face them and fight them, then they sort of got me and they somehow teleported me to a place where I was in a tube and I was being rotated downward down a tube. I call it a tube, but it's constructed of beings. And the beings are constructed of smaller beings. And each one of those smaller beings are constructed of smaller beings. And each one of those smaller beings are constructed of smaller beings. And when you look, you zone out, you go, oh my gosh, these big beings, they make very big ones. And they make bigger ones and bigger ones and bigger ones. And it was very like weird. The scale of the surroundings that I was made out of beings. And I was like, wow. So I'm in like a hollow tube of beings. And I'm rotating. And I was rotating, anti-clockwise. I was rotating this way towards my left. And I wasn't going up. I was going down. And the music was becoming more and more diabolical. The tones and the music. There's music. I was like, this music's not sounding right. There's something about this music. It's a little bit haunting, bewitching. What is with this bloody music? And obviously all of them are in their uniforms. They've got these armor that they wear. They're lizard-like, of course. But they're not physical beings because we're in the astral. So they are pure energy, but they are part of an invisible pattern. And the pattern consists of beings, but the beings are the intelligence of the pattern. And each part of the intelligence of the pattern is a being, which is made out of different intelligences, which are different beings, which are made out of different intelligences. And it's like this scale of infinite, bigger and smaller going on. And you're rotating down this thing, and you like, at some point you start wondering, where the hell am I going? I'm going down. And the generals and all the other, they're all like in rank, and they've got the signalia all over their armor, and their sort of the forms, the geometric forms of their body, which is like their armor, whatever you want to call it, it's got like signalia on it that you can somehow read. And this one's like above that one, and this one's above that one, and this one's above that one, and they're all like, they all know their place basically. Until you get to the bottom, and now you're at like, it can only be described as a bottomless pit, and it's like there's no bottom. It's like, holy, what? Just exactly what is this place? And then like my consciousness realized I'm on the precipice of the abyss. This is what this is the abyss. This is death. I was like, holy shit, what am I doing here? How did I get here? And then it occurred to me who I was facing was a being that changes shape and changes shape and changes shape and changes shape. And it wanted to invade my temple. And so there was this war that I had to fight with this being of it wanting to take my temple, and me having to resist and resist and resist and resist. It's like not a physical thing. It's a purely mental fight. And it went on and on and on and on, and it tired me out, and I'd get stronger and I'd put more force into it until it went round and round in circles, and I was stuck in this battle for what seemed like weeks. And it sounds ridiculous. And I knew that if I lost, all was lost. Like if I lost, I would like be broken to pieces and fall out through the bottom of this void, this emptiness beneath me, like who I was. And so I just had to keep fighting. I just kept fighting and kept fighting and kept fighting until I discovered that, like, I felt sorry for this being. I thought, my gosh, this is what you do. This is your thing. This is not cool. What's your existence like? This is not nice existence for you. And that was what weakened it. And I thought, oh, you're kidding me. This weakens you. So this is how I can defend myself. So that's the case. I want to open my heart to you, love you, and forgive you. And when I did that, the being transformed. It disappeared, became part of the matrix, or the substance around me. But in its process of leaving, it wouldn't leave because it was now inside of me. Only it wasn't that changing being anymore. Now it was like, without getting biblical, but we're talking like that first eon. We're talking about that Christos. We're talking about whatever you want to talk about. That was inside. And now all the archons, it's almost like they turned around and they were like, oh, you buggers, you bunch of bloody angels. You tricked me. And now I'm rotating the other way, and now the music's sounding pretty damn fine. And the singing is beautiful, like the arias, like beautiful arias, like high, beautiful, angelic voices singing together, like this beautiful language of this beautiful song. And I'm rotating upwards, and the colors are like so vibrant. And as I'm getting higher, I'm like seeing the way the universe fits together, until they get to a point where like it's just, I'm becoming so ecstatic. Not as ecstatic as I became when at a later stage, when I went through all of those things. That was the biggest ecstasy I've ever experienced in my life, when I went to the 9th gate. I was so happy that I was ready to die. I was so happy. I was like, what is the body? What is the flesh? Come on, man. What is this body? I don't need it. And but there was a lot of ecstasy to as much as, and I've got to understand it was many, many years before. So I like minus 20,000 hours of meditation, basically. Like I was much younger. And so it just got to the point where there was a unanimous decision between, like, everybody thinks together, like ants in a hive or something, that like, this is your limit. I was like, oh, some part of me was a pang of sadness because I wanted to see what was up there, because the music was getting so cool and the colors were becoming so beautiful, and the angels were becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger forms of the chain of life, which is like extending from inside of me somehow. But I'm traveling around this, and I'd been going this way, revolving upwards, until I'd reached the last, and then I started to vibrate like like I did when I died when I was a little boy. And the vibration got so heavy and powerful. And in that vibrational field, that's when I realized that the being that I'd been fighting was inside my heart, but it was pure love. And it was showing me like the path, of life. Like you're supposed to suffer in order to become pure. And then I started to vibrate and vibrate and vibrate. And my vibrations, I got smaller. I felt like I was shrinking until I was vibrating, and I was not, what's this I'm vibrating into? And I realized, oh, it's my body. I found my body again. I'm vibrating back into my body. And my body was still sitting in the same posture I'd left it 6 hours later. So I'd had it 6 hours out of the body. And
So powerful, man. That's incredible.
but I'd lived like many months. I don't know
Oh,
how many months. It seemed like forever. Like easily 3 months, 4 months. I lived somewhere else in the astral. And so yeah, the astral is a very, and I got stuck. I got
mhm.
stuck. Not something I would recommend to anybody. So yeah, the heart stops. And I was convinced that when I came into my body that the heart hadn't been beating. And then the heart started again when I got bumping against, like you're bumping against and bumping against and bumping, until the bumping becomes so much that you're actually feeling the body on yourself. Because you're moving so fast, you're vibrating. And then you're starting to be like bumping into something. You're shrinking. And your vibrations are pushing, like squashing you in, squeezing you against the sides of these things until you're
Yeah.
stuck inside this bouncing thing where you're vibrating inside the body. And
The
that
ve-
vibration starts the heart beating.
The
That's what it felt
vessel,
like.
the vassal
Yeah.
container. I mean, that's what you're sharing is so mind blowing. That's such an incredible share of that journey. Thank you for sharing that, and Franklin, that is powerful, man.
It was
I-
stupid of me to play with that.
well,
Forces that I didn't understand.
we like to go look around places that we're not supposed to go look. It's just in our nature. Ask questions. Ask questions. What's behind this door? What's over here? What's staring into the abyss? And see. And then you stare too long, it stares back. My question, my question to you guys, and based on that, Indy might have something with this too. There are legends of what's called the crystal skulls. And supposedly the crystal skulls are these actual crystal skulls. And they evidently have either like your consciousness or like what you're talking about. So imagine you took that journey or someone that took that journey and then instead of going back to their body, they put that consciousness into a crystal skull. So the legend has it that when you put these hands on a crystal skull, imagine like a USB drive. It just holds a whole bunch of data. So you put your hand on this like crystal skull and you get like, all of a sudden you can ask it, and it kind of like in the movies, you're like, okay, now I know how to fly a helicopter or whatever. You know what I mean? You have all this technology and ancient wisdom. So, and these are real legends. What do you think about that, Franklin? Do you think one can leave their body and transfer that essence, who you are, energetic light, into another vessel? What do you think?
What do you guys think?
I'm a proponent of reincarnation, and I feel like we go into birth after death, but there might be a time where we go into another realm for a month or longer. There's different times in different cultures that say, I think in Japanese culture, they say that there's a period of 60 days or something. But that's my take on it. I feel like the white light could be at the doctor's office when you're coming out of the womb. And if that's the case, and people come back from having seen the white light, would that make that child a stillborn? And then you would come back into your body and live again instead of having died and then waking up in a new body? I have a lot of questions about this, but intuitively, I feel like reincarnation is definitely part of the picture. In ancient Egypt lore, they would say that everyone always had the entitlement to reincarnation as a worst case scenario, to try again and again until they get it right. And when one can live without making any of the 42 transgressions of Ma'at, they would be able to ascend from reincarnation and rise and become a star and shine that light of your wisdom onto the universe so that people can learn from it. Which kind of lines up with the idea of reincarnation in Buddhism, where people will constantly be reincarnated, but once they are able to transcend that, they go into nirvana, which is a higher state, but they're able to escape the reincarnation. And it's given a bad connotation. The cycle is something you want to escape in Buddhism. But in the Egyptian lore, it's something that you also are trying to escape, but not everyone really gets there. And I think that's same in Buddhism. It's only the real mystics that are able to actually make it to nirvana and transcend this realm. What do you guys think about it? Just my take on it.
If you remember that we live in a simulation, I think it's very much like many a video game. What Franklin described is incredible and amazing, and it has been displayed in mythology for decades now at this point, especially our own modern mythology. If you look at the X-Men and look at Charles Xavier or Professor X when he battles the Shadow King on the astral plane, that's exactly what happened, right? If you look at this idea of inception, right? Every layer deeper down they went into the dream, time was compressed, right? What do you think they're talking about, right? Like this whole idea of dream warriors in Freddy Krueger, right? Well, I don't remember if it was part 3 or part 4, but it was called the Dream Warriors, you know, where people were having shared dreams, and they give you this horror element to try to scare you away from when that actually happens. You see how that works? This translates into the buddy system or twin flames or soulmates. You call it what you want to. It's a power up, right? Like this is what you do naturally, but you have to put in some level of work. You have to pay attention to your own spirit and what you're drawn to, because it doesn't necessarily correlate to this life. Like Moonfeather pointed out earlier, it can correlate to a life that you've already lived or a dream within a dream within a dream. You call it whatever you want.
Yeah, I think there's a lot in that. And like I think of crystals as being alive. Like a being of another order of life. Maybe from like a long, long time ago, if time, now you have to think linear time, but like a different order of evolution. And so it's a being of vibration. And I think they can act as libraries, these beings. And then we can like use them like a library. We can put information into crystals and we can program crystals. And I think that if a crystal has been programmed by like highly advanced people, Maybe they can put a lot of information into a crystal. And maybe that crystal is then kept to be programmed by the next high priest with even more advanced add-on information. And maybe all the high priests over like thousands of years add information to this library inside these crystals. And maybe the crystals themselves are like a gateway to a corner of the astral plane that's been carved out where the information is being stored. And that the crystal can be used as a conduit. So on some level, it's carrying and holding the information. On another level, it's a doorway to the information. However, whichever. But I think somewhere along those lines, there might be something to be,
what
looked
level are we in a dream now? What level are we in? What level are we operating right now? Is this a dream just stacked on other dreams? The inception? Like the layers of that inception had a lot to do with time also. And you, Franklin, sharing that we're going up and spiraling up and down. And I'm sure time's a construct. I mean, it's like, what is time? It's kind of, we were, in my opinion, in my opinion, what we're told about time, what we're told about this is reality. Reality is, this is merely all an illusion. And this is a dream. This is temporary. I mean, that's obvious. So what happens when we leave this vessel and you no longer have to go back to your body? Franklin, it's pretty interesting when I've heard of Buddhists, they go, I think you might have shared this a while ago, Franklin, or maybe that's somewhere else where they could just go, okay, I'm going to die right now. And they will just die. You know what I mean? Because they'll basically astral project and go, see you later. So is this a dream? Is this an illusion? What is this? Reality? And then when you really look into it, how important is that job of ours? Going to work and just whatever it is that we do. Go ahead, Franklin. I just want to I'd love to hear what you have to say.
It seemed like we're a reality inside another reality. And that the way that like our bodies consist of cells that like make tissues, that make organs, that are made out of cells, that are consisting with other microbes in the cells, different parts, and it gets smaller and smaller. Maybe our reality is a small thing inside a bigger reality, which is a different dream. And that's a dream within it. That's like dreams within dreams.
Yeah, and I mean to Sherry, yeah, you're pinching yourself and it hurts. But what does that actually tell you? The hurts. The energetic hurts. Sending signals to your brain to tell you that pinching yourself hurts. Okay, so what does that tell you? You know what I mean? You're in this realm and you're getting signals from vassals and vessels in this realm. So of course, you're going to pinch yourself and feel it hurt. But that's just this particular dream. You pull this dream away, and then you're within another dream. You've referenced, Franklin, so many times the Russian dolls. Keep peeling those away. Keep peeling those dreams away, and get down to the source. What's the source? I find these type of discussions incredible. This is what I really love to talk about. And I'm more of here to learn than really share because I'm on this journey. I'm on this path, and I would hate to lie to people and act like I have all the answers. Imagine someone who's just really adamant, like, I've got all the answers. It's like, really? Oh my gosh, you're dumber than I thought. That's dangerously dumb. You know what I mean? Me, I'm very aware of how dumb I am. I don't know anything. I'm in a dream, guys. I'm in a vessel, and it's like, I think that's the first part of spiritual wisdom, is knowing that you don't know nothing.
What occurred to me about what you said was hertz.
Yep,
Hertz is frequency, isn't it?
absolutely. It's a measurement that we use here. Yeah.
So when something hurts, it's frequency. So everything is just frequency. That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Again, you feel pain because you get, your body sends a frequency, energetic frequency, to your brain, and goes, that hurts, and then hurts, and then it goes back down. So obviously, that's your body saying, stop pinching yourself. But but when you remove the body, right? Like when Franklin was out, if you walked up to Franklin's body at that time and pinched him, he would not have felt it because he was elsewhere energetically. That's your body. This is a suit. You're an astronaut right now. You're in space right now. This is your suit. Your flesh.
I wish I knew, brother. All I can say is that there is something else. When the world disappeared when I was little, it was like I was staring out of a fishbowl. And there was light. And I could remember. And I could remember that this was not my home and that I come from another home. But it wasn't like a reincarnation, and like it wasn't like this. There was this thought in my brain of, what the hell was it doing in that place? Oh my gosh. What kind of a place is that? Oh, thank God I'm coming home. And then the dread when I was like, no, you don't. No, leave my body alone. And I saw like Mariki looking in the pool to try and see my body. And I was like, no. And then I was like trying to stop her from going in to get my body out of the water. Because I was like, I did not want to come back here. Because some part of me was like, I'd been tricked into being here. It's what it felt like. I was very young. I was 3 years old. But it felt like this place was a trick. Like I'd been tricked into being here, and this place wasn't very nice, but I come from a really nice place.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being able to fly and you're having your wings clipped. You're like, dude, I want to fly. So that's a total thing of, I get that. A lot of people get that. They feel that, you know, when people talk about, I feel something's missing, there's a hole in me, is it, or whatever, you know, they try and fill it with and insert whatever prophet you deem to be the one, when realizing that, well, one, you are the one and a part of the one, and two, yeah, we're restricted in this body of ours. We're restricted. So did we get, I don't know, were we tricked here to begin with, spiritual beings of light, to then get tricked here somehow? And then you have that soul trap, recycle whole deal, right? Go to the light, don't go to the light, all that. Are we just here to, I don't know, work or energy, loosh, you know, then you get to all these like Vril and all those watchers, and they feed off of your energy and on and on and on. Is that a thing here? Is this a pitfall? Were we soaring around the cosmos energetically, and we just slipped and fell into a little side pitfall again with the video games? Now we're in a pitfall. How the heck do we get out of here? Can I climb that silver string out of here? You know, is my muscles, can I, or am I, you know, can we get out of it? Is that a thing? Or maybe it's just a pitfall among pitfalls, and it's part of the cosmic thing, journey. Or is Nirvana too much Nirvana, Franklin? Too much Nirvana for anyone? Maybe is you get like fat with Nirvana. You get like, this is too good. I don't know, man. I really don't know.
How much
Rest.
power do we want to claim? How much power do we want to give out? You said before that we were gods. If we're gods, then that means that we claim everything. And there is nothing outside of us, so nothing could have tricked us unless we tricked ourselves, unless we want to be tricked, unless we want that to be a part of the illusion. And that is part of the illusion, because there's very few of us who are born completely awakened and completely open, but it does happen.
So I made
Again,
a video game, Kala. We made a video. So like we sit on our couches and play video games. I'm a god who made my own video game, and I'm here playing it.
does it matter where you play it if you're playing it? Think about a couple years ago, they had a phenomenon with a game called, what was that called? Pokemon Go or something like that. And it was a psychological test. And there's a book on this actually. That the government was testing its populace, not just around the world, not in Japan, but here in America, because there would be Pokemon located at police stations, and located at Masonic lodges, and located at all these different crazy locales, just to see if people would go, and they would. Parents would literally drag their children to these kinds of places. So the environment, I don't think matters a whole lot. At the same time, children aren't going to schools anymore because they have virtual reality goggles that the state is now trying to pay for, right? So locale is going to be relative. The power level doesn't change. The medium to express that may, but the power is still there. So again, it's about what we choose to claim and what level we're actually at. There is no wrong answer, technically speaking.
Yeah, so the level on the game could be Nirvana, could be another level on the quote unquote game, to stick with that wonderful analogy. And then, yeah, what's beyond Nirvana? What's beyond any game? What's beyond no more games?
I wonder if it's hard work.
That's where we're actually going, because see, from a Gnostic perspective, at some point you have to get off the carousel. See, because any issue that people or the individual think that they have is an issue of incarnation. It's not about trying to make incarnation better, but that's what it looks like.
Obviously, incarnation, incarnal. This is carnal, so there's words there. Incarnation, going back, staying in the carnal, back and around that carousel. Carnal, the carousel. How they name these things. Yeah.
Khan and the number 8, right? And Khan means eating. Kana from Sanskrit. Kana. And so Khan 8, and the word 8 is when you've eaten. I ate something. And what you said earlier was restricted. And it made me think about that word. Rest, trick. Maybe the trick was rest. Maybe like where we come from, there's a lot of hard work to be done. And if we get lazy, we end up putting ourselves into this rest trick. We think we're tricking ourselves to get a rest, because it seems that like everything in this life would be a copy of something else, and life is like hard work. And maybe that comes back to that pumpkin story, with the golden slipper, the glass slipper, and the fairy godmother and all of that. Like, we're looking for these fairy fantasy where we can just be lazy. And look at what we've done to this world. We've created a world where we don't have to do much. It's like we don't have to experience the cold. We don't have to toil. But maybe like hard work is part of what we do, what we're meant to do. Maybe elsewhere. And we got restricted. I don't know.
I've been to the place where people go, I guess, when you could say in between lives or after death. And it was a place where I could tell right away when I got there that I wasn't welcome there. It wasn't time for me to be there. And I've always wondered when I got to be in this place, I was inside of what I call a seed or an egg. It was on like a polyp tree. Polyps are like the tree from which a Medusa jellyfish hatches from. And I felt like we were very much like a polyp tree of jellyfishes. And each of the branches held a pod with an individual within. And so when we move here in this world, it was like the pod is like a treadmill. It simulates what we're touching here. So I always wondered, is that pod simulating another environment through time and space that's actually happening somewhere? Or is it simulating an artificial environment that's preparing us to be born into that realm? And I feel like it could be both. I feel like there's an aspect where that may be a future state from which our consciousness actually resides in. And then it is sourced from there, but acting here in its past. But ultimately, I felt like the goal of this state was that once we find a way to live in a way that's mutually beneficial with the world around us and we live a happy life, we'll be born as immortal, energetic beings there. It was an incredible experience that I had there. And it's taken me years to be able to put words to it. A lot of the stuff is not even translatable to our reality. I felt like the substances there were not material. There was nothing matter. I felt like they used matter in the simulation there to keep us down so that we could play the game. But when we were born there, we would just be free to roam. And so they make sure that when we are born and free to roam, that we're going to do the right things. And we have the best intentions for one and all. And so I feel like this is a realm in which we learn that. We come to practice and learn. And if we don't make that understanding in our life, we get a chance to try again. That was an incredible experience I've had. I've met one other person that's been able to go to this place. And it's called like an electric ocean.
Now, you just touched on something really, really deep, Indy. I would really love to speak on. For anybody who would like a visual representation of what Indy is talking about, the third series of Star Trek is called Deep Space Nine with Captain or Commander Benjamin Sisko, right? And this is the first time in Star Trek history they had access to a wormhole. Now, we can speculate a whole lot about what wormholes are, right? There's always someone different in Star Trek. In the original Star Trek, it was Mr. Spock, who was primarily logic, who was fascinated by emotion, right? In the Next Generation, it was Lieutenant Commander Data, who was an android, right? A synthetic android. And in Deep Space Nine, it was Odo. Odo was the, I believe he was Chief Security.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was also a changeling. He could change his shape. His people were beyond the wormhole. He was able to return home, right? And it was this vast ocean. And Odo was very strict. He was very, very routine. He was very, very much removed from emotion because he didn't know how to express it because he had never been around his people. What his people did was they sent out pieces of themselves in order to gain light, gain information, and then return to source and share their experiences. Some were always there, some never left the collective, but they welcome you back. And if you were able to make it back, right? Because some didn't make it back. So they know you better than you know yourself. And this is a programming to the game. You see what I mean? So what Indy just described, very few quote unquote players or people are able to get to that level. Who wants to go through the hardest levels of Mario, the hardest levels of Call of Duty, the hardest levels of My Little Pony, whatever game you play? Who wants to play that chess grandmaster? Do you know how much it costs to go to Dubai 2 years ago for that chess grandmastership? These things cost. We can talk about them all day. But to understand is one thing. To achieve is something else. And you see this displayed through every area of human relation, or what we call human relation. So thank you for that, Indy, because that was a wonderful callback to that series. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Quite welcome. Yeah, I love that series myself too, as well. And that was a really powerful and poignant episode or two where they had that whole world of the changelings. It was just incredible. It was so mind blowing to me. And they ended up getting a virus or something, and the collective was dying. It was all so interesting to me.
And Indy, you reminded me too of this in that all those stories is someone that everyone's looking for a home. Everyone's looking for a state, if you will.
Yes.
Do you guys feel home? Do you guys feel like you're home? Are you still searching for a state? You know? Are we on those ships looking for a state? We just parked our ship here for a bit. I don't know. Who's the pilot? Where are we going? Do we know do we know where we're going? Do we know where we want to go? Are we fine where we are? I know, right?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a answer to that question.
Can be pondered, though.
Yeah, I think some questions are like a spiral that will just keep going.
And I'm sober right now. We're too sober for this conversation. We need to get Franklin smoking again, and then we could have fun. I'm just joking.
I might have a joint on New Year's Eve. I've been thinking about it, but it's not my own. I haven't grown it, so I'm like, if I didn't grow it, you know,
be a good celebration.
Yeah, no, it's but when you've grown that plant from the beginning of its life cycle to the end, and you've done every bit of the plant by yourself, then it's like you. It's like, you know, and you know that plant intimately because you named that plant, like, you know.
Oh yeah.
But that is something that I suppose is what now we're getting onto the spiritual path, right? So what is it that drives us on the spiritual path? Why spirituality exists? What is it? All these questions are what drives us.
You know, Franklin, are we doing this wrong? Because if we want bliss, right? Ignorance is bliss. Why don't we not even have these conversations, man? We just enjoy the food, enjoy the feeling, you know, enjoy this. Like ignorance is or maybe we're just because you ever notice how real dummies, they love the sports and the food and they seem to be having a good time. Are we doing this wrong, guys? Are we playing the game wrong, or should we not even be playing we should.
I think we're doing it right. I think there's a lot of obfuscation in our world, and things are misrepresented. And when people say they're happy and they fit in and they're normal, I feel like those are the most broken people there are. They don't know themselves. They've never tried to be authentic. They've hidden that from themselves. They learn to be somebody who they're not, and they know somebody else who gets along with them, and that person doesn't know each other. So they don't know themselves or each other, and they claim to be happy. They live in ignorance, and they have bliss, but they've basically lived a lie. So if you want to pretend to live and not live, you can end up in that state. But if you do want to live and you do want to actually find inner peace, then it takes challenges. You need to confront challenges. You need to go through it. And when you've come to that place, you're in a place where you've been selected, you've been chosen. It's like, okay, you don't have to go through living in fear to be yourself. You're allowed to be yourself. We're going to let you come into a place where you're going to come into a tribulation or a trial where you can free yourself. And so that's what that is. That's what I think that is. When people are suffering, they're freeing their true, authentic self. They're able to transform themselves so that their inner self can be in harmony with the world outside of themselves. And that takes, it's a difficult undertaking. But when you've done that and you've come out on top and you've integrated yourself with the world around you, you're in full harmony with that world. And then you're like the pole, you're like the master, and things are revolving around you, you know? And I think that's my take on how it could
orbiting
go.
Around you. Yeah. Yeah. You're the star, and these things are orbiting around you.
You're collecting the wind. It's pushing everyone along in the vessel.
Absolutely.
Brings us back to mass star.
Mm-hmm.
Master.
Mast and pole. It's all connected. But the interesting thing is that the human mind really wants to put things into black and white, and then we fail to realize that there is a yin within the yang and a yang within the yin, and that there's also a completely opposing view where things are opposite of the way that they're seen. And so it's a multifaceted world. It's very hard for us to compartmentalize these thoughts into rational thinking. When we can open our mind to the paradox, we can transcend these limitations.
Yes. That yin and yang, that's what also gets things moving. Whether it's charged or not charged ions, or whether it's positive, negative when it comes to energy, that's what actually makes things move and flow. Otherwise, everything would be in a stasis or just not moving. So yeah, that's really incredible. And without some of these challenges, most don't have any growth. I know so many people who were raised with everything, like from real trust fund kids who are about my age, in my 40s, and they're trust fund kids. They are very unhappy and not very bliss. They haven't had too many challenges. Everything's given to them, so they try and create challenges. They'll go, man. I met these people I met because they were slumming it. They were trying to do stuff and create, unfortunately, unhealthy challenges. They could probably have done so many other things, like try and be mountain climbers or something, but they chose like the streets or whatever. But yeah, without those challenges, then you have growth. And then here a lot of us are here now, and the way we are because we've had these challenges and obstacles are the way. Avoiding obstacles, avoiding conflict is not the way, because it gets easier and easier and easier. You get stronger and stronger and stronger. And does that translate to spirit? I'm not sure. Does consciousness translate to spirit? And all these going through these trials and tribulations, does that make we're our spirit is now have bigger spiritual biceps? You know what I mean? I don't know.
I think so. Like you mentioned, the grapes grow better when they're in a challenging environment. And like the body, kind of like the butterfly needs to escape from its cocoon, it needs to do it on its own. And if you try to help break that cocoon open and help that butterfly make it easier, it will not develop the strength it needs to open its wings and fly. And so I know the body needs those challenges to strengthen itself. The question is, does the mind and the spirit need that? And I think that's true. I think that it does. You look at people that have overcome challenges, that have built resilience. It comes from enduring that, and with courage, and building that resilience is the end product of success, of having gone through those challenges. So somebody that has not had challenges, like people that have inheritance, they're going to hit a bump in the road, and it's going to be like the end of the world for them sometimes. When we can endure.
Now that you,
No, go on.
yeah, now that you mentioned that, and I was wondering if Franklin happened to see something like this, but you know, with the being a star and energy, etc., maybe our light in ourselves will shine way more brighter if you have the right, you know, the right vision. So maybe these, like right here, right now, like maybe our light is not so dim. We haven't let these things dim our shine, and the more we go through these things, the more we ask these questions and look within and know thyself, know within and without. Perhaps that we're even a larger sun, a larger store of energy, a larger light, and our light emits so much more brighter, perhaps. And then so when we just become really powerful fractals of that light, and then who knows, maybe we then transcend once we get to a certain bright, because we're just so, everyone's going to wear sunglasses eventually, because if we get so bright, you know what I mean. And I love the idea of these things stacked on top, you know, these layers, because, you know, light, you shine that light through a prism, you know, then that breaks that part off into fractals. And we are a part of that fractal. And so perhaps the answer to some of these questions that I'm asking, I'm genuinely asking, is perhaps it does help us spiritually, in that it increases that energy, as opposed to if we ignore it.
Sense.
And escapism. Yes. Yeah. No, go ahead, Franklin. I'm sorry. I'm literally thinking out loud right now, so please forgive me.
Don't let me stop you. I was just adding to it. Please continue.
Yeah. Please, anyone else? I'm just pondering right now. It's ponder time.
Yeah, I feel like it's the nature of challenges that they can make or break you. You know, everyone knows that there's been challenges in their lives where it was daunting, and they went to have the courage to go for it and give it the best try they could, and it didn't go well. And for some people, it was a one-time deal, and they gave up at that point in their life. That happened for me in the dating world when I was 12 years old. I gave up on being willing to allow someone in my heart for decades. I never knew that it was happening. It was a subconscious process. But my spirit was too weak, and my anger was too strong. And it knew that if I was out, I was going to let myself love again, and it was going to cause destruction, probably self-destruction.
You know, Indy Mooney was talking last night about this, about love and learning to love. I bet we've all thought we were in love many times, and maybe did not really know what love was. Maybe we didn't love ourselves. Maybe we combined that, or confused that with lust or something like that. But now as we grow, I'm sorry.
There's also infatuation, which is like
Sure.
unrequited love.
And if we're not spiritually honest enough with ourselves, we don't know the difference. You know. And now we get older and we're learning that love, and now we can love and properly, the way the knowledge of love is very important, man.
Well, I think it's, you know, some people love comes easy, and they don't really have too many challenges. Just kind of falls into their laps. Whereas others, it's much more difficult, and they have to go through a lot more of longing and wanting and lusting and desiring and infatuation, until they realize that they're going to have to learn how to love so that they can be reciprocated, and they can find people who reciprocated and focus with those people. But there's definitely something to that. But that kind of line of reasoning led people to tell me when I was young, it doesn't matter It doesn't mean anything. You're too young. You don't know what love is. Forget about it. And since I listened to them for decades, I went through the dark night of the soul. I could have bounced back if people told me, oh, you were hurt. You need to go inside and you need to heal that hurt. I could have potentially just jumped right back out and been like, okay, you're right. I'm ready to go again. That was just a temporary thing. But the way people told it to me, they said it doesn't mean anything. It's nothing. Forget about it. Ignore it. I did just that, unfortunately. And it was probably going to put me to my demise. If it wasn't for Mary Jane in my life, I would not have made it through that stage. Thank God. So
sometimes you got to numb the pain. Sometimes you got to numb the pain, dude, for temporarily. But I mean, that red hot love, that fire burns, that passion, and you can equate this. It doesn't have to always be male or female. It could be a lot of things. But obviously, the prime directive is a major thing, motivator. But that young love, bro. Oh man, that's that red. The red, and it's hot, it burns hot, and it burns out fast. It's hard to keep fueling that energy anytime, even just being fired up about anything. Yeah, and then we learn from that. Now we're probably all a little more mellow, not so red. I don't know if you were to look at my frequency or I looked at yours, what color I would see. I don't know.
My red stayed red. I don't know if you know people that have been like abused as children or whatever, and they look really young still. I think it's a thing. I think it stunts your growth, and I think it stops you right in your tracks where you're at. And you keep that energy. It's like anger, frustration. Sometimes it can be trauma, things like that. Kind of stays with you. And so I felt like I had that red hot energy then, and I still have it now. It's been with me the whole time. I have this like strong fury. And it's taken me decades to be able to learn how to like work through this fury in catharsis and constructive ways. I've learned that I have to have a labor job. I also have to work out after work. And I also have to let out my frustration, my fury with yard work and stuff. You know, like chopping wood with an axe is a great way for me. That stuff's still here with me. I had my fury come in yesterday and today. But I've learned to not emotionally react. Now I use it to electrify my life as my source of energy and electrify my passions and drive me. It's my drive force now. But it used to be what did me in the past. It would be the thing that I would have to bite my tongue and I say things I regret and I would do things I shouldn't have. And it's taken me a while, but it's been good. I've been able to build resilience. But it'd be nice to step into an orange zone. I would love that.
Maybe. I mean, they talk about horses. I'm thinking, you remind me of like a horse or a stallion or something. You got to run them out. You got to run them, and even to break them. Unfortunately, to make them more. This maybe I don't know. Do you avoid getting broken? Then they're spiritually bankrupt. It's funny when you think of the word broke too. Broken and being broke and being spiritually broke and financially broke. Now keep running. Indeed, don't let them break you.
Bro, it's all about broken.
Broken, K-I-N.
Well, Ken means knowledge. The knowledge of man. Men's knowledge. Broken. Manly knowledge.
Bro, hold on, Moonfeather. We're getting into the bro knowledge now, Moonfeather. Now she has to chime in. We're getting the bro knowledge, and she's like, I gotta say something.
All right.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
You got a question?
Yeah. I love Roni and his humor. Okay, so I totally resonate. And I'm sorry, things got a little crazy here. I had to step away, but I was listening on this. Everything has been wonderful. All the
Whoa, did we just go through a portal? Oh no, that's Indy. Sorry.
That's Indy. But my question is to Indy too. So the question is, in your I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's listening. I wanted to ask him a specific question. So Indy, I wanted to ask you, with what you've shared with us as far as like, you know, going through the dark night of the soul when it comes to love, shutting yourself off and stuff like that, and then now coming to being more emotionally intelligent and stuff. So see, because what happened to me is when I realized what love really was, right? Because you know, I had to go within, and then I had to start with self-love and all of that stuff, and then I spiraled when I found out that regardless of the long-term relationships that I was in with my baby's daddies, is that I was never ever truly loved. I was never shown that true love by a man. And then of course, and then it went even deeper with my with my psychologist, that stemmed from my father as well. Like, he never really gave me that love of a father, so forth and so on. So that made me spiral. But anyway, so my question to you is, after you went through all of that, have you been loved properly?
Yes, I had to love myself.
Right.
Yeah, I always wanted somebody else to do it for me, which is why it never worked.
Okay, right. No, I get it. But what I'm saying is, are you in I guess I'm gonna put it out there. I was like, come on, let's are you in a loving relationship right now? What I'm saying, and I'm gonna address that to everyone here on the board as well, you know, on the panel.
Not a romantic one, no.
Okay, so okay, how about you, Ronan? Are you in a loving relationship right now?
Ooh, Ronan had a lot to say earlier.
What's coming in hot right now?
Snake out his tongue.
Look at
What happened? Oh, he had to go to the toilet. That's his toilet break time.
Kiki.
Right now I'm going through another stage. I had just gotten out of a serious 2-year relationship. It was a learning experience. It was my first companionship where we lived together and spent every day together. And I would not have wanted it to be any different. I was so glad to have loved and lost. And it was an amazing experience. And I could die a happy man. But since then, it's been very difficult. I tried to find someone else. And then I had an attempted murder committed against me. And they claimed that I was a stalker. But
oh my gosh.
I was actually trying to be her boyfriend at first, and then she just wanted to be friends, and I was totally cool with it. So I was just trying to be a friend.
You just don't do half doses, do you?
No.
Jeez, you go for the wild ones, Indy.
Yeah. So you know, I'm attracted to women who have anger because it resonates with mine, and so I want her to be the angry one, not me.
Right.
But
you can't fix them, Indy. You can't
no,
fix them.
That's not what I was trying to do there. But she was a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm learning from those experiences. Like, okay, maybe I should go for some more like nice girls, like people have been telling me all these years.
He goes all the nice girls.
Yep.
Listen, there's a shortage on them. I'll be the first one to tell you that.
Yeah.
So anybody else would like to answer the question? I'm not going to put anybody on the spot. Would anybody else like to answer the question, like after kind of going through heartbreak and knowing that learning what love really is, and what it feels like for it to be reciprocated? Has anyone else been finally loved properly? Come on, guys.
Yeah, I like to.
What? I'm single. I'll make it fast. I'm single, but I have experienced a really amazing relationship, and that has not been in the United States or in Western countries. The reason that we're not together is because 2020 happened, but that was super chill and really awesome. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I mean, there's so much. But yeah, Indy, we gotta go. We gotta go to the club. We're gonna meet us or somewhere, church. I don't know. Try to find some good girls, but I don't think you're gonna find many here in the States. And my brother, if you want his phone number, just ask him for his phone number.
This is so stupid.
I like to go dancing a lot. I've been a dancer all my life. I've gone to raves, festivals, concerts, clubs, everything. And like, I'll always go there and dance the whole time alone and have the best time of my life. All my friends would come with me and meet their new girlfriend, best friends, whatever. All
right?
I
never said the same thing. Was that here? No, that was on yesterday's show. I was saying that. Like, you know, I've been the one, like, I've always gone to clubs to go and just dance.
Yeah.
And later on, but I didn't know that people would go there to hook up. I had no idea.
Me neither. I never got to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I was like, well, then that's why a lot of my friends left me at the end of the night. I'm like, what happened? We came here together. What are you doing? But anyway.
I got a chance one time and they were like, no, don't go with him. Come back. Her girlfriend's got her.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Anybody else would like to share?
I'm actually coming into a place where I'm more lovable now than ever. I think it's not really a matter of whether I can be loved. It's really a matter of whether I can learn to be loving. And so, like, it was a big lesson with my ex-fiance. I learned that I don't need to be loved by somebody and receive love. What I need to do is learn how to give love. And once I've given love, getting something in return doesn't even mean as much anymore. It's not as important. Giving love is more fulfilling for me.
Right.
Giving love is like something you can be grateful for, but should not really necessarily expect. I don't think in my life. I don't think.
So does anybody think that they should? I mean, I would say so. You should know what real love looks like. So when you receive it, you're able to identify it and know that it's a healthy type of love, you know, because what happens is that people get stuck on the idea of what love should be, right? And then which is toxic, but they don't know that it's toxic. And then when real love comes around, they miss the boat. You know, they find it boring, or they find the person boring, or whatever the case is, because, you know, people are still, you know.
Do you mind if I interject?
Sure, go ahead, Quincy.
Because, you know, I like love. I used to study the Bhagavad Gita with Krishna, who is like, you know, a symbol of love over there. And man, did Krishna really teach me a lot about love? But he never really put it in the right words for me, because I guess I'm Western, so I needed to go back to Jesus so I can understand the right, you know, the understanding. But the thing that they're both trying to say is that there's a difference between how do you say this? There's a difference between selfless love and like selfish love. And a lot of the times we grow up only experiencing the selfish one, because you grow up with your parents and they will treat you funny if you do something wrong or displeasing for them. They might even give you the silent treatment. And this shows you that love isn't unconditional, that is based on your actions. And so you'll start to only gravitate and understand love as like giving gifts, giving compliments, saying I love you, giving hugs, all this nonsense. And that's selfish love. So when you meet somebody and they say, hey, I like you. You know, I like how you look. I like how you talk to me. I like what we do. I like the vibe you got. I like how you dress. And you're like, wow, this person likes me. I like that feeling. And then you'll start to feel that way to them, because you're like, oh, I like you too. I like the way you talk. I like the way you feel. I like your vibe, you know. And then you'll start operating to selfishness of each other. And in the Bible, that's the spirit of lust. Or in Roman words, that would be what would you call it? Intoxication or passion, you know. And that's not love. That's something that it does make you feel good though. No offense to you. You feel great when you experience it. It's like, you get all these endorphins released, you're high because they keep giving you these what do you call them? These flattering, encouraging vibes, and you give them the same. And it's like a tug of war. Who's gonna flatter who next? So it's not real love. It's not real. The real love is like when you don't care if they're gonna flatter you. You don't care if they're gonna give you it back. You care less. It's kind of like when you move out of your parents' house, or when you leave your parents or something, you stop giving a damn if they call you. You actually don't want them to call you. And when you call them, you express the love you have. You're like, thank you, Mom, for giving birth to me, or something, or thank you, Dad, for teaching me, or whatever, protecting me, working, blah, blah. You're thankful, but you don't really say it. You just say, I love you. How you doing? And they say something crazy and you hang up, bye, see you, love you, talk to you next time. And it's a selfless expression of love. And that's real love, because you don't care if they give it back. You just don't give a damn. And so when you find someone who's like that, who can give you love, and they don't care if you give them the same thing back, or they don't expect stuff from you. Like there's no weird expectations. That's real love. And I found that actually after a while. I was talking to this woman, her name's Kayla, on the internet. And man, I thought she was really cute, but kind of freaky. And I was like, I don't like freaky women. I don't, you got pictures with your cleavage and your tongue out. I was like, I don't think this is a good idea. But it turns out she was a real sweetheart, and she was just putting on a facade. She was trying to seem like that outgoing bad girl, even because she was inside an introvert and damaged. Like she'd been cheated on and lied to so many times. And for me, I was the type putting on a facade that I was a macho man. I was like, I got all these girlfriends. I don't need. I should be dating you. I got a lot of girlfriends and blah blah. I didn't have any. So I had to start chipping away at my facade, because it didn't matter what I did, she just loved me. And no matter what I gave her, she loved it. And I didn't care what she did either, or what she gave me or what not. And I didn't have any expectations. And when her birthday came, I said, I'm not going to give you a present. And she was like, why not? I said, I don't want to. I don't like doing that anyway. And she's like, okay, is it because you don't like me? I was like, no, it's because I do like you. And so she expected me to get something on her birthday, even though I told her I wasn't. And when I didn't, she messaged me and said, you must not like me anymore. I said, I really don't. I never did like you. And she was like, oh. I said, I always loved you though. And she was like, oh, And then the next day after her birthday, she got a bouquet of flowers that I sent after her birthday on purpose. Because I just like to do that. I like to get on people's nerves. I don't know why. But she was really appreciative, and she was excited. She said, you know what? I actually like the day after my birthday more than my birthday now because of what you've done. And so for me, I think that's like real love. You don't put pressure on people. You don't put this like these expectations on folks. You let them be who they are, and you love them for who they are. And if they love you back, they won't like hurt you on purpose, or they'll try to figure out what does hurt you and avoid those things if they can. And if they can't, like if those things that hurt you are part of their character, then that's when you need to not do compromises, because compromises kind of when you compromise in that kind of way against your own like nature, you're messing up. You're like trying to conform to somebody else's image of you, and you shouldn't do that. It causes problems. But for me, that was the love that I read in Krishna with Rama, and the love that I read with Jesus and his friends. So when I received it, I was surprised, and I felt lucky, but I also didn't understand other people when they found their partners and they didn't feel the same way. They were more like, how do I stop them from looking at other people or cheating or something? Like they was always scared that something negative was going to happen. And I'm like, if it's real love, you wouldn't be worried, would you? Like, I'm not worried. So it must be something wrong with me or something wrong with them. And I started to ask people questions, like my younger generation who likes to do the hookup culture. And I used to ask them questions like, hey, how do you know if you love somebody? And they're like, oh, you don't. You just smash them and move on to the next one, because love is like, what do they call them? Quantum entanglement. It's like love is like something that comes and goes really quick. And I was like, yikes, what kind of lifestyle is this? But that's my take on it.
It's funny, Moonfeather, you're asking us, and it seems that we're all 100% failed. We're all single. You're asking someone who has a group of people who are all single. We've all have a 100% ratio of failed relationships.
Well, that's why we could afford to be on a Saturday show for 6 hours. It's a little telling, guys. It's a little telling. But
real love. I'm looking for a real love. Someone to
I got a different story.
Yeah, get them. Yeah.
Yeah, we got one winner up here at least.
I got a different story. Okay, so like I don't think that I think we've all been taught to have an idealistic appearance of love. Just because we love someone doesn't make us perfect. And just because someone loves us doesn't make them perfect. And just because we love doesn't mean we're not impervious to fear. Because we all have our moments of weakness. Like my ex-wife and myself, I think the way you find love is you become celibate. You're all doing well. I was doing really well. I did 5 years of celibacy. And then you wait until there's a real connection. And like, I'll give you an example of my first wife. At a festival, we went off on our own mission, different directions. And at some point, we were telepathically connected to each other. That's another presence of love. Could feel her presence thinking of me. So we sort of walked towards each other through the crowd. And with our eyes closed, ended up in each other's arms. Like walked into each other's arms through like 10,000 people. Because that's how many people there were at that party, about 11,000, 12,000 people. So it was a psytrance party in Cape Town before the fires. They were big. So it was the mecca of psychedelic trance. So and so we were together for 10 years. But I knew in the beginning, I saw that I had a feeling that like that was the point. I actually exactly 10 years before we split up, I predicted it to the week what would happen with the crossroads that we would come up with and worked out. So I'd always sort of known that it was a shelf life on that. And I think sometimes people grow in different directions and they move in different directions. But we were totally in tune with each other. Though she had her issues and I had my issues, and then I had another partner who I was also totally in love with. The sexual chemistry was off the charts, and there was a very deep love, very, very strong, very real, very intense. But she was going through a lot with her family. I mean, her dad had done stuff he shouldn't have done, basically. Anyway, long story short, the family ended up getting broken, fractured by what had happened, and she'd never been able to call him out on it. And for the first time, she had a man next to her that was basically, like she felt confident enough to tackle the bull by the horns, so to speak. And it caused the family to fracture because obviously it was a big deal. And that happened when she was young. So she ended up going off on one. And, it was what it was. She needed that for her healing. And so she did despicable stuff, in a sense. But I never held anything against her. So I really did love her. I probably loved her better than I loved my first wife. I'm going to be honest, because I never kept a grudge against her ever. Not that I keep grudges, but like I kept a tally with my ex-wife. Well, you did this. Well, fair enough. But I couldn't keep a tally with her. Then I attracted one relationship which was very weird and bizarre. Was my son's mother. And I sort of manifested that because I knew I was ready to have a child. I knew it was time. And when I met her, I could hear Joshua. I was like, gosh, there's a child between us. So I think we were like nature's way of saying your DNA and her DNA must make a child in order to make a strong she's got clairvoyancy as well. And I've got certain, so my son's got certain, like he's geared to be a shaman one day. And we were both national athletes when we were young. So he's got the top shelf of everything. He's lucky. So I suppose nature did what it wanted to make the best that it could. It made a properly solid little pucker little bugger. But with her, there wasn't that. I never really was that sexually, I don't know, like I was with my ex-wife. I was like totally, used to get so into her and my ex-girlfriend. And so 5 years of celibacy ensured after my son's mom, even though I've lived and she stayed in the same house with me. It just is what it is, she just got on my tits. Not in the right way. And couldn't relate to each other. I was like, what the hell? Like, we're not on the same planets. She did for a while, but then she got pregnant and she went through natal depression and postnatal depression and postnatal depression and post. It just went on and got addicted to all sorts of pain drugs and this and that, and then decided to take up chain smoking. And I was like, well, that's disgusting. So it just like, just went from one thing to another. And we couldn't really relate. She couldn't really relate to me. She couldn't relate to my humor. And then the funny thing happened after 5 years of celibacy when I decided I don't want another woman. Like, I'm done. And like, I can't do blokes because it's not going to work for me. Blokes just aren't sexy enough. Sorry, guys. It's just don't have what it takes. And then I reconnected, funnily enough, with the first woman I ever slept with. Isn't life ironic? And I wasn't ready for a relationship. I wasn't ready for a relationship. And so I screwed things up. And like acting buff or whatever, like an idiotic 15-year-old. And she was the first one I'd actually like made love to. I'd had like sexual adventures with women, but I'd not like had that full experience of with her. It was something quite special. And it sort of haunted me a bit that after being with her, I was like, wow, this is intense. Maybe I'm going to hang back. I'm going to be really careful about, where I hit these home runs. Like if I want to hit home runs, like what do I want? And so I reconnected with her, and it's just a natural. It's very natural. I think that's when you know there's love. It's very natural. It's like being with yourself. when you can be with someone and you can just be in silence and just enjoy, and you don't have to say anything, you don't have to do anything, and you can just be. That's when you know things are working. That's when you know there's real love, and there's no sense of judgmental or any weird energy, and there's no expecting me to be something or me expecting her to be something. So I feel very lucky that I've reconnected after how many years? 35 years. Is it 35 years? Wow. Whatever. Almost. Apart. 30 something years. And so yeah, I mean it's I think that we've been taught to expect everything on a platter, that love's supposed to be this it makes everything just exactly the way you want it to be. The godmother with a wand that turns pumpkins into carriages and glass slippers and big balls and all that nonsense. I think it's just about acceptance. So yeah, I feel very lucky that I'm found somebody, and we're on the same frequency. We're on the exact same frequency, which is what's really beautiful. Yeah. And it's not like maybe my ex-wife wanted to be on my frequency, and so she made an effort to be on my frequency. And then my next big love, well, we also had, in fact, we had so much in common too. So there's interesting similarities there. But she was dealing with a lot of stuff that she had to deal with her father, which was just hectic. So it couldn't be, and it was so painful to have to leave her, And when I did, she completely, flipped out. But it had gotten quite bad. She had lost the plot a lot, and I was getting stuck in the middle of this dynamic with her and the family. It was becoming a problem. And but yeah, so I feel privileged, very lucky. And you all know her. She's really, really cool.
Wait, what did he say? We know who?
Who is she?
She's not here anymore. Her internet, her Wi-Fi was going down.
That's beautiful, Franklin. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Oh.
So I have a love story to tell, I guess. I have a lot of prospects right now. Change has happened within me where I just find that joy, the inner peace, and I'm like a magnet, and people are just coming to me like moss to a flame. It's rare, but I've gone through that in phases recently. And right now I have a new friend coming over for a back rub tomorrow morning, and I have a dinner date tonight. Now my dinner date tonight, my buddy invited me to his birthday party a couple days ago. He had been talking about it for a month. He's like, you need to come to my party. It's going to be awesome. We had fireworks. They cooked Cornish hens. It was fabulous. Towards the end of the night, he came to me and he said, I'm going up to the mountain and I'm bringing Missy, my pit bull, and my homeless friend that I picked up off the side of the road to come celebrate my birthday party with me because I didn't have anyone to talk to or hang out with, and I didn't think you were going to show up. So I'm like, all right, let me get this right. You're going to go sleep with your mistress. You're going to sleep at your mistress's house on your wife's anniversary. It's his 20-year anniversary with his wife and his birthday. So on his 20-year anniversary with his wife, he's going to sneak away to sleep with his mistress at her house. Tell her that he's sleeping at his guy friend's house. And on top of that, he's going to bring his homeless friend over to her house and says he can sleep by the fire without even letting her know that he's bringing a homeless person to her house. So I sent a message to her and I said, look, you might want to know he's coming over and he's bringing his homeless friend over. So you might want to call him and see what's going on with that. And we started to talk about it, and I said, look, he's also lying to his wife and said that he's going to go sleep with his guy at a guy friend's house on the mountain. And I hate to see that because she is so sweet. She's just the kind of girl that just gives and no take. She'll cook for everybody and loves to be giving, travels around the neighborhood and just gives out the food she cooked, and just always so sweet and loving, asks for nothing in return. And of course, you know, he would just give her nothing in return and go run around with other women. He said, oh, it's fine, she knows. But she said, oh, I hate that woman. I wish you would never see her. And so when this whole thing ensued, finally, my friend said, I need to meet somebody else because I didn't realize this guy was taken. He was married, all this stuff. And I thought his wife was okay with it when I did find out. And so she felt bad. And I told her, hey, I'm single. So that's how I got my date tomorrow. And we're gonna go for today. We're gonna have an amazing dinner date tonight. We're going out for some seafood. It's gonna be fabulous. We're going dancing. It's gonna be great. Maybe Netflix and chill afterwards if everything goes right. But
Oh, good for you. Bravo.
yeah, it'll be our second date.
Good
But
luck with that, brother.
I like
Good luck.
the marriage. Like he was a home wrecker on both fronts. He was gonna wreck his home and her home. She's got like a son that would have killed that dude. So that would have been total chaos. But I was able to help everybody out in that situation. I was able to help my community. That could have been a bad situation. But 20 years of marriage is a precious thing, not to be wasted. My parents have been married for 40 years.
But didn't she know? Didn't she know that the man that was coming to sleep with her has got a wife?
She eventually found out, but he told her that she was okay with it and she didn't want to sleep with him anymore. So she told him to go sleep with other people, which is not true.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I mean, if she was cool with it, it would be none of my business. They could do whatever they want. But it would break my heart to see her get hurt in that situation. And so I felt like somebody needed to go in for the good guy in that one. And then the next day he was all lovey-dovey with her, and I think she found out he was trying to run around, and so she was kind of being dismissive, but he was trying to be like, please, I love you so much. He's hugging her, kissing her, giving her flowers and stuff, and I was like, good, this is the kind of thing I want to see from a man during his 20th anniversary.
Yo, Indy, you're too funny, man. You live a funny lifestyle.
It's wild.
I've been there too, but I've put down that chaos a while ago, man. So you got game though. Everyone, you gotta for the fellas, you gotta have game.
I would like to have game. My last 2 relationships have been formed from total chaos drama, where I'm like judging people and saying like, don't go with that guy, he's a bad guy, and then they go with me. It's not how I want to have game in life.
And to anyone, I hear you. Any single fellas out there, word of advice, I've learned this the hard way. Don't go in a straight loose taking bisexual interdimensional lizards on the first date. It's not gonna work out. Just know I've learned this the hard way. So I'm going to I need to go, guys. My dog Ursa is out of dog food and she's just looking at me. So I'll be the first to drop, but so much love, Franklin. This was a great one. Your stories earlier, Franklin, man, I gotta still think about that travels, right?
Yes.
And those eagles, are you kidding me? That's power, bro. Like any power, that's you were those eagles wanted to sit and hang with you during your journey. That's such price. That was a priceless story and experiences that you shared. So massive love and appreciation for that and all the awesome wisdom that you shared today. And Khalil, the homie, my brother, definitely appreciate you, man. He's my walking encyclopedia. I could just ask him anything. He knows everything about everything. It's great. It's great to have that. It's like he's like, you need to read. I'm like, why do I got to read? I got you. I just call you. No, I'm playing.
I say the same thing.
I just ask you. You tell me the answer. No, Indy Sage, massive love to you, brother. So much fun and so much info. Guys, next week, the Ronin Experience, we're gonna have Indy Sage on. Okay, so let's book it.
Look at Sykes, man. This is gonna be great.
Yup. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. So come check us out. Moonfeather will be there, and she always brings that loving energy. And I think and Indy was on there a while ago, like over a year ago, but we're so much better now. Yeah, so much better now. So the vibe's gonna be great, and I won't yell at everyone. I'm like, you don't get it. You're trying to kill us all. Like, I'll keep it chill. You're trying to turn us on a cyborg. You don't get it, guys. And then, but anyway, I won't be on that. Quinty, massive love, Quinty.
Don't joke too much, Ronan.
All right,
So much love to you, brother.
But anyways,
I hope Ursa has a great day as well and appreciates you.
Ronnie.
Ursa Minor or Ursa Major?
Have a wonderful day, Ronan.
Oh,
Good day, Ronan.
She's a major. She's 100-pound plus ball of fur. Yeah, man. Later, guys. I'm still listening. I just got to get her some food, yo.
Blessed be, brother. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Peace and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you for blessing us with your presence and your humor and your giggles. You're always a laugh a minute.
And
So
your
much love.
songs.
Thank you. I am, man. That's how I show love, and that's how I live, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Everything's beautiful.
That's
You know?
Exactly.
All right, later, guys.
Life is as beautiful as we make it.
Dude.
Right. Guys, I am going to bid you guys a fun to do. Because guess what? I got a date too tonight.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. Ooh la la.
With my damn self. I'm taking myself out to dinner today. I just
You took yourself out.
Yeah, I'm taking myself out.
That self-love. Precious.
It's been long overdue. I've been trying to go out since earlier this year in 2023. So I was like, no, you know what? I'm gonna go out today. It's just I just need to do it, and with everything that's been going on lately, I think it's I'm deserving of it. And I'm just gonna go out, have dinner at my favorite place, and that's it. Just vibe and have fun. But I want to wish you guys a wonderful evening, and I had so much fun here with you guys. I mean, yes, I was listening on the side, but today's show was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Everybody brought so much to the table, and I'm so appreciative of everyone. The chat always blowing up. It blows up more and more every Saturday. It's amazing, guys. Thank you so much for coming into the chat and sharing your time with us, for sure. But I'm sending everyone here: Franklin, Kiki, Indy, Soraya, Quinty, Ronan that left. Who else left? Petra, she left. And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone else, but I'm sending you guys massive love.
Right back at you,
You go
man.
spoil yourself, sweetheart.
Thank you. Bye.
And
Bye.
I hope you have an amazing date. I hope he's a good guy. I hope he treats you sweetly. And
What are you talking
I
about?
hope
I
you
ain't
enjoy
going
your
on a date
dessert.
with no guy. I'm going on by myself.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going out on a solo date.
Yeah.
I hope you meet
It's
someone. I
bedtime
hope
for
you
you.
meet someone.
I was like, wait a minute. Do you know something? I don't know what's going on.
Prophecy has been told.
Right? Oh, well, thank you so much, Franklin. Regardless, thank you.
Well, enjoy, my dear, and God bless you. And thank you for bringing your heart and your beauty to our space
Thank you.
and
Very welcome.
your lovely mind. God
Oh,
bless you.
thank you so much. I'm sending you guys so much love. Bye.
Bye. Much love. Oh, Moonfeather's so great. Be fun to be on the show with them next week. Should be a good time.
So we've been covering a lot of ground.
Yeah.
the ESP, the spiritual. Faith. We haven't really dropped the hammer on faith yet, have we? What
That's
is
true.
faith, truly?
Faith, I think, is similar to hope. It's like a foundation of hope. You can stand on.
It's the base more, I think, yeah.
The
I've
Bible
always
says faith
thought of
is
faith as being an extension of knowledge.
yeah, exactly that. Like the Bible says, faith is the proof of things to come, the proof of things unseen, the evidence of the hope that you have. It's different than just hope. Like you can hope for like see, it seems like hope and wishing are like similar, but you have to have faith for hope to exist. Otherwise, it's just wishing. It's like, oh, I wish,
Exactly.
I wish I could see the cheeseburger that's in Colorado or something. I don't know, and you don't really put effort to do it, or you don't have faith that it's possible, then it's just wishing.
True.
Faith is when you know.
Yep.
So when we break down the word, okay, so the P and the F are interchangeable in all of the old languages, whether it's
Mhm.
Arabic, Aramic, Paleo-Hebrew, Hebrew, Ancient Greek. Sanskrit, they don't really pronounce Fs. They pronounce the masculine side of that syllable, P. But it must be, if there was, because the Arabic language does. Anyway, regardless. So I see it as pa, from like the prefix of pa, as father.
Yeah.
Patrick. That's my second name, which is father of the father. Patri. Pati in Sanskrit. So pa and eth. Eth is the beginning and the ending. It's the alpha and the omega. Aleph and tav from Paleo Hebrew roots, or the first and the last. So the beginning and the ending represents the etheric, and pa represents, well, what does the father represent? The father represents the teacher. The mother represents the nurturer and the guide. The mother will guide towards growth. The father will teach lessons. Yeah. So teaching lessons of the beginning and the ending of the etheric. Well, I always consider the astral as being of the feminine and the etheric of being as from the masculine. And it's probably because it's the way that I relate to it. Being a man and a woman would probably change polarities for me. I mean, a woman would have a different perspective. We are a little bit inverted to each other, obviously. What the men put out, the women take in. That's how babies are formed. So faith, you could break it down as into having 4 hieroglyphics. One is the mouth. The next one is an ox. And the next one is an ox again. And sorry, the next one is a, did I say an ox? I mean, the next one is the finger. And the not giving that finger, but that finger that can direct and control things.
It's not the Hebrew letter.
So that finger which directs things, like the finger that's, hey, you go there, you go there, you do this, you do that.
Index finger.
Yeah, that finger.
This is like playing hints.
and a cross. So like if you look at these 4 hieroglyphs, the mouth, the ox, the finger of God that directs, and the cross that binds all of these together. All those bound on the cross. So it's sort of the finger relates to Virgo, which is what we're learning, is the principle of learning. And the ox relates to the element of air, which is the source from which information is strewn, thinking, knowledge. The mouth represents the fiery expression of the passions and of cause and effect and of Mars. And the cross represents Saturn. So you've got Mars that leads into life force, that leads into the intelligence that directs things, that becomes the cross of Saturn. As like a conglomerate of hieroglyphs in order to form that word, faith. So it's quite an interesting word. I think it's understanding the laws of cause and effect, which is represented by, and the way that they affect the life force, and the intelligence that this is expressing in order to manifest through the space of time, the Lord of Time, Saturn. So it's like understanding how the laws of time are bound by the principles of cause and effect in order to inform the universe via the life force. That would be a definition of faith then, if you take those hieroglyphs and put them into perspective and use them as a map to explain the meaning of the word faith, which I think is quite apt. If you consider, I don't know, I put that out there. What do you guys think?
What would be the significance of the ox being air in that situation? I could see where like words could
Life
travel.
force.
Life force? Okay.
Yeah. Because the life force is the power that sustains everything, the power that moves the proverbial plow, that brings the sustenance of life. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's pretty clear. It seems to articulate that like our fires of our passions will be through learning. We'll use the fires of our passions to uncover the life force, secrets of the life force, and Lord of Time will govern how far we go. But with faith, we can transcend the bonds and the barriers that would have inhibited that growth, because the combination of having the fire with the air, the understanding of the cause and effects of things, I feel like with that, we have the fire in our hearts and the life force of our being, which is also governed by Chronos, the carnal bonds, are being instilled with light, and that light is like of the life force of wisdom, of knowledge, and the faith is the understanding and the acceptance of that knowledge, even though it's not fully ascertained. It's like a foundation you can stand on, and as you stand on that foundation, you see others fall below you because they didn't have that faith. But it's interesting to me to consider faith about knowledge, because I always consider faith about beliefs. So this is like a whole new interpretation for me.
That's why it should be able to move a mountain. Because when you understand that the mountain is an effect of causality bound by the life force into the structures of time, then the recognition is that this is a dream projected through the life force, and that the life force is the source of all of this, and it's governed by the intelligence, which is that primal finger, which is the virgin as well, represents the virgin. funnily that does. That finger represents a virgin. I never really thought about how disgusting a concept that is, really. It's a damn good reason why she's a virgin, right? Because it's that finger. It's like the downward pointing finger, you know? So that's all she got was the finger. She's still a virgin, technically.
Yep.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm still a virgin, technically. But you know, I mean, these symbols do work in that fashion. All things do revolve. Freud was definitely right in his assessment of our consciousness being rooted in sexuality,
I don't
because
believe
there's just no escaping it. Like the seventh principle of Hermes is all about that. No matter which is so weird. This world that we're going through now, where we're being sort of reprogrammed that men aren't allowed to be men, and women aren't supposed to be women anymore.
And sex is bad.
Yeah, but I think it's like, I don't know. I think people are different. Like me, I don't like. What would you say? I don't look at women in a way that most men do, and I've always felt weird because of it. I always felt like
An outcast.
the sense of, yeah, and I wanted to learn how to objectify women like everybody else does, and I never could. But the more I tried to fake it, the more I got irritated, and the more I got irritated, the more women would want to talk to me, which was strange. And so I finally just stopped, and now I see women differently, and I don't get a lot of what you call it? I don't get many advances from the women I don't like, who like men who are like that. I get more women who are like really calm and sweet in the inside to come talk to me. But the thing that I want to touch on is what Jesus said about the mountain. He said, if you have faith of a mustard seed, you can cast a mountain into the sea. The reason why that's really profound, I don't know who wrote that, but it must have been a genius, or it must have been God, because if you look at sand is eroded rock. And if you go to the desert, Jesus knew that the desert may have been a mountain that has been destroyed by water, because a wave destroys whatever that is hitting, and it just takes off pieces over and over again and makes sand. And so Jesus was trying to tell you that exactly what Shaman said, that knowledge is what you should have faith in. And you can actually, in a sense, make your own knowledge. That sounds crazy, but you can. Like, for example, I came into this meeting so I can learn about, psychic, spiritual development, whatever. And I also wanted to share some form of whatever I know about it. And that was my intention. But someone could say, hey, your intention was something else. You probably wanted to, cause chaos. But my faith is in my knowledge of what my intention was, which is made up. Like I can't prove it to anybody. So you have to be able to sit with your, what would you call it? Your anchor, which is your intention, which is your knowledge. And that's something that can propel you in life. Like people who desire, to womanize women a lot, they'll get that in return. They'll get manized by women, and they won't even realize it. They'll think they got all the power. Next thing you know, they're like, oh, I'm losing out on a lot of peace, but I'm happy with what I'm getting. And they'll see someone who is not doing that, and they'll tell you, hey, dude, you just gotta chill out with the ladies. And the dude will be like, oh, but it'll be probably too late by then. He'll be like 70, 60 with a bunch of kids everywhere. Didn't realize what he was doing until it's too late, because he stood on his own intention, which was unrealized. He didn't clarify it for his own self. You have to understand that faith is like a clear realization of your own intention, your own desires, like realized as you do actions. Like you have to know what you want and go for it. Indy, what are you looking like that for?
I've never thought about faith anything like any of this before. I've always hated faith. I thought faith was just associated with believing in something you don't understand because they're trying to dupe you with a bunch of brainwash. But I know that there's power in like faith outside of belief in hollow understandings that don't actually materialize to any substance. I feel like I see the power of faith when people have unshakable faith to stay positive.
Well, go back into your life and explain to us how you went from brokenhearted to opening up again without faith.
Basically, I went through a process of learning to ask for help. And so for a long time, I thought I could do it on my own. And as I continued on that path, it got me nowhere fast. I ended up going backwards. When I was able to reach a point of humility where I was able to actually reach out and realize and understand that I can't do this all on my own, I need to be willing to allow someone to help me. I was then given the tools to help myself.
That's faith.
Mm-hmm. True.
How is it faith? I don't understand how that's equatable with faith at all.
Because you took the risk. You had faith that something was going to happen. So that was your faith. You didn't even know it was going to happen, but you had that in your body knew that the actions you were taking, something good was going to happen from it, and you kept doing it, and something good happened. That's faith. Like you instinctively knew that because of what you were asking for and going forward, your desire, it came to you. That's the faith. It's like it's almost like stubbornness. Like that's why a lot of grimoires have the first demon you see is either lust or stubbornness, and it's because those things are really useful to faith. They help you get somewhere. But when you stick too hard on them, you go south. But you had faith in what you wanted. You wanted healing. That's what you got.
This sounds a lot like perseverance or stubbornness, like you said.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah,
I think
faith is very deeply embedded in inner knowing.
Yeah, I
Hard
think
for the
it's
record.
got a lot to do, like what Soraya was saying, with as well, with an appreciation of natural law and our place in the natural law,
In the whole, and in the
and an
whole,
acceptance.
in completeness.
Yeah, and an acceptance, an understanding of how that natural law is going to play out, and such a total understanding of that natural law on an intuitive level that you're willing to put your life on it. You'll stake your life on it.
Yeah, like sex had tested my faith because I was like, hey man, I don't know how this is gonna work, but if I put something in there, it better come back out normal. I better not lose it.
That's good. That's funny. I think faith. I've always heard faith be associated with belief, strong belief, or trust in something you don't understand.
I think that's because the church got hold of it.
Yeah, it's the translations. The
Yeah.
Bible, Jesus says, hey, you need more faith. God doesn't like your unbelief. And you have to look past the words. Man, English sucks. I'm sorry. But the Jesus was trying to say you've got unfaith. But that word doesn't exist. So
When I use the word
unfaith.
Jesus, has all these connotations. I like to say Yeshua.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I would probably want to say the older word of faith because faith has got really bad connotations now. It's just basically associated with like you're going to hell, you better believe it.
Well, look at it like this. Peter. Okay, so the reason why Peter was a part of the church, and by the church I don't mean the church that followed, I mean the original apostles, right? Peter was the rock. And what had been said by Yeshua was that I will found my church upon your rock. And what he had pointed out was that Peter was a very intelligent person. Had Peter been a lawyer, Do we know? Because I believe that Peter was somebody who was a doubting Thomas almost, but he was always trying to figure things out. In other words, if he figured it out, it was you could count on it. He didn't jump to conclusions randomly. He was a very slow, methodical thinker. That's the impression that I got, which is why the church had to be planted upon that rock. Because, well, what does a rock represent? A rock represents the earth plane. The earth plane represents knowledge, if you look at it, because the rocks hold the knowledge. And
Yes. And the rock also symbolizes stability.
Paul was a lawyer.
Yeah, but exactly, it's stability. But if you look at Muladhara Chakra, which is the earth element, it represents knowledge.
Exactly.
And that's
and
why you've got the four faces of
is our
Brahma.
fundament.
Sorry?
It also is our fundament.
Yeah, it's something that everybody's always trying to get away from, is that root chakra, but it's the knowledge. And when we ground and activate our root chakra properly, then we've got true knowledge, and that knowledge then becomes power, which becomes faith. So it's the final point of manifestation, to manifest something. So it's literally the power that manifests reality. It's through this natural law of the earth element. And so the earth element is representing these, always the number 4 is represented by the element of earth. And when you consider what 4 represents, what is it for? What's this world for? What is to know what a tool is for, is to know its purpose, right? So there's a deep grain of fundamental knowledge in the earth element.
4 represents death in Chinese numerology. I'm not sure about Western numerology though.
It's the dynamic polarity of yang yin, isn't it?
4 in the West is foundational, is hard work, is routine, and the perspective towards that is far, far different in the East, because it's easier and better respected to work from the higher mind as opposed to labor.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It kind of, I've seen that in the East and West, 4 has different meanings. It doesn't seem to have many parallels. Interestingly, 2 4s make an 8, and 8's a great number, but 4 was considered to be a bad number of ill fortune in the East.
4 isn't a bad number though, because it's like he says, it does represent stability when you look at a square. So what is a square?
Exactly.
A square is fair. If it's fair, it's reasonable, it's square, it's honorable, it's honest. These are all qualities of the 4. And reliability. So it's highly viable.
Lucky in China.
Hey?
In Chinese numerology, it's considered to be unlucky and associated with death.
Yeah, but we're taking some Chinese person who's interpreted that from their own perspective, that they've got I don't know if it's that simple, because if you look at what 4 represents, the Tao represents 4, and death isn't unlucky. Death is only unlucky if you choose to consider death as unlucky. Death might be lucky.
Like in tarot.
You see, so it's a person who's interpreting it as unlucky. 4, is death really unlucky? Does 4 represent the stability that is required in order to be able to go through death? So what would help you to conquer death? The stability of 4. So it does have a connection with death, but it's also the Tao, because there's 2 polarities within the yang yin. There's a yang yin next to a yang yin, right? There's a yin within a yang and a yang within a yin. And so there's 4 parts of a yang yin being expressed, right? If you think about it. So it's got a very important message to teach us about the duality of polarity.
I don't know why they see it in such a bad light there. Apparently, it's associated with stubbornness, and they think the number 4 causes bad traffic in Beijing. So somebody took it in the wrong interpretation and went too far with it. But I tell you what.
Yeah.
4 is looked at in such a negative connotation because it's seen as a spiritual death, because you're talking about half of the whole. So if you think about the ritual China did on 8/8/08 with the Olympics, and then you see how they grew economically less than 2 years later.
Yeah.
That's ultimately where that comes from, because the 8 is representative of as above, so below, right? So we're talking about the merger of the mundane with the spirit. The 4 is the separation. Whether you just take the spirit or you just take the mundane material, you're cut off one from the other. So that's seen as death.
But yeah, exactly. It is. But that's how you know how these polarities work, through 4. Because you're taking them separately, you can actually compare them. This goes with that, separate to that. So you can look at this one and then look at that one and then look at this one and look at that one. And that way you can learn more about the way they fit together. Sort of like if you've got something and you take it apart and look at the parts of something, you're going to understand more about the original thing because you took it apart, right? How it works, what makes it tick. So in a sense of 4 is about that secret knowledge.
Okay.
But it is very much about stubbornness. But that stubbornness is also the source of faith.
Yeah. Wow.
So 4 is also the stubbornness to give you the impetus to overcome things. So if you hate 4, then you're weak, because it represents strength. And when you got 4 and 4 together, you got the most powerful combination, 44, 8.
Yeah, the master number.
So it's I think 4 is like 44 is like 22. So 2 and 4 are very similar, where 2 represents the potential, the absolute potential. 4 represents how that potential can be used.
Yeah, that's powerful. 4 covers a lot of ground.
And the Egyptians were totally about the number 4. Yeah?
Yeah.
And when you look at the Kabbalah and you look at the 4th sphere, it's the Mazloth. So that is the wheel. So the Wheel of Fortune is expressing the number 4 in the Tarot. And what does the Wheel of Fortune represent? I mean, if you look at the image, the way it's put together, yeah?
Remember that 44 represents blood, and blood is liquid crystal. And crystal is the ultimate conduit between what we like to call spirit and technology, for a reason. But when we look up, we see 88 constellations. So again, we see this ultimate reflection of as above, so below. Just like you have 88 keys on a piano.
Does anybody know if the Enneagram and the life path numbers are the same system?
They are, to a very large degree, reflections of each other, but through very specific ciphers, not necessarily universally. Like you wouldn't use that same principle from Chaldean to Pythagorean.
Gotcha. Well, I know in the life path number system, the number 4 represents blood and earth, and number 3 represents sky and soul. 7 being a combination of above and below, which is always fascinating to me. But what's surprising to me was that I'm only compatible with 4, 5, and 9. 9 being a combination of 4 and 5. But it was surprising to me that I was only compatible with a number 4, which is associated with blood and earth. It's like the cardinal bonds. What made me think that possibly that I might have a strong knowledge base of my wisdom and my spiritual information that I hold. So to be able to integrate that with someone else that holds similar information might be difficult. And if I were to link up with somebody that just represents earth and blood, we wouldn't really have any cognitive dissonance there. But it's just surprising to me. It's interesting.
Well, that's going by your life path, right?
Yeah.
So we got to remember there's wheels within wheels. So there's your life path energy, there's your name energy, there's your day energy, there's your personal cycle energy, right? Because you can fall into a relationship with someone who's your complete opposite, but it is such a mirror. Until you get to a certain point, you won't necessarily have conflict. You won't necessarily have anything other than a genuine reflection. But when you deal with opposites, numerically, that's a wheel that changes every day, right? Just like astrology, just like a clock, it's going to repeat, but it's going to repeat through different temperatures. Is a good way to try to display it mentally.
I like that.
Yeah, I think the number 4 is an interesting one to consider because of I think it's two-sided. You know, it's all about restriction, isn't it? On one level, contraction and restriction, but on the other level, it's about fairness, because it keeps track. The idea of 4 is that it's all got to be divided into 4 equal parts. So we talk about the 4 elements. Talk about the 4 directions. We talk about the 4 aspects of creation, right? We talk about how the 3 aspects of the 3 energy bodies fit into the 4th physical body. So it's like I think that when it comes to 4, it's probably one of the very important numbers. And when you look into the Kabbalistic system, 4 represents mercy. So mercy and fairness are of the same vernacular, or of the same vein. And to be totally fair is to be reasonable. So the number 4 is what leads to the number 5, if we want to consider in that point. And when you want to bring harmony to the number of 4, you take it through 5, and now we've got Mercury. But at the same time, 4, by the way, is a number of the sun, if we're going to bring it back to its numerology. So when we're looking at the sun's numbers are 1 and 4. Well, 6 as well. There's more than one number you can attribute to the sun. But the Vedic numerologists consider the number 4 to be very much reflective of the sun, which is why we've got the 4 cardinal points, as they relate to direction. And so there's a lot to be said about 4, both for and against it.
Good one. Clever.
So let's start wrapping up. I see we're getting to 7 hours and 13 minutes. I don't know how we did that, but we did it. I'd love for us to say our last pieces. Leave the table open for you guys, whoever wants to jump on first. We've got like the last. Maybe we'll wrap it up by 7:30. That'd be a great achievement. We can't do another 8-hour talk.
No. I guess I'll go
Pretty
first.
late already for you.
Right. So I know that when Mr. Ronan came in, I was going to try to say something about the onaries, and I just wanted to say something quickly about that. It kind of ties a lot of things together in our discussion. In the onaries, he mentioned the significance of Morpheus, who's associated with prophetic dreams or premonition dreams. But there's other two gods of dreams who are also known as Phobator and Phantassos, to represent our fears and our fantasies. And so we can have dreams of all threefold. We can have dreams of our nightmare, we can have dreams of our fantasy, or we can have a premonition of the future. But those three gods of dreams were all born by Hypnos, their father, who was the son of Thanatos, the personification of death. So interestingly, dreams stem from the personification of death. And so in a lot of ways, when we dream and when we sleep at night, it's like we die and then we were reborn in the morning in a lot of ways. And so there's a lot of people who see things like that. And one might wonder that when we die, we might go into that dream state to a higher plane. And who knows what we'll see. All to be revealed. Thanks to everybody on the team today and everybody in the audience. Many thanks to all y'all. Blessed be Om Shanti. Love all
Om
you guys.
Shanti.
Bye-bye, Indy.
Later, guys. Thanks for another great show.
You have an absolutely lovely evening. Enjoy your date, brother.
Thank you
Have
so
a great
much.
new year. Don't party too hard.
Try not
Don't
to.
party like. Don't put your hands in the air like you just don't care. You know,
Yep.
care a little bit. Care a little bit. You know. So much love, brother.
Happy New Year to all y'all too. Appreciate you
Yeah,
guys.
Happy
and
New
thank you
Year.
for joining
Best
us.
wishes
It's all
for the new
wonderful.
year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. I can't wait till next week, bro.
Cool. Think about those New Year's resolutions, guys. I'll see you next week.
See you next week.
Love y'all.
Bye.
Om Shanti.
I will take the course next. Franklin, I want to say thank you again for another legendary roundtable. Thank you for a magnificently magical year. Thank you for your love and your brotherhood and your instantaneous recognition of family. You have been a very large part in bringing about a miraculous realization for me that has been incredibly beneficial for not just myself, but for those around me. For that, I will eternally be grateful. And I cannot thank you enough. All my love to you and your family. Love, peace, and power to you, Quinty. I thank you for everything that you have shared today. You are my absolute favorite Christian in the world. I look forward to much, 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 much more from you. Soraya, thank you for joining us, and thank you for all the love that you consistently post in all of our
You're
Telegram.
welcome.
You never have to worry about being unable to post in my channel. I'll kill somebody real quick. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us once again. I want to say something that I meant to say earlier that Quinty had mentioned. There was a question asked about animals and meditating and like why they come around. I recommend watching Snow White, the old Disney movie again. Understanding that everybody in that movie is actually just one person, different aspects of the same thing. But look at what Snow White does and understand that Snow White is supposed to represent innocence, being pure as the driven snow, as we used to say, right? And the seven dwarfs are largely representative of the seven chakras. there was a point earlier when Quinty was trying to say the human body, I think, but he kept saying like Holy Bible. They're one and the same thing, right? Like the Helios Biblios is ultimately the path of the sun, which is talking about the human body, right? If we were to remove the name of Jesus or Issa or Yeshua, we would replace it with our own name, and we would understand that this is why 33 is perceived as the highest degree you can attain within this realm, knowing full well it's actually 720, which is the mirror of the 360 seen and the 360 unseen. But this is supposed to be a hero's journey, and hero or heru goes right back to a template of a sun deity before Christ, because we see this template replayed over and over again. So I want to say thank you for that. That was a wonderful allegory. Love, peace, and power.
Okay, who are you channeling? That was great. That was good. And by the way, before you leave, you said I'm the best Christian you've met, or your favorite Christian. Tell me I'm the worst. Give me some negative reinforcement so I can do better. Love you, brother.
You remind me.
Stop giggling. Come on, fellow Christian.
You remind
Thank you,
me.
Brother Carlisle.
Thank you
so much for bringing your heart, your wisdom, your love, your peace.
Always, always. Quinty, you remind me of a young Reverend Ike. I could only imagine what he was like in his youth outside of the stories that he would share back in the day. But you have such a genuine love of knowledge, and I love how it strengthens your faith as opposed to questioning it. You are a staple for that always in my mind. I greatly appreciate you. Love, peace, and power to you all.
Love, peace,
Love,
and
peace,
power.
and
Om
power to
Shanti
you
and
too,
have a
brother.
great New Year's, brother. I hope you get the perfect resolutions and that they bring you the perfect start to a perfect year that brings you the most perfect joy and peace.
Love y'all.
I'll message you later about New Year's, about Janice, and why we use that image in America.
That's a bet.
Shaman?
Who's next?
That giggle of yours, Queen.
I'm not next.
It's not just because I need to pee.
I'm just making tacos. So I'm just
Okay.
hanging out. Go ahead. I'll talk to Shariah. Shariah, what do you think about ESP, or did you ever experience any psychic stuff? Because I realized that women.
Many times. I recently had a friend of mine who came back online. I'm not going to mention a name, but that friend, at the moment that he started to be in trouble, I had a vision, as if I was getting a text message. And it said that he was in trouble, and he was held at the facility in America where immigrants are being held. ICE. And when I spoke with him 2 days ago, he told me what happened. I was, my God, I literally felt that the day after you was taken in custody.
Well, that's not unusual then, because obviously there's a resonance between you. But why is it there's often the negative things, right? Like
Yes, I mean,
No news
I
is good news.
sometimes
Huh?
also have positive things, but this is the most recent thing that I experienced. And it was like I was being warned. Like, this is going on.
Yes, exactly.
So that's really interesting. So when you experience that vision or whatever you want to call it, did you did you feel emotions come, or did the emotions come after it was confirmed?
No, it wasn't that emotions come. I was just a little worried. Like, how was he doing? Is he holding up? Because it's been something that he never been through. So, already had a rough time because he just broken up with his wife, who was not exactly loyal. So yeah, that was also a blow in the face for him. And then this on top of it, so I was really worrying about him. Like, are you okay? So I just started praying. And the funny thing is that he's told me that there were certain moments that he felt like he was being watched out for.
What, that he
And
was being
funny,
watched?
no, watched out for, that someone was looking over him,
Ah, so looking over him.
keeping him safe, pulling him through.
That's
So
really
yeah, that
interesting.
must have been the moments that I prayed for him.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to ask earlier, Shaman Franklin. Like, you have a son, and I've met this guy who said he practiced telepathy with his son, and that it works. But I was like, I didn't really believe him. So I wanted, so I wanted to know, what do you think? Like, do you experience non-verbal communication with your son?
Let's just say that now that he's 7, it's a little bit different. When he was younger, there was more. But once again, it's like when it's needed. It was like when there were entities around him.
Mm-hmm.
I taught him to call me when there were entities that were disturbing him. And then he would call me and then I would come. And so, but then it's more than just telepathy. It's like he'll see me coming into the room.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll see what's happening. And then he'll wake up in the morning and tell his mother, and she'll tell him, no, it was just a dream. And it's like, don't worry, boy, it's okay. We were there, you know? So, but that's because there were a lot of entities around his mom, I think. Not good ones. So he had to learn to deal with them at a young age.
That's really cool. Well, that was all I wanted to ask. I know you need to snooze. Let's see. When I saw you stretching earlier, I thought you were dancing. Then I had to think about it for a second. I was like, okay, he's tired. I get it. But the way you stretch is it's like a dance move. You should do it more often.
Yeah, I don't have the energy to dance right now. It's so much love to both of you.
Yes.
God's blessings. So much love to all of
Good
you
night.
in the chat. Thank you guys for bringing beautiful energy, beautiful ideas, beautiful questions, beautiful statements, your beautiful hearts, your beautiful spirit. Thank you, Soraya. Thank you, Quinty.
Okay.
Thank you, Soraya, for bringing your beautiful heart and your practical clarity. And Quinty, thank you for bringing your quintessential, quizzical, intelligent
Sounds right
questioning.
nice.
and Soraya for bringing your love to the sphere, your care and your practical balance. I always see you as being someone who's very balanced and very pragmatic and very clear in your grounded perceptions, which I think is really important. Coming back to that root of knowledge in the Muladhara chakra, which is the basis of faith, as I see it. Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you all. It is now 7 minutes and 29, and we've cranked it down into 7 minutes and 30. I'm so happy we did it in 7.5 hours because I didn't want to like have another 8-hour-long discussion. It just seems excessive.
No, it's a bit too much.
Seems excessive.
This is his maximum. This is already running
Sending
late.
so much love to all of you. Keep it real, keep it sweet. Have an awesome new year.
You
Party
too.
like it's 1969, but just don't put your hands in your air like you just don't care. Make sure that your 1969 party of 2024 is full of care, full of love, full of sweetness, full of joy, full of peace, and let those resolutions work for you, not against you. Om Shanti. Big bless to you all.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Bye. Thank you.